yeah, oh yeah. Mic check. How I'm sounding. Thumbs up if you can hear me. I always have like the worst starting off. Man, we're gonna have a good conversation tonight. We're gonna have a good conversation tonight. You guys, all right, Dre, I see you. All right, everybody, welcome back to the channel. This is Nathan Daly, and I'm your law enforcement translator. Listen, you guys, I just use my insight, wisdom, the little bit that I have to bring context to a lot of difficult conversations and topics, controversial stuff. And this is the perfect one. You guys, as you already know, shout out to Dre. Jay said, we're ready for the daily word. Yes. You guys, not too many people can be impartial. Not too many people can be objective and really look at what's being said, really kind of focus on the context. And again, that's what bringing insight is all about. And this is why we have diverse thought on YouTube. So you can go and get different perspectives from different people. You guys, this type of conversation is what I do on this channel a lot. As you already know, we cover a lot of topics and discussion about race, racism, white supremacy, white privilege, all of those things. I love talking about that stuff and challenging people about these particular topics because it always falls back on these things I talk about on this channel all the time as far as the criminal justice system and politics and things of that nature, you guys. So this is the perfect time. Shout out to the Gray Pill podcast already. Ain't even get started good, brother, already dropping the love. He says salute to the chat and the panel. Please, you guys go and check out the Gray Pill podcast. Good brother, good content, good information. He has some wisdom as well. Also, please hit the like button on your way in. Shout out to my moderators. Shout out to the members of this channel. You guys keep a brother afloat. I really appreciate it. And for those who are new, and this topic is gonna get some new eyes to the channel. So if you're new to the channel, please look around, make yourself at home, like, subscribe, be a part of the journey. You won't be disappointed. If you haven't already, please hold up, matter of fact, all right, listen, you guys, this is for those who don't know, right? This thing that's unfolding right now on YouTube, at least within this segment, right? I personally, is it a big deal? It's a big deal. It's a big deal for a lot of different reasons. For those who might not know some of the people involved, we're going to be discussing them. Just Pearly Things. Just Pearly Things. Those who are not familiar with who she is, maybe, hopefully, she has a pretty large. She has a large channel. I won't say pretty large. I think she has over 1 million subscribers on her channel, and she's known for a lot of red pill conversations, I guess you would call it, for those who are not familiar. Like, here's the thing. I'm going to give kind of like a brief summary. I don't know how much people know about the other side or different sides or segments of YouTube, right? So there's what they call, shout out to you again on Gray Pill Podcast. There are segments of YouTube we call the manosphere, right? It's male-driven, male-centric content. And then there is, of course, all these different little spheres that they have where people, kind of galvanize their content to speak towards their issues. Now, the manosphere, like, I'm not a part of the manosphere. I don't make manosphere content. I make content for everyone, I think, just in general, but as far as specifically, no. But people would argue that Kevin Samuels, right, was a part of the manosphere. His content was male-centric content. It was pro-male, even though his content really expanded over not just men, but men and women, relationships, image, and things of that nature. So anyways, so Pearly Things, Just Pearly Things, she's from the UK. She was born in the UK. She's not American. And she is a content creator. And I've seen some of her stuff. I've never been to her page until today, or actually went to her YouTube channel to kind of learn more. But I've heard her do interviews. I've heard her debate people And a lot of her stances are against feminism, right? She's, one could argue, kind of like a male advocate from what I've seen. I haven't seen all of her content. That's just me based on some of the videos that I've seen. She's like a male advocate, kind of standing up for men's rights or men's not having the rights that they should have, and then combating a lot of the feminist narrative that goes on in media and so forth and so on. So she talks a lot about, I would say I've seen things where she's talked a lot about red pill stuff. And red pill content, for those who don't know, too much to get into it. Basically, men who are awake and they are standing up for uh they're anti-feminism, right? That's the best way to put it. And men are kind of like reclaiming their value as men, and they're letting it be known, right? And so I don't want to do the definition any harm. So I'm gonna leave it at that. I don't really talk a lot about red pill content stuff. I'll go to other channels, and if conversations come up, then I'll speak on it. I'll speak on different, and mainly from my understanding, a lot of the red pill stuff has a lot to do with relationships. Is what I've seen on YouTube, right? It was something I was not familiar with until I came on YouTube and noticed it was a whole world, right, of content. And so from what I've seen, it's a very popular subject matter, relationships, especially in the Black YouTube space, about Black men and Black women dynamics, why relationships are not doing great in modern times. There's a there is a back and forth between men and women, right? So boom, 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 boom. So that's where a lot of these conversations are coming from. Well, Pearly Things is a white woman, and she has been a strong advocate for men's rights, equal rights, and kind of feminism, from my understanding. And so, but please go and check her out. Her channel is called Just Pearly Things. I did tag her on the video, since this is going to be about her and another gentleman by the name of Nick Fuentes. And so we're going to dive into what kind of happened, why this interview is something we're going to be reviewing. It's a 3-hour interview. We're not doing all that, but I did timestamp some key areas that I want to discuss and I want to kind of bring out into this conversation. And then I'm going to give you my thoughts and my perspective, someone who is not emotionally driven and emotionally attached, right? And I can give a objective perspective as to what happened and what was being said. So Just Pearly Things has gotten extremely popular from what I understand. I've seen her do collaborations with Black YouTubers in this space. For example, most recent, like MTR, for those who know who MTR is, he's a pretty good content creator. I've seen a lot of his stuff. She has been in TLA's. She's been on TLA's channel discussing incidents. She's been on the roommates. You know, she had a debate with the roommates. What's his name? Hafez. I think is how you pronounce his name. So she's been, and she's garnered a lot of attention based on her debate style and questioning and things of that nature. And from what I've seen a lot of support from Black men from on the YouTube side, who has kind of uplifted her in a sense and helped promote her, because they like, I guess they like what she stands for and kind of her positions that she takes. And also, people also have to understand the business of YouTube, where when you see content creators who are doing really well, you want to collaborate with them because it gives you an opportunity to also grow your channel. And so, as now again, she has 1 million subscribers, so people want to be a part of what she's building. It helps them get exposure. So there's been a very popular shift for a long time. I've only been on YouTube for almost going on a year. I've seen a lot of direction leaning towards relationship conversation. That is like the thing, right? Again, shout out to you, Widow21, showing some support, bro. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it. You guys, this is going to be a tough conversation, kind of almost like the last stream that I had. Again, when we start talking about race, it's a sensitive topic for a lot of people. You know, over here on my channel, I do facts over feelings. Facts don't care about your feelings. Bless your heart. And you already know you're more than welcome to come up here and challenge the points. I always tell people, leave your feelings aside. Don't come over here trying to insult me or try to shame me, right? Or try to throw insults. Come up here and dispute the things that I'm saying. And that's how you hold your argument, right? And I'm gonna tell you what I have an issue with this subject matter that we're going to talk about tonight is that there, in my opinion, there's been some overreactions, right? And I think there's been a little overreactions because now Pearly Things has been all throughout the Black space, participating in conversations with everybody, right? She's from the UK. She's had all different types of, I guess, interactions with different ethnic groups. But now the things that I'm seeing from people's comments, from videos that they're discussing about her based on this that we're going to talk about, now they're calling her a racist. They're calling her a racist because of some statements that she made during an interview. We're going to play it. But the difference between what I play and what other people have been playing, guys, I have the full clip. We're going to play the full context of statements that were made so that people can get a more well-rounded view as to what was said. What tend to happen is people take sound bites and then they have a emotional response or an emotional reaction. You guys, I'm not going to do that to you. We're going to play the clip appropriately and let you hear it. And then we're going to have a discussion about it, an honest one. And so this is why I love discussing race relations, racism, white supremacy. I love having these conversations. I really, really enjoy them because I like to hear people's logic. So shout out to you again, Widow 21. Thank you. Special shout out to High Value Wives, one of my favorite content creators. Thank you so much. She got the eyes because she knows it's gonna be some drama tonight. It's gonna be some drama. So shout out to you, my dear. Thank you so much. And to your better half also. Please give my thanks as well. What is this about? Right? Just Pearly Things has built a massive platform for herself. Over time, I've seen she's done street interviews. She does like a podcast interview where she's having interviews, like one-on-one discussions with people in her, I guess you say, in her studio, right? She's getting a lot of success from it. She's getting a lot of attention. A lot of people are using her content and they are making content off of her content. Like Kevin Samuels, like what people were doing with Kevin Samuels. You had Kevin Samuels was creating the food that people were using to eat off of, right? And so that's the difference. I feel like you have two different types of content creators. You have those who generate their own content with their own creativity and what they're doing, and then you have people who review the creative content that's produced by other people. Now, I remember Kevin Samuels used to talk a lot about it, that people were using his content and not giving him credit, and they were building massive channels off the back of his hard work. Some people were also saying that Kevin Samuels was stealing people's content. I would say not content, talking points, right? That's something that I hear a lot now on YouTube is like, hey, you're stealing so-and-so's talking points, or you're taking this, you're taking that. You guys, nothing's original. Everything's recreated, right? And I don't know if that's to be true about Kevin Samuels. And some people know for a fact, they're like, no, this is where he got it from. Okay, well, bless your heart, right? He took something someone else said, he put his own spin on it, he repackaged it, and he sold it. And people bought it, right? So now people are saying now Pearly Things is now taking someone's content, right? Or taking someone's talking points and she's regurgitating it. So now they're saying, right, like she's stolen Kevin Samuels' views on relationship. She's just basically reusing what he said, and now, essentially pandering to like men or black men, and now she's making money off of it. If that's the case, right? Honestly, all this stuff, when it comes to red pill relationship talking points and talking about all this stuff, to me, it's so redundant anyways. No one's really talking about solutions and then how to actually implement them. That's why the content within itself gets very boring and redundant, to a point to where it's the same thing. Men are bashing women, women are bashing men. Men are saying it's a woman's fault, women are saying it's the men's fault. It's this constant back and forth, and it's honestly, guys, it's draining. It's draining. I can't. I don't know about you, but I can't. It's hard for me to sit and listen to a lot of that stuff personally. But again, people are doing it because it is profitable, right? Again, shout out to Whittle21. So better half speaking. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. People are doing it because it's profitable, right? Like that's what the name of the game is. There's money to be made. Everyone's talking about what the problem is, and no one's talking about solutions, right? No one is talking about solutions, and then how to actually implement said solution. That's the issue. Again, everybody has a right to have an opinion, right? Everybody has a right to have an opinion. So, what are they saying now, right? Just Pearly Things, white woman. She comes out, she has her own channel, she builds her own channel. She gets a lot of support. I've seen her get a lot of support from the Black YouTube space. Men and black men have supported what she was saying, regardless of where she got the talking points from, regardless of whether or not you feel like she really truly believes what she's saying. She is putting on a show. She's entertaining people. She's providing content. She's making money. This is a business. That's what she's doing. She obviously is doing a great job. She has 1 million subscribers. Here I am. I start a channel to teach you guys how to properly navigate amongst, law enforcement, the criminal justice system, and y'all the people who need to be paying attention ain't really paying attention, right? We pick and choose what we want to invest our time, money, and energy into, right? Relationship talk is popular right now. It is. That's what people are paying to see and listen to. She has a good formula. It's working. All right. Now let's fast forward. People, when you build a channel and you're successful, people want to be a part of that growth. They want to ride behind it. You guys, that's what they did with Pearly Things. There's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with that. That's business. It's called business. When Kevin Samuels was coming up, he did the same thing. When his channel, when he had 100,000 subscribers, guess what? He was collaborating with other people who had large channels in order to grow his channel. And it's not even so much to grow, it's to get exposure, right? You want to get more eyes on your product. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Shout out to Dre Blanco, member of the channel as well. He says, donation to the Daily World Donut Fund. You better coin the phrase and get that merch out here. Facts, facts, facts. I am gonna have to have a merch day while I sit down and put some merch together. This is interesting though, because it's weird. It was all good just a week ago, right? Just a week ago, when I go on my timeline, I see Pearly Things with other content creators, and people are like supporting her. If you go down the comment section, thank you, Pearly, for saying these pernicious things about black men or men in general. I never really heard her specifically on the things that I've seen where she's just kind of like for black men. She's always talking about men in general, right? From what I have seen and heard. So again, I don't want to over quote something and then I get it wrong. But based on from what I've seen, I haven't seen all of her content. Again, she's from the UK, right? So with that being said, she decides to do an interview with a gentleman by the name of Nick Fuentes. According to her, and according to, well, not according to her, but according to what they say about Nick Fuentes, they're saying that he is a white supremacist. They're saying he's a white supremacist and that he says anti-Semitic things, and that he's a racist. Obviously, if you're a white supremacist, that I guess includes you as being a racist. So this is who she decided to bring onto her show to interview. I don't know why, right? I don't know. She has a show where she has her own channel. She could do what she wants with it. You guys, she's like she's an amateur journalist, right? So she wants to interview whoever she wants. So this is who she decided to interview, right? I don't know. So now that she had a conversation, she brought this gentleman up. They're having a conversation, and they're talking about a lot of things. And she makes some statements about Black people and about slavery. Now, she made these statements. After the statements were made, another content creator, I can't remember his name. I tried to watch his video. It was difficult to watch. I won't even play it on here. It was just difficult to watch. But people did a review of his video and the interview. He was just really loud, and he was kind of cutting things off. I just couldn't watch it all, right? No disrespect or anything to his content. I just had a hard time getting through it. So appreciate you, Dre. After that interview, people were calling and responding under the video and calling just Pearly Things. I don't even know what her real name is, but anyways, just Pearly Things, calling her a racist. And people were saying, hey, I knew she was a racist this whole time. She's a culture vulture, right? She doesn't like Black people. Man, I've seen so many. I was looking at someone's comment section under their video. They were saying she was a pervert and that she is manipulating Black people and that she is like a spy for white supremacy. Dude, you guys, listen, you know how I feel about these type of talks, because we as Black people are very good at throwing the word racism and racist around. We're very cavalier with that word, even when it there's no evidence to suggest that a person is. We'll use it anyway if we don't like what a white person says, or anybody that's not Black for that matter. We've gotten very, very, very cavalier with throwing that word around. I talk about it on this channel all the time. And in this situation, when I started hearing it pop up and hearing people talk about it, I was like, oh, wow, what? I just saw her the other day. People, Black folks and white, everybody was kumbaya together on the stream. They're having a conversation. I think, what's that lady's name? She makes red pill content, or she talks about relationship stuff. Her name is Melanie King. I think they're in the UK with MT. They're all having a good time, having conversation. So at what point in time did she become a racist, right? So she made some statements. Now people are saying she's a racist. I'm reading some comments. People are saying that they knew she was like this, and now there's this conversation spurring up about why are Black people allowing white people in Black spaces? If this is supposed to be a Black space, why are we allowing white people and women, right? And I've always said that if you guys have this thing called the manosphere, the man's whatever, then why would you allow women into the space, right? Like I've always said that. It's always been my approach to it. But anyways, so in this particular situation, a lot of people are upset, is what it seems like. A lot of content creators that I've seen so far that are talking about, some major content creators have expressed some concerns, and they're angry, and also saying that what she said was inappropriate, it was disrespectful, and a lot of different things. So that's what sparked me to want to look at it, because people were saying she was a racist. And then normally I don't get involved in red pill drama or manosphere drama. I just don't, because it doesn't really apply to me. But these type of topics I enjoy listening to, and I also enjoy having the conversation and really kind of hearing what's actually being said and say, okay, well, let's really dive into it. So I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I looked up the guy she was interviewing, and yeah, Google says, and I'm gonna tell you what Google says. I pulled it up, that he is a a white nationalist, white supremacist of this, or he's a white supremacist, racist. He doesn't believe the Holocaust happened, right? So there's these things he was a part of. January 6th, right? He was there at January 6th protesting, and a couple other things, right? So he has been associated with a lot of alt-right movements. He calls himself and considers himself to be an extremist, right? So yeah, so I mean, this is who she interviewed. All right, I'm gonna be honest with you. We're gonna play clips from that interview, and I'm gonna play it appropriately, right? Well, I'm really going to make sure you guys get the full statements. Um, um, listen to my moderators too here tonight. Please, you guys know how I operate my channel. I don't believe in censorship. This is a place where everybody's voice matters. The only thing that'll get you blocked on here is if you're posting stuff, spam in the chat, posting a lot of, I would say, hate speech, right? Anything that YouTube deems as inappropriate. If you're expressing your opinion's welcome here. All right. So mods, please, by all means, we do not censor. I was on I was listening to a content creator earlier today about this topic. Yo, her mods gave it away. Shout out to Crimson Cure. Her mods are in there yanking people out, tearing people out the chat like left and right. And I was kind of frustrated because I wanted to read what people's opinions were. Listen, I want to hear what you have to say. You know, I want to hear what you now. If you're talking trash, I'm gonna ask you to come up and defend your point, right? So my thing is, don't talk trash and be afraid to come up here and defend yourself, right? So mods, please, free speech over here. We don't censor, but we're not gonna allow you to put anything inappropriate in the chat. All right, so let's be clear on that. And my mods are good. My mods are good at doing that. They know I let it slide over here. I let it slide. I want to hear what you have to say. I don't censor. I don't block. I don't do that. You got to be just really off the chain for me to even consider that. So shout out to Daughter of Yah bringing the donut fund. Thank you so much. You guys know I'm all about the donut fund. I'm a Krispy Kreme hustler. Okay. So shout out to you, Daughter of Yah. Where are we? All right. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Listen, I love a good debate and I love intellectual conversation. What are my issues with what's going on right now is that I believe that some people had a knee-jerk reaction. I listened to I listened to 2 hours and 30 minutes of this interview. And I didn't have a chance to listen to the other 30 minutes. I got busy. I had to do some other stuff. But let me tell you about this interview. I thought this was, just first and foremost, let me just be clear. This was a great interview. I actually thought it was a great interview. I thought it was a great interview. It was some great questions that were being asked. I was actually very intrigued about the responses that Nick Fuentes gave. And there were some things that he said that I absolutely agreed with, you guys. And so I thought it was listen, I told people here on this channel that I would love to have a white supremacist come over here so I can interview them. I would love to interview a white supremacist. Not to say he's a white supremacist, right? But I'm just saying in general, I actually been trying to find a way to contact somebody in the KKK or something so I could bring them up on the channel, ask them questions. Would like to interview them. But anyways, the things that they were talking about, I thought they were spot on. It was very intriguing. It was an intriguing conversation. I enjoyed the conversation. And yeah, now there were things that he said that I didn't agree with. You guys, that's what it's about. She's interviewing somebody, right? You know, I think people have made it seem like, well, because you brought him up here and you're associating with him means that you accept his views. You guys, come on, we got to be adults, right? We got to be adults. When we look at things, try your best to be objective. just because you bring someone up for an interview doesn't mean that you share in their mindset, share in their ideology. If you have a channel and your channel is about interviewing, asking questions, then listen. All right. I think people really took this interview or some of the things that she said, blew it way out of proportion. Way out of proportion. And that's just me being honest, right? It's me being honest. Two things could exist at the same time. Someone could have an incorrect idea or understanding of a subject matter, and then someone could be a wicked, evil person, right? Those are two separate things, right? And I think because someone, meaning Pearly Things, did not express or articulate, or in my opinion, was not properly or didn't understand some of the things that she was saying. I want to say understand. I would say she wasn't educated enough in the subject matter. And that's a problem. When you're talking about things that require expert delicacy and understanding, and then also consideration and respect for the people that you are referring to. If you get it wrong, it's a bad look, period. And so that's to me what happened. Someone who was ignorant in what she was talking about. It was out of her wheelhouse, right? And I think that's kind of what ends up happening. People, I say it all the time on this channel. YouTube has created an environment where they allow anybody to just come up here and just talk about anything, and they have no type of credentials, they have no type of knowledge, or they don't have a respectable level of knowledge to be able to speak on the things that they're talking about. And unfortunately, someone said y'all give Pearl too many passes. No, not at all. All I can do is speak on what that interview resulted in. I see someone who, again, was unequipped and ignorant in what she was trying to convey. And that's what I saw, right? That's what I saw. If you don't know what you're talking about and you don't understand the context of the content, then don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. I had the same issue with another content creator where they were talking about criminal justice system, police issues, and things like that. And I called her out. Well, I didn't call her out, right? I was correcting some of the misinformation that she was putting out. And it turned to be a thing, right? It turned out to be a thing. And so again, if you specialize in makeup, hair, and nails, that's what you're good at, then don't come over here and talk to somebody about how to do surgery when that person's a doctor doing surgery, right? So again, it's like, you have to be able to, there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, that's not my strong suit. I do it all the time on this channel. Hey, I want to talk about this, I have my thoughts on this, but guess what? This is not my area of expertise, and I don't try to pretend like it is. And so I think that conversation was way too advanced because honestly, I could tell, I understood what she was trying to say in the midst of the conversation because I listened to the entire context of it. I watched the entire thing. So I understood the context of what was being said. And so that's what we're going to talk about. And again, I'm not going to speak I'm just saying what my interpretation of as to what was being said, if that makes sense. Coney gives a $5 super chat. He says, some of the content creators were just looking for excuses to cancel her. She is more successful than them and they are hating. She took over. She did take over that space. She commanded that space. She created her. I didn't even know she had 1 million subscribers, you guys. Last I checked, when I remember seeing some content about her, I think this was probably a couple months ago. Because I see shorts that she does. I've seen her other stuff like just kind of pass through. I see people reacting to her video. I've seen her content, but I never went to her channel. And it wasn't no disrespect to her or anything. I'm just not really into the that type of content. Like that's just not my thing. But I hear her debating. She debates pretty well from what I've seen. I've seen people react to some of her videos. Case boy, I seen TLA do a great reaction video when she was debating with Hafiz, and then TLA also was on I think Valuetainment with her or something like that, and they had a whole debate. So that's where I get a chance to see a lot of those things, and some of the things she made some great sense about. There are things that she says I don't agree with too, right? But that's true for anybody. But I didn't know. I never looked at her channel. I never knew how big her channel was, dude. She has 1 million subscribers. That's not easy, you know. Takes a lot of hard work. But I have seen a lot of male YouTubers really push her platform. So now you calling her racist. I don't know. Again, I'm just the type of person. I'm not quick to call somebody a racist. Like, let me hear what was said. Let me see what was going on. So yeah, we are going to have a great conversation tonight. We're going to have a great conversation tonight. So shout out to you, Coney. I think there's some truth to that. I think, from what I've been hearing, people have been galvanizing, banding together like Voltron to throw stones at her. And unfortunately, jealousy is a thing. That does happen. People can be envious of a person's channel. That can happen. What I've also been hearing is like, okay, well, this is a white woman talking about Black issues. I haven't heard her talk about Black issues. I've heard her talk about issues involving men. So again, we're turning around and saying, okay, well, we've invited her to a Black space and it was a setup, right? Like she infiltrated in to kind of do whatever, and here's my thing. I say it all the time. When I came into YouTube, what I've seen is I've seen men's spaces allow people in to have conversations, and you don't even know these people have avatars. You don't know what they look like. They start and build an entire channel. What is her name? Matter of fact, this chick is from the UK as well, right? Jessica X, you guys. I've said it before, right? She put a photo up of herself, and then she starts pandering to men, and guess what? She makes content about men, what men want to hear, you guys, and the men just eat it up over here, and they help build her channel. And I'm like, you guys don't even know what she looks like. For all you know, she could be a white woman from the UK, right? But you don't know. You don't know, do you? Right? So again, this is what I'm saying. So when you talk about, okay, manosphere, but you got women content creators coming in here. Listen, I'm just saying it just was odd, right? It was just odd to me. So I'm not downing Jessica X and what she does on her channel. Power to her. I have no issues with her or the content that she makes. I had a chance to have a conversation with her one time, and I asked her, I said, well, I would love to talk to you. You should come over my channel. We should have a conversation. But if we have a debate, you'd have to cam up, And she said, I'm not camming up. I don't cam up on YouTube, right? So she was very clear. And she still wanted to have a debate. I said, I don't debate unless you cam up. So there's nothing for us to talk about. So listen, I understand. I just thought that, if it's a man's space, let it be a man's space. But you have women in the space of men who are siphoning off of, or I guess you would say, taking advantage of that by, in some cases, what I've seen, placating to men, and they're making money off of it. Now, listen, it's none of my business, right? I'm not here to police people's channels, YouTube channels. Do what you want to do, right? But I've seen some content creators that have been very disingenuous, and that's all I'm saying. All right, very disingenuous. Again, at the end of the day, it's about money. This is a great question. Nathan, would you consider doing a collaboration with Destiny? That's another good point, right? I just learned about Destiny for the exact same reason I learned about Pearly Things. Black YouTubers were pushing Destiny's content because of what Destiny was saying, right? And so I've seen a couple videos with him, and I actually wanted to have a conversation with Destiny, but not about relationship stuff, but about policing. I wanted to get his views and perspective on policing and solutions. I like his debating style. And again, I like talking to intellects. And so I really enjoyed his discussion, because some of his views in reference to his combating, I called him what was I calling him? I think I was calling him the red pill assassin. I was calling Destiny the red pill assassin because he was just bodying some of the red pill guys and their talking points. Because again, it's a difference when you have a true understanding of something and you know it for yourself and you understand it, versus when you're taking what someone else has said and you're just repeating it. So what he's doing, he's bodying people who just repeat stuff, right? But when you have an understanding, when you have real life experience and you can speak to that, the conversation is totally different, you know? And so, yeah, I would love to have a conversation with Destiny, but it wouldn't be on our relationship stuff though, right? It's just really just picking his brain as far as what is his thoughts on this, what is his thoughts on that, and really getting having a great conversation. So yeah, if anybody knows how to get in contact with Destiny, yeah, please tell him, hit him up for me. I would love to have a conversation with him. I think that'll be dope. Definitely be dope. Coney again with the back-to-back. Thank you, brother, for this. He says she doesn't even talk about Black people, and they're saying she's a culture vulture. Make it make sense. Yeah, you know what? That's also what I wanted to touch on. I put a list of things that I've been hearing, that I've been picking up from people's conversations. People have their own opinion, right? People have their own opinion. I'm not here to bash anybody else's interpretation of what they watched or what they feel her to be. But we're going to talk about it over here, and I have a different opinion, right? Culture vulture. Let's do that, because that's on my list to talk about, right? Who else have they said is a culture vulture? Because we got to have this real conversation, Black people. We got to have it, because you guys have been a little bit off the chain, right? Culture vulture. Do you know what a culture vulture is? Because there's always the real word, and the word that Black people put together, right? A culture vulture is just a person who's obsessed with the arts, right? Like that's it. Like you are really into the arts, right? Like that's like arts is like the arts, right? But then there's also a version where when you talk about it from hip hop, rap, from an urban perspective, it means when you have someone who appropriates, right, another culture in order to make money off of them. I don't know what it is about us as Black people that we think we own everything, right? We have this idea that we own a name, we own a word, we own a hairstyle, we own the way we dress, we own this. You guys, being Black is amazing, right? We are trendsetters, we're creators, we're visionaries, inventors, we're very skilled, very talented, right? But other people are too, right? That's not something that's exclusive to being Black, but we do put our little sauce on everything, right? Like you got to imagine we put an extra little sauce, we make it our own. So what I'm saying is this: it's a beautiful thing when people admire your creativity. It's a beautiful thing when people say, "Oh, I wish I had lips like that, I had braids like that, hair like that, slick top, right? Or I had a body like this, a shape like that." That's a beautiful thing. I love that, the way they dance, the music they create, whatever. Okay, cool. Black folks, yeah, all right, that's what's up. But then it's like we get mad when someone wants to mimic it. You guys, that's a beautiful thing, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So this idea, people saying, well, they make money, they finesse Black folks. No, Black people allow themselves to be finessed, right? Like, let's stop making up stuff. You know, there's this sense of, I say it all the time. I say it all the time, right? We suffer from accountophobia. Black people are accounophobic, right? For whatever reason, a lot of us are accounophobic, and we suffer from it, where we just hate to be held accountable. Listen, the reality is this: we're trendsetters. People say, "Oh, we make music. Everybody wants." Okay, cool, yeah. And then people take it, they remix it, they do something with it, they want to be a part of it. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is we don't own it, right? The problem is we give it away. The problem is we're not unified. The problem is we're not on code, right? The problem is we don't support each other. So then when people come in, they like, oh, this is a great idea you guys created. I'm going to find a way to make money off of it. And then they do. And then we get mad. And then we sit there and then we support that they took something that you created and they repurpose it, they package it, and they sell it. And then you turn around and buy it from them. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? It's someone else's fault for taking a great idea that you created and then selling it like everybody else would do. You guys, it's called capitalism. You don't own an idea. You own what you own. And you have to put paper on it. Listen, just the other day I was looking, Jordan is trying to sell the Hornets, right? Probably one of the only black basketball team owners. He's ready to sell the team for it's like $7 billion. You guys, there's power in ownership. If you don't see value in owning and supporting and building and practicing group economics, that's not anybody else's business. And when they show up, come in your neighborhood, set up shop, and start making money off of you, you can't turn around and complain. So this whole culture vulture concept that we like to throw around, oh, they're culture vultures. They see something that we created or we established or we started that was good, and they participate in it because it's valuable and it makes money. We're mad because we didn't take ownership of it, build it for ourselves, and then charge them. No, why? You're mad. You got finesse. You guys, this is a hustle. Life's a hustle. Wake up. Wake up. You know, when I hear them talk about DJ Vlad, oh, he's a culture vulture. Then I see everybody he interviews are black. Then all the people who watch his channel is black. You guys, that's not a culture vulture. That's someone who... Does that make sense to anybody? DJ Vlad exists because black people support his channel. Right? Who's another one? I heard someone talk about Eminem was a culture vulture. Jesus Christ, you guys. Eminem's a culture vulture? You just undermine his talent? He's talented. He's talented. He'll go down in history as one of the greatest rappers. You think you own being a rapper? That being a rapper is black? Oh, it's a black thing. No one else can do it. What? See, and that's, again, I always say it, some of us sound worse than the racist people we complain about. Coney, shout out to you again with the back-to-back. He says, a lot of them thought they will take over Kevin Samuel's subs. Yes, that's very true. But she blew up because she has great content and has good sets. Success doesn't come easy. Listen, she blew up because she provides content that people want to see, and the quality's good. And she has good discussions. I've seen some of the discussions. It's entertaining. Granted, it's not my stuff. Listen, she don't have people on there arguing, yelling, screaming. Right? Arguing, yelling, and screaming. People are having some dialogue. They're being respectful. They're talking. They're enjoying the blah, 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 blah. Yes. And guess what? This and unfortunately, the passing of Kevin Samuels has created a power vacuum. Right? A power vacuum. And I was very disappointed how some people were carrying and conducting themselves. At the end of the day, I have to remind myself that people are making a lot of money off of YouTube. A lot of people are doing this. They want money. They want money. If they have to drag you, do whatever, use you, abuse you, they want money. It's almost like, listen, I've seen a few things. I ain't even seen a lot. I've seen enough to know that there are people who are not genuine in this space. They will change and follow the trend in order to make money. And on top of that, you have YouTube that's very selective as who they decide to push content out. If you're too controversial, or if you're saying things that's too empowering, right? So there's a method to this YouTube thing. I haven't really figured it out yet. Be honest, I just haven't. But Coney, I mean, you're right. And guess what? She won, obviously. She won. She won so far. So now it looks like I don't know. I've heard some people titling things saying she's the queen of the manosphere. I didn't understand where that came from. So I don't know too much about that. I put it on here, but that's I've seen that in some headlines. People saying she's the queen of the manosphere and things like that. The culture vulture thing was probably the biggest thing for me, to be honest, that I thought was a little bit off base. And again, you're blaming a white person for their success. And then you're saying that you own this particular genre. You own this hairstyle. You own, it's like, who cares? Like, I don't understand like the whole concept of culture vulturing. It's like, kind of, who cares? Right? Complaining or competing. Complaining or competing. Coney throwing it down tonight. Coney says the manosphere was started by white folks. I didn't know that. Yet they don't cry when black manosphere started. Can we channel our energy into something more meaningful? I say it all the time. Coney, you on point tonight, brother. You on point tonight. We, us as a people, we gotta stay in our lane. We gotta put up blinders and focus on building what we are building. Right? I always see there's a constant comparison and wanting to compare with what white people are doing and so forth and so on. And it's distracting and it prevents from the objective. People always say this is why we can't stay on code, right? There's always someone breaking stride. YouTube is not even created by black people. We can create our own social media platforms, but we're not going to use it. Right? En masse. We're not going to use it en masse because we want to follow after what someone else has already created. And then we want to complain how that creator enforces sometimes their unfair policies, right? Conversations about different ethnic, racial groups come up: white, Asian, Jews, Hispanics. Like, a lot of this conversation starts to unfold now. Like, people say, oh, we need to be like Asians. They won't let them do this, or the Jews won't let you do that, and this and that and the other. They'll cancel you, they'll censor you. Yeah, that's the same energy black folks need to come with. But in order to do that, you guys, you got to be on one accord. One band, one sound. You show up with us. It sounds like an orchestra from, right? Everybody's all over the place. And you can't get nothing done when you're all over the place. So those are my points. We're gonna pull up. I think there was maybe about 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 timestamps that we're gonna look at on here, and I'm gonna let you decide. You decide. I'm gonna give you my thoughts on it. Is Pearly Things a racist? Right? Is just Pearly Things a racist? You guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. Based on what I saw and if you're basing it off of this interview, no. I mean, what are you pointing out to suggest that she's a racist? You guys, it's far-fetched. Some of y'all are, when I say reaching, some of the stuff I heard on here, and I'm hearing what people's Ms. Loba said, what's your definition of a racist? That's actually a good question. Shout out to you. I don't know. You guys tell me. I'll tell them, come on. What is a racist? What is a racist? And point out to me what she said that makes her a racist. And then once we do that, right? Once we point that out, because that's important. First of all, what is a racist? And what does she say that makes her a racist? You get what I'm saying? Like, that's a big, you guys, I think sometimes we play around with the idea of these words and we think they don't have meaning. Like, we just kind of like, every time someone says something that you don't like and they're white, doesn't make them a racist, you guys. Come on. Like, we got to do better, right? That's actually a real word and actually really means something when you call somebody a racist. Now, you could say they said something that was inappropriate. You could say they said something that was ignorant. You could say that they said something that was insensitive. You could say they said something that was disrespectful. But when you call somebody a racist, you guys, that means something. That means something. That means something. All right. So, and for the sake of the matter, we go by the definition that's in the book, not the one that you made up, not the one that makes you feel better, or not the one that aligns with your flawed ideology of what racism is. All right. All right, let's dive into this. I wonder if I should do
it down. Before I start, do not forget to subscribe to the channel and ring that notification bell. That way you're going to be notified of my daily videos. Like the video on your way in and leave a comment and let me know what your thoughts are. All right,
so let me...
Today, I have a special guest, Nick Fuentes.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, great to be here.
All right. This isn't going to work. I'm going to have to pull it from YouTube so I can see the timestamps. 1 second, you guys. Yeah. 44. All right. We're going to start this conversation off at immigration. Because not only are we going to talk about what Pearly Things said, but again, I also told you guys that this was actually a very good conversation. It was a very good discussion. It was a very good interview. Now, when you're doing interviews, I'm listening because I'm trying to hear the content. I'm trying to hear the subject, what's being discussed. Just because it's a good interview doesn't mean I agree with a lot of things that he says or I agree with everything that he says. I'm just intrigued by the conversation. I think it's a great conversation and a good interview. That's what I'm saying. And I think as people who are intellects and people who like to hear different perspectives, I listen to the perspective and I'm like, okay, well, let me challenge what you have to say. Right. And so again, that's what I'm saying. It was a good interview. So let me go ahead and pull up. Let me remove this. Let me remove this. I'm going to pull it up from YouTube. All right. So we're going to start it here. We're going to start it off with and fair use, I guess I got to say that. So I'm going to start it off with this timestamp. We're talking about immigration. And this is important because, again, I'm going to play this so that we get the proper context of the conversation.
Would you give up the right to vote? And they often...
In other words, every foreign student that comes to America, he said he wanted to bring them in as an immigrant.
Okay.
And he said we could bring in 50 million immigrants in 10 years.
And you're not pro-immigration?
No. And that's not a conservative position, especially not 50 million people in 10 years.
Right.
Because America's got 300 million. So, you know, what is that? 1/6 of the population in 10 years. And
so why is that?
Why does he support that?
No, why are you against pro? Because in my head, see, I hire people from Africa, right?
Right.
Shout out Blessing.
Yeah.
And I just see like the work ethic of people that are like not from America, and they often work harder than the people that are from America. So in my head, it's like, wouldn't it help us economically if we had more, like if they had a certain like mindset in order to come?
All right. That was the first, right? This is how it all started. She made a statement. And this is her opinion. This is not a factual statement, what she made. What she said, well, she's saying that immigrants work harder than Americans. She said Americans. You guys, this is her opinion. Here's my philosophy when it comes to this stuff. When someone makes a point and you don't agree with it, then you argue the point that they made. You combat it intellectually. You debate that person. You challenge the point, right? What people are saying and what I've been seeing, because I've watched maybe 4 or 5 videos, content creators who made videos on this situation. They're saying that she's referring to Black people, right? She's referring to Black men or Black Americans is what they are insinuating. That's what this is. She said, immigrants work harder than Americans. That's all she said. But again, people are saying, no, she's talking about Black folks. So which again, that's false. Or you can interpret it the way you want to interpret, right? So this is where this whole thing starts to bubble, right? And then, but it does bubble over. I ain't gonna lie, it bubbles over. But we're gonna get there. So they're talking about immigrants. Nick is making a point about the impact of mass immigration into the United States, you guys. And the point that he makes in this in this interview is accurate. He makes an accurate interpretation of the problem of mass immigration to this country. Immigration without structure, immigration without boundaries, immigration without rules, yes, has a negative impact on any country. That's why countries don't allow it, right? The United States has its own agenda as to why they're doing what they're doing. For those who know, right? I'm not going to be able to kind of wise you up in this short amount of time. But he made some statements in regards to immigration that was spot on, right? And I will put the link in this video as you know, while it's still up, right? I will put the link so you can watch the entire interview for yourself and get your own view. But those who understand immigration policy, economics, then you will understand what he's saying. And again, so sometimes these conversations elude people because they don't know or they don't have enough knowledge to kind of understand what's being talked about. Neither here nor there. All right.
Here.
There is a lot of truth to that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll agree with you there. Particularly like Hispanics in America,
Mm-hmm.
very hard. The Africans too. I mean, because
Nigerian Americans I'm pretty sure they out earn white Americans.
They do. Their
Mm-hmm.
median income, this is old statistics,
Indian,
but it's like $80,000 a year.
Yeah.
They're, you know, Iranians, you know,
Mm-hmm.
all those immigrant groups, you know, they're very productive. And
it would make my job easier.
What did he say? He said it that Nigerians out earn white Americans. This is true, as well as Asian Americans out earn whites. They're the highest earning, even though they're the smallest group. But here's the thing: like he's admitting because you guys, this is factual information. This is true, right? And people argue about that all the time, you guys. A lot of this has to do with culture, right? Like that's just really what it is. Less about race and more about culture and work ethic. That's just what it is.
Here too, like because I'm thinking of me, you know, so I'm a woman, a selfish perspective.
Yes.
Like if immigration would be easier, it'd be easier to get some of my employees from England to the U.S.
Yeah, and you know, and there's economic arguments, and we could go there for a minute. I agree with you; they're very hardworking. The thing is about immigration, though. Mm-hmm. The only way to view it is that it benefits 2 groups economically, and that is the immigrants themselves, mm-hmm. because it's of course their ascendant. Mm-hmm. They're, you know, moving from Nicaragua to America, right. Like you're moving up in the world. It's also the firm owners, the capitalists, the people that own the businesses. Of course, what is the business's biggest cost? It's labor.
Correct.
And so a Nicaraguan or a Honduran or whatever will take less money, you know, mm-hmm. cheaper wages than an American, because a cheap wage in America is a higher wage than whatever they're earning in mm-hmm. Central America or Asia. So the immigrant benefits because they make more money, and the firm owner benefits because they get to lower their labor cost. The loser in that equation is the American worker, mm-hmm. because there's a competition for jobs. There's a labor market, mm-hmm. and in the same way that a consumer makes a decision about where to buy something from, employers have to compete for labor.
But wouldn't you say when you do that, there's less innovation overall as a country? Because like I'm thinking, so for I'm just thinking of it as like a business point of view, right? Mm-hmm. So my content team, like one of the ways we've grown so fast is because my content team can push out so much content because I hire people from Nigeria. And with the extra money we have to do that, I can invest in like a second part of the business. Like we're looking at managing YouTube channels for like big marketing companies. So then it's like a whole sector of the business is coming from the profit we made from one. Does that make sense? So then overall, it's like we have a bigger media company, and like in the end, I probably will hire more American.
What she's saying is that she outsources labor because it's cheaper. You guys, that's the American way. I don't, everybody does it, right? Everybody outsources. I mean, we won't say everybody, but that is a business practice in order to save money. Again, so this is what they're having a discussion about, economics and how immigration plays into economics and capitalism. You guys, this was a phenomenal discussion, right? Phenomenal. And so again, she makes a statement though, because we start getting into the territory of immigrants and how companies benefit from their labor.
And it's because there are different types of jobs that people from Nigeria would do versus an American.
Yeah, there's an argument there about economic growth.
I'm not like, I don't know all the stats and stuff when it comes to, I'm just thinking like in my life as an American, that would make my life easier.
No, and that's actually a very cogent point.
And then it's like, because then it's like the countries that do allow immigration, wouldn't they have an advantage over us where they could outcompete us in the long run?
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is, there's no question that bringing in immigrants grows the economy. Like that's not even a question. It grows the GDP. Of course it does. The question is though, for the people that are graduating college now in America, they're having to compete with, and it's impossible, having to compete with people that are brought over on an H-1B visa. And that's why I don't consider myself like a libertarian or like a capitalist, because while I do recognize just on a mechanical basis, like that is how things work. You're right. It grows the economy. What's happening now is that so many immigrants are pouring over, both low skill and high skill immigrants, that American workers are struggling to get jobs and are actually, the college educated Americans are underemployed. And so from the perspective
but it's also because it's mostly women graduating and they're getting these bullshit ass degrees.
I agree with that.
Like it's, you want me to feel bad because you can't get a job after you got a gender studies degree?
But even STEM majors, are underemployed. People with like, I know a guy from UCLA who has an engineering degree. That's a great school. That's a great degree. He's struggling to find a job. And there's a lot of people like this. And so we're putting young people in this situation where, you can't support a family on a single income with a high school diploma as an American. So you have to go to college to get an advanced degree. Well, college is super, super expensive. So you have to go into debt. Graduate from college, even with a good degree. Then
couldn't you go to a community college? And would you still say?
Again, there's.
Let me stop it here. This is factual. I mean, this is true. And I think, unfortunately, we all see what's happening in this country now. Nick's stance on immigration is about, not that he disagrees with it. He's saying that it's mass immigration is destroying the country's financial infrastructure, right? And that goes with any country, guys. I've traveled and I've been in a lot of countries. They don't just allow you to just come over into the country and start a life. Japan is a perfect example. If you're not coming over there with set skills, like they have a list. I think it's like 10 or 12 different things that you can actually get a visa for, a work visa. And each one of these skills are dedicated to the betterment of their country, right? You just can't come over there and just think you're going to just start working. A lot of places are like that. They just don't let you walk in their country and just start doing what you want to do. So again, there's a lot of truth to it. But again, this country has its own agenda. I believe that obviously this country could be way more amazing than it is if we didn't have so much corruption, greed inside this country within our leadership, right? That's the problem. The problem is people have their own self-interest in positions of power, and the citizens are suffering because of it. So this has nothing to do with it's poor policy, wicked leadership in this country, the reason why we're having the problems that we're having. So again, he makes solid points as it relates to this particular topic. So we're not going to hang too much on that. I want to get to the next one, which is coming up, and it's about him being a white supremacist, or him being, people calling him a white supremacist. He talks about where that comes from. He says that he's not a white supremacist. You guys, listen. What's interesting about this conversation is we live in a world where if they label you before you get a chance to speak your piece, you guys, you're walking with that label. Pearly asked a question. She asked some very good questions in this interview. And this right here is spot on. Let me see. Let me fast forward to 59. What's this? All right, this is good. This is a question about, is he a white supremacist? And he answers. Now, granted, listen, he could lie, right? Obviously, he could lie and whatever. I don't know him personally. Obviously, I don't know anything about him up until today is when I learned about who Nick Fuentes is. So I don't know anything about him. I don't know what he has said or anything like that. I am making my assessment based on this interview and what he said, right? So of course, I plan on doing a little bit more background into him, because I would love to have a conversation with him about some things as well. And of course, according to Google, they also, shout out to you, David. David also brought this up. I just saw this real quick. Said that he denied the Holocaust. Now you know. So and they bring that up in this conversation. Pearly asked him, "Are you a Holocaust denier?" And he said, right. But I'm gonna let you hear what he had to say about that. Again, this is him, right? He could lie about it later after. He might go somewhere else to do another stream and say something else. According to this interview, that's what I'm actually making my assessment off of, based on this interview that he did right now. So just being objective.
The people that are coming into America are changing America. They're, let's be real, they're not white. And it's not that I have something against non-white people, but America, for its entire history, was 90% white. And white people create a specific kind of country. When you bring in people that are not white, number one.
All right, let me stop him there. Because this is where his words, right, start to paint a picture of his ideology. You guys, he's flawed in his understanding, right? White people came to a country that was already inhabited by natives, right? So what he's speaking to is, what he needs to say, okay, after we colonized America and took it over and killed a bunch of people, right, wiped some people out and enslaved some people, okay, after we did that, we created America, right? So which is true. But what he's failing to realize is that, okay, but here's the problem with people who think like him too as well. They believe that might is right. Have you ever heard of that concept before? Might is right. Meaning that if I have the power to take something, then I have the power to claim something. So this is the ideology of some white people, that, okay, yeah, it wasn't our land, but then we took it. So now it's ours. You guys, unfortunately, that is the reality of life. That is the reality of the circle of life as it relates to humans, right? People are conquered, people are taken over, and then those people are conquered and they're taken over. That's history. That's how it goes, right? You can look at civilizations that have been conquered and taken over. All throughout history, we see that. Again, so in his ideology, in his mind, which is where he's getting this wild number from, 90% white. He is saying that he wants to preserve white culture, whatever that means, right? He wants to preserve white culture. But what he fails to realize is that, Nick, you yourself are an immigrant to this country. You're an immigrant too, sir. The same immigrants that you saying shouldn't be over here, sir, you and your family, right? Because what you guys don't know is Nick is mixed with Hispanic, he's Mexican, and I think Italian. I think either his mom's Italian and his dad is Mexican. That's why his last name is Fuentes, right? So again, if we really think about it, for those who know about the 13 colonies and how they came to the U.S., y'all are immigrants to this country. just like everybody else. This is an immigrant country, right? That's just what it is, you guys. That's the truth. So again, he's wrong, right? He's wrong. This is a country that you took over, right? But prior to you getting here, it was already inhabited. So rightfully so, you're not accurate. You're not accurate.
By the next century, America is going to be 10, 20% white. It's going to be a fundamentally different country because people are not interchangeable. And it's not to say that we don't like them.
White people are going extinct. And he's going to mention that later on. But what he's trying to say is we have to preserve our white genetic disposition, right? Because unfortunately, and he's going to talk about it in here, and he's right. I think they say by 2030, or 2035 or 2040 or something to that matter. The white race, or what we call Caucasian Americans, are on a decline because of low birth rates, and people not having children, and people are mixing, a lot of mixing, and he's going to talk about that. So just kind of give you some context.
It's not to say that they're inferior. It's not to say anything about them, but you can't take America that's 90% white in 1965 and it's going to be 80% non-white in 2100 and say that's the same place.
So that's why they call you a white supremacist.
That is why they say that.
Because you feel like by changing the entire demographic makeup of a country, it's going to completely change the country. The same way if in Poland they switched it out with Nigerians, it would be a completely different country.
Exactly.
So question, does his views make him a white supremacist? I'm curious. Based on what he said, does that make him a white supremacist? David said, yeah. David, what did he say specifically that makes him a white supremacist? Because from what I heard, no, that doesn't make him a white supremacist. Right? And I think this is the problem. Okay, let's replay it. White, there we go. There you go. What he is a white nationalist. He's not a white supremacist, you guys. He's not. These definitions matter. I'm gonna let you call in, David. Just hang tight. I'm gonna get through the 6 points, and then I'm gonna bring up people and let them speak their piece. But let's run it back. Let's listen to what he said. Mufasa said that dude hates you. I don't care who hates me. I'm not here to be loved by anybody. Either like me, like it doesn't matter, right? Like we're worrying about the wrong thing. We're not here to get people's love and affection, right? Like, I think that's Black people's problem. We want everybody to love us. Everybody's not obligated to love you. Grow up, right? Come on now. Let your family needs to love you. That's what you need to be concerned about.
Why? If you look into it, there's not great answers. More so like 9 months ago. Do you remember that? Well, you live here, but I remember in America, at every fast food restaurant, it would be, oh, we're now offering $15 an hour. We're now offering $3,000 stipend for school. We're now offering this. And that was because there were fewer workers. And so businesses had to compete for them. And how do they compete? They offer a higher wage, more benefits, that kind of thing. And so when there's a glut of labor, which is, and there are millions of people pouring in across the border, millions of people pouring in legally, then it's the other way around. And employees have to say, I'll take less benefits. I'll have to take less money. The more people you have, the lower the wages are going to be. And there's disputes about, the reason I said we could go into this is because, and I'm not trying to cop out here, I really do believe that they are bad for the economy, like lots of immigration. I don't think we should have no immigration. We should have net zero.
Well, it's pretty extreme to say it with a college degree, because they could get a degree in philosophy.
What do you mean?
Didn't Charlie Kirk say that there's a green card or something with the college degree? But it's like So he gets a degree in philosophy.
Yeah.
Now he's an American.
Right. Yeah. Sociology degree.
Blessing, you'll be signing up for the philosophy.
Yeah. We need that. We need more philosophers. So, but the real reason I'm against it is because the people that are coming into America are changing America. Let's be real, they're not white. And it's not that I have something against non-white people, but America for its entire history was 90% white, and white people create a specific kind of country. When you bring in people that are not white, number one, by the next century, America is going to be 10, 20% white. It's going to be a fundamentally different country because people are not interchangeable. And it's not to say that we don't like them. It's not to say that they're inferior. It's not to say anything about them. But you can't take America that's 90% white in 1965 and it's going to be 80% non-white in 2100 and say that's the same place. You know?
So that's why they call you a white supremacist.
That is why they say that.
Because you feel like by changing the entire demographic makeup of a country, it's going to completely change the country. The same way
But you guys, that's true. That's factual. If you bring in masses of different culture, different people into a country, it is going to fundamentally change the entire country, which is why other countries don't like to do it, because they want to maintain this what's it called? Homogeneous. I gotta look it up. But they want to maintain a sense of similarity, right? They want to maintain their custom. They want to maintain their culture. Here's the issue with white supremacy, right? People like to throw that word around because, again, I think people have the incorrect understanding of what a white supremacist is and what they stand for. Because he has a particular view, it's saying he doesn't want to change what he believes is America, right? However he grew up and thought how America is supposed to be. He has his own understanding and saying that I don't want the fabric of our country and what values or customs that we've already started. I don't want them to change. And the more we start integrating or bringing in massive amount of immigrants, it is going to fundamentally change the country. That is true. That's why other countries don't do it. You guys, so he's not making a statement out of superiority. He's not saying that white people are superior. That's why we want to keep it the way it is, or immigrants are inferior. No, he's not saying that, right? Again, what does white supremacist mean? It's an ideology. It's a mindset. It's a belief that you are superior, that your color, your skin is superior over others, right? So let's look up the definition for the sake of the conversation so that we can have a better understanding, because it just seems like people don't like what's being said and then automatically think that a person is a particular way. Who do y'all want to use? Y'all want to use Webster? What he is a we could argue like a white separatist or a white nationalist, I think is the more appropriate term. What is define white supremacist? Let's look this up. Here we go. Let's share this real quick. Let's pull this up. All right. All right. White supremacist, a person who believes that white people constitute a superior race or should dominate society, typical to the exclusion or determinant of other racial groups or ethnic groups. Supporting the belief that white people constitute a superior race and should therefore dominate society, typically to the exclusion or detriment of other racial and ethnic groups. All right. There we have it. Dominant. White people constitute as a superior race. Superior race. You guys, listen. Again, I think that because being, unfortunately, being what they call white and proud of being white, unfortunately, always lands under the conversation of being a racist. You know, when you have Hispanics who are like, I'm a proud Hispanic, I'm a proud Asian, I'm proud to be black, I'm pro-black. But if someone says they're pro-white, we automatically say that they are a racist, right? So again, a person is proud of their whiteness, right? The issue isn't they want to maintain the ideology of what they think is a perfect America to them. They believe that bringing immigrants in is too many immigrants into the country is going to change the culture of America, which is true. We already see it. It is happening, right? Whether you agree or disagree for why you feel that way, that's one thing, right? But to say that that's not true is another thing. You guys, to be completely honest, he's correct. He's correct. When I go to other countries, you guys, they don't want me. Hey, how long are you staying? When are you leaving? You guys, a lot of countries don't want influx of immigrants in their country. There's a reason for it. And when someone says, well, we're proud to be German, we're proud to be Turkish, we're proud to be Russian, we're proud to be Ukrainian, we're proud to be Jamaican, we're proud to be Chinese, we're proud to be Japanese, then you want to call them a racist because they don't want to mix with other cultures. They want to maintain their culture. That doesn't make them a racist, you guys. And so again, that's the whole point of the argument. That doesn't make you a racist because you want to keep a level of purity within your bloodline. You guys, everybody practices that ideology. That's not unique to white people. It's not. Perfect example. Perfect example. Coney, you dropping it tonight. He says Dr. Umar is a black supremacist. You guys, per your definition and understanding of what white supremacy is, then Dr. Umar Johnson can be considered a black supremacist. He talks about being pro-black. He says you can't be pro-black if you date outside your race as a black man. If you date anybody, any other woman, or you marry any other woman or have a child by any other woman who's not black, you are not pro-black. He says black men should not be mixing with other races. You guys, does that make Dr. Umar Johnson a racist? Does that make him a black supremacist? Listen, you have to, in order to satisfy this, you have to believe that other races are inferior. Inferior. No, I just don't want to mix. Right? So that's why it gets into a little wordplay, because then now you start talking about what is a white, let's see. Let's see, nationalists. It's like, listen, I don't hate I don't hate or think that my skin color is better than yours. I just don't want to mix my skin color with anybody else, right? I don't want to procreate with anyone that doesn't look like me because I want to preserve my race. You having that in I'll just say this, right? That doesn't make you a racist because you don't want to, that's why we get the language gets so tricky, right? Because here's the thing, people say stuff like, because you don't accept gays, lesbians, LGBT, whatever, that means you're homophobic, right? Do you get what I'm saying? Like you start using this tricky language now because you want to try to tell somebody to agree, or you try to get people to accept a false narrative. I'm anxious for you guys to come up. I promise you. David, I'm gonna bring you up. I promise. Once I clear through this, once I clear through this, I'm gonna bring you up and definitely want to get your thoughts on this. Because, and again, I'm going based off of what he said. He said, listen, I don't have an issue with immigration. I have an issue with like an overwhelming majority. Again, no structure, no control, no real immigration policy is changing this country. That's a fact. I've watched it happen, right? It's true. But then when I go to other countries, listen, their culture and customs is on lock. Now, if you want to have a discussion about whether or not the culture and customs of white America is not healthy or appropriate, right? Or you don't think that it fits a good narrative for the country, that's a different discussion, right? That's a totally different discussion. You don't like American culture, or you don't like white American culture, okay, then we can talk about that, right? But his position is very straightforward. His position is very straightforward, right? So again, David, I'm definitely going to bring you up because I want to know, I want you to be able to express your thoughts. But as Coney put on, I mean, he's absolutely correct. There's plenty of Black people who say the exact same thing, and they're not called Black supremacists. And they're not called racist. I've heard Asian people say it. Hey, we prefer to keep it amongst ourselves. I've heard Indian people say it. I've heard people who are from Pakistan say it. I have friends who are from Pakistan. And like, well, our culture says we're only supposed to mate within ourselves. Here in America, that's not, we're like a melting pot. Nobody really cares over here. But then you have white people who are saying, listen, some white people are saying they rather mix amongst themselves. And then you want to call them a racist for saying that. You guys, come on, right? Grow up. Are you offended? Now, it's one thing to say, listen, I'm offended that some white people don't want to mix. Listen, you hear people say it all the time about there are some Asians who don't want to mix. They might mix with some whites, right? They don't want to mix with Blacks, right? Like, why is that? Why are people so offended, right? Even as early in the Bible, they wouldn't mix with other tribes, right? So come on. I think if I'm not saying that what his perception of America, if it's right or wrong. I'm saying the statement that he made doesn't constitute him as being a white supremacist, right? I think some of us are arguing different things. You don't like what he said. You don't agree with what he said. I'm saying what he said doesn't make him a white supremacist, right? So I don't want us to confuse what I'm saying now. I don't have an issue debating him. I don't care about his ideology and how he thinks America is or how he feels. I'm saying based on what he said doesn't make him a white supremacist. Because I know plenty of Black people, Asian, Hispanic, Indian, who feel the exact same way. So you get what I'm saying? So then now we're like, so it's okay for Black people to say it, but white people can't say it. And see, when we start getting into that hypocrisy and we start contradicting, that's when we start looking silly. I know people from other countries that people visit all the time who say the exact same thing about immigrants. You guys, they don't like it. I was in France when Europe opened up the borders and was letting everybody through. They didn't like it, you guys. They didn't like it. In Europe, they did not like it. They don't like open borders. The majority of countries don't like that. They don't want immigrants. Why? Because when you come with a different culture, you change the environment and the customs, and people have to assimilate. They start mixing all over, and then what it once was is not there anymore. That's a fact. Whether you agree with the old ways or what was currently established and what it is now are two totally different things. Think about how much this country has to accommodate because of all the religions that have come to this country, right? People complain about it all the time. Oh, we used to say Merry Christmas. Now we got to say Happy Holidays. Why? Why? Where did that come from, you guys? Oh, we used to do this way, but now we got to do it this way. Why? This country has gotten so politically correct. Why? Come on. Like, again, I'm not saying his ideology is correct. I'm saying what he's saying doesn't make him a white supremacist. So, but again, let me get through this and then I'm letting y'all come up and we can go at it. I promise. Promise.
In Poland, they switched it out with Nigerians. It would be a completely different country.
Exactly. Yeah. How do you feel? Well, I don't want to get you in trouble, but I mean, did you think that makes me a white supremacist to say that?
No, that kind of makes sense, like what you're saying. Personally, I'm trying to get my Africans in America, so we're not gonna support that. Like, please make it easy for me to immigrate next year.
Well, I will say, hey, they are more industrious than American blacks.
Get blessing in.
He can stay.
Well, look at everyone but blessing and king. But no, I understand, because it would be the same even if we took race out of it and said Poland. Let's take Poland. Like, I lived in Germany and the UK. If you switched the UK with Germans, it would be a completely different place too. Because I lived in Germany for like 3 months when I was 18. So yeah, I mean, it would be less, like, I would say there's less cultural differences. It wouldn't be as extreme as, say, Poland and Nigeria, but it would still be really different.
Right, because it's degrees. And people's rebuttal to that is always, they're like, well, American Southerners are different than New Yorkers. And it's like, yeah, but Southerners and New Yorkers are more similar than either of them are to people from Asia, because it's about proximity. Regardless, when you bring over a completely foreign population, they use a different alphabet, they use a different language, a different religion, different culture, different body language, sense of humor. It's just not going to be the same place. And it gets to this fundamental idea, and this is maybe this is another reason why I say I'm a true right-wing person, not a liberal, is because I don't think people are interchangeable. I don't think that Germans and Italians are interchangeable. They're not. They're different. They look different. They have a different temperament. Even if an Italian was adopted by a German, they would still be different. They would still act differently than the other Germans, even if they spoke with a perfect German accent and everything, because there is something that's biological about how we all are. There is something genetically determined that goes beyond our height, weight, and why wouldn't it? I mean, like I could tell you were Irish because your hair is lighter. That's like a genetic trait. Why would it stop there? We look like our parents genetically. Why wouldn't we act like our parents? Why wouldn't we,
This is a point. Shout out to you, Dre. Dre with the $10 super chat. He says Coney is kin to the Dropping Gems Jenkins clan. He is on it tonight. He's on it. So yeah, Coney is on it. He's making some very strong points, and very timely points as well. Shout out to you, Dre, for pointing it out. Absolutely, and thank you so much for this. This is one thing I want to point out. Another thing is with Nick's perception, his perception, and this is where it gets dangerous for people who think like him and have this ideology. He's now talking about biology, right? He's now talking about biology, and what he just said was a flawed and inaccurate understanding, because he's pointing out these physical traits on Pearly, saying I could see your Irish roots, like people's behaviors are based on their I guess you say their racial makeup. And when you start playing into that, right? When you start playing into that mindset, you then start to contribute other behaviors and say this is because of your race, right? That's when it becomes a slippery slope, and it's a very ignorant way to think and identify people. And so again, this is pointing out some things that I would challenge if I was talking to them and having a conversation with them. But again, you challenge a person's points. You have a debate. You have a discussion. There's nothing wrong with a person having an opinion. That's the whole purpose of having a discussion, right? Having a debate. But anyways, that was something I picked up from him. I could see how someone can take that, and if you have a very I would say naive mindset, then you're going to start incorporating things the wrong way. You're going to start interpreting things the wrong way. But again, that's why you educate folks, right? And you have those conversations. But let's see. So I like this. comment. He said, no, he said they totally are. It's about 70-30% nature versus nurture. I mean, I believe there's balance there. But I think where Nick gets it wrong is that what tends to happen is people tend to use that as a way to make judgments of people, and they're not accurate, because you start grouping people and so, okay, well, your family's Irish. Well, I know Irish people act like this, so that can be expected from you. I know your family. Oh, you're Jamaican. Oh, you're this. You're Italian. Okay, and that's when I think things get a little can get a little dicey, right? Let's fast forward to this point. Oh, okay, we're getting there. This was another point that was made in reference to time, right? Black people in time.
It's all these commonalities that have nothing to do with how he was raised. So I really agree with you. There has to
people create a different kind of society based on their behaviors. And the point is, and that's really a repudiation of liberalism, which says that we're all a blank slate, that we're all the same.
Right. Well, like Germans, we're better engineers. All my brothers are engineers. And there's something biological with men and women too, because again, there's 10 kids, and we have 5 girls, 5 boys, and it's like all my brothers are engineers. I'm a YouTuber.
Yeah.
I was like, STEM, no. They all said I was crazy. Who's laughing now? Who's laughing now? Austin.
Well, but you're very industrious.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that would like to be a YouTuber because they'd like people to care about their opinions and like what they ate for lunch and, things about my life that just make sense or whatever. But how many people could make a company and deal with the things you deal with, like recruiting and, because I mean, not on the same scale as you, but I do things and it's tough. It's a business. It's fun in front of the camera, but behind the scenes, it's a business. And that is a German attribute, to be industrious. I'm Italian. The only times I'm on time for things is when I get the time wrong, when I think I'm supposed to be there way earlier than I'm actually supposed to be there. Because I thought I was supposed to be here at 3.
Oh, really?
That's why I texted you. I texted you, I'm on my way, because I thought I was already 10 minutes late when I was leaving.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Blessing was more late African.
Well, he's black.
Yeah.
I'm giving you a hard time. I don't mean
All right. That's the second one. People are pointing this out, right? He made a joke. Pearly Things made a joke about her. I think he's a producer, if I'm not mistaken. His name is forgot his name just that quickly. But she makes a joke. She points out and says that her friend that's there present in the room, he's one of the producers, he's the camera guy. I don't know. But anyways, she points it out. Blessings. His name is Blessings. Thanks, Gail. And she says that he's late. Right? He's late. He has an issue with time, right? But this started off where Nick brought up the issue with him being late. He's like, I'm not a punctual person at all. I'm Italian. I'm not a punctual person. So they're talking about time. Then Pearly Things volunteers and essentially throws Blessing under the bus and said, oh, he's late too. He's, and then Nick responds and said, well, he's black, right? He's black. You guys, so people heard this and they're like, oh my God, and they're laughing. This banter that they had, the back and forth, has made people real uncomfortable. I was reading a lot of stuff. People are like, oh, she's racist. That right there, she's racist. Right? That's a racist statement. She's racist, she's racist, she's racist. From what I was told and from what I heard was that her and Blessings, who's from Africa. He's Nigerian. They are best friends. They are really close friends, right? They have a guest here that they're interviewing who has been labeled as a white supremacist and an extremist and so forth and so on. And they're having a joke, and they make a racial joke. You guys, it's a joke. They're talking about CP time. We all joke about CP time, colored people time. This is not nothing new, right? Is it possible people have overreacted about the joke? You guys, yes. In my personal opinion, I didn't think there was anything. You guys, it's a joke. It's just a joke. You know, we do it all the time, right? We joke about stereotypes all the time with people. Hell, we listen to comedians do it all the time. We talk about all cancel culture. You guys, everybody's so sensitive. You guys, come on, it was a joke. And you know what happened? One thing I will say about this that I've seen so far, the person who originally put this out, I can't remember his name, his channel, but he takes the context away. Now, if you think it's an inappropriate joke, bless your heart, right? I'm not mad at you for thinking that. Everybody's going to look at it their own way. All I'm saying is it's a damn joke, y'all. It's a joke, okay? It's a joke. If you're judging, if you're saying she's a racist because of this joke, right? But let's play it back real quick. Again, I'm not knocking anybody who thinks it's a joke. I thought it was funny, right? I thought it was funny. But again, people don't feel comfortable hearing a joke from someone who's been labeled as a white supremacist. I get it. I get it. For Pearly Things, should she have joked about it? Whatever. You guys, it's her channel. It's her channel. I have seen the most craziest things on YouTube that nobody ever calls out. I've heard Black women talk about you need to delete Black babies. And I haven't seen people take a war pitchfork or nothing to try to get that woman's channel taken down. I just haven't, you guys. I've heard people say the craziest, most wildest, inappropriate things, and people don't make an uproar about it. Again, this is a joke between a friend and then a guest. But let's play it again, and then I want you to hear something that's very interesting after the joke that no one talks about. But I'm gonna talk about it.
I'm on time for things. People create a different kind of society based on their behaviors. And the point is, and that's really a repudiation of liberalism, which says that we're all a blank slate, that we're all the same.
Right. Well, like Germans, we're better engineers. All my brothers are engineers. And there's something biological with men and women, too, because, again, there's 10 kids, and we have 5 girls, 5 boys. And it's like all my brothers are engineers. I'm a YouTuber.
Yeah.
I was like, STEM, no. They all said I was crazy. Who's laughing now? Who's laughing now? Austin.
Well, but you're very industrious.
Yeah.
You know, there are a lot of people that would like to be a YouTuber.
Thing was more like, no, he's really offended. No, thing was more like, really?
I'm on time for things is when I get the time wrong, when I think I'm supposed to be there way earlier than I'm actually supposed to be there. Because I thought I was supposed to be here at 3.
Oh, really?
That's why I texted you. I texted you, I'm on my way, because I thought I was already 10 minutes late when I was leaving.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Blessing was more late African.
Well, he's Black.
Yeah.
First of all, the laughing is just kind of cringy, but they're like, ha, right? But anyways, that's what he said. He's like, well, he's Black, right? He's late. He's Black. He gets a pass. We all know Black people are on colored people time. Ha, right? So it's a joke. What does he say afterwards? What does he say afterwards? Listen to what he says.
I'm giving you a hard time. I don't mean
No, he's really offended.
I'm giving you a hard time. You guys, it was a joke. It was a joke. If we're gonna say white people can't make jokes, then say white people can't make jokes about Black people. right? Say that. She said Germans are better. She didn't say that. That's what I'm saying. I think people hear what they want to hear. You know, this reminds me of a conversation I had with someone about Donald Trump. Someone was saying that Donald Trump, he's a racist. He's a racist. He's a racist. I said, well, what did he say that was racist? Like, what did he say that you? So someone said, oh, well, he said the Chinese virus, right? We're talking about this is the heart of COVID. Oh, the Chinese virus. And I was like, I said, did the virus come from China? Yeah, but he shouldn't have said that. It's insensitive to say. I said, have you ever said West Nile virus? Yeah. Okay, where's the West Nile? In Africa. You get what I'm saying, you guys? Oh, the Spanish flu. The Spanish flu. What am I talking about? The hypocrisy. Yeah, she said they're better engineers. Yeah, she did say that. You know what this says to me though is I don't hear that and take offense to that, right? What are black people better at? In the chat, someone tell me what black people are better at than anybody else. Have you ever said black people are better at this than other racial groups? See, this is what I'm talking about, you guys. You're so sensitive. It's like no one else can monopolize pride but black people. You sound silly. Germans are really good engineers, you guys. Tell me something black people say that white people are not good at, or that black people are better than other people at. Please, come on. Come on, be honest. Art, music, sports, be honest. What do black people say that they are better at than anybody else? He said, I'm dangerous. I am dangerous because I speak the truth. Dancing, cooking. Yeah, I over the years, I hear people I hear black people sound more racist, you guys. Look what else somebody else said. Dancing, singing, sports. You guys are just calling her a culture vulture. Black people want to take ownership. Oh, we made music. We created jazz. No one else, everybody's copying us. We're the best at this. We're the best rappers. We're the best dancers. We're the best design. No one's better than us at this. We're better at sex. White man can't jump. Don't eat a potato salad. Black men are better at sex than white men. Black men have longer penises than white. Man, come on, y'all. Like, this is what I'm saying. If you want to come over here and have a conversation with me, you better come correct. He's about to watch Loki videos. Go ahead, David, watch Loki videos. What do black people say they're better at than other people? You guys, we say a lot of stuff. See, that's what I'm saying. You know, you guys, you get mad when white people do the things that you do or say the things that you say and think that you have ownership over it. You think because we're black, we own pride? We're the only ones allowed to be proud about what we do and what we accomplish? You guys, during World War, listen, Germany was building some stuff. Again, yes, they had some scientists. They had some brainiacs over there. Yes, Germans are known for being amazing engineers. That's a fact. What Black people known for? What did she say? Wasting money. What Black people good at? Consuming. We consume better than anybody else in this country. We are the number one consumers. You definitely say that. You guys, we are trendsetters. We're good at a lot of stuff. We are good and talented in a lot of things that nobody can touch us in. No one can touch us in. That's a fact. That's why people come out here and finesse us out of our money. We're cash cows, you guys. No one does it quite like Black folks. That's a fact. So somebody says we're better engineers and y'all lose it. Y'all lose it, man. Come on. Come on. What do I say? Grow up. Some of you guys can't handle these conversations. Bless your heart. But if you come over here, I'm telling you, we're going to have a real conversation. If you can't handle it, you can't swim, I'm going to drag you out in the deep end and I'll drown you. Some of y'all are so used to having surface level conversation. Some of y'all are so used to just be mad on the surface. And as soon as we start critically thinking, you struggle and you panic. Some of y'all suffer from the inability to critically think. And that's why you're upset about this interview. For the 5 seconds you may have heard. Right? Now, I'm not saying she didn't say things that were wrong or inaccurate. We ain't even get to that part yet. We ain't get there yet. But people are like, oh, she said they're better. Oh, better engineers. Yeah. Do your research. German engineers are on point, you guys. You've seen the things they built during the war, you would be like, oh, okay. Historical data will tell you that. That's facts. They have some great engineers. That's why they're out there building all type of crazy weapons of war, right? I don't know. They got some brainiacs over there. If you know, you know. I'm gonna skip that. Let's go to this point with slavery and the Holocaust. So he talks about Pearly Things ask him a question about, hey, people say that you are a Holocaust denier. I've never heard of that before, that term. And and basically from what I get of it, I didn't really look it up, but based on the conversation, it means that someone who believes the Holocaust isn't real. And so Pearly Things is saying, hey, why do they call you this? Why do they call you this? And he explains his position. You guys, he is just given a platform to speak his truth or what he believes is true. Look at this. For somebody who knows, thank you. For someone who knows history and understood what was going on, right? The Germans were pushing out some crazy equipment. They had some brainiacs over there. They had some brainiacs. So I'm gonna fast forward to this conversation because this is where she starts talking about one of the main things that people are criticizing in reference to her views on racism. And the main thing that really people are just kind of like up in arms about, which I understand why people are upset. Let me make sure I get the timestamp right. Let me see. Technology, conservative, hate speech, capital event, ban, free, Holocaust and slavery. All right. Yeah. This is it. This is a very, again, one thing I will say this about Nick. Nick contradicts himself a couple times in this interview. And one thing specifically he said that I picked up, he said, listen, we're talking about the Holocaust or whatever. He's like, I'm not an expert on it. I don't know a lot about it. And then he proceeds to talk about things that only an expert would know about. So he's having a conversation and he's putting his personal feelings and opinion and assumptions into this conversation, which are inaccurate. But they're his personal opinions, and his opinions are meant to be challenged. And so he says some things about the Holocaust that he's expressing his personal views on it. But he's saying, I'm not a denier. I do believe it happened. I don't believe it happened the way they're saying it. And that's his personal opinion, you guys. And so again, that's what this conversation picks up on. And then from there, Pearly Things transitions the conversation and starts bringing up slavery, and she starts talking about the context of how harsh slavery is. And she's going to make a statement after talking about Roots, the movie, right? She makes a statement, but she's making a point. And so we're going to start here so you guys can hear the entire context of what was said. And then I'm going to explain to you what I got from it. And then I'll let you decide what you got from it. And then I'm going to bring y'all up. Right? I'm going to bring y'all up. And so then I'm going to get your thoughts on it, because there's some other stuff on here, but it's not really relative. It was just a great conversation. So I time-stamped it. I thought it was good to talk about, but we're going to get right to it, because I know some people itching to come up and have a conversation.
Yeah. If you're in an internment camp, it's wrong, but it's not a genocide.
My point is, though, you're right.
So because what you're describing, it still sounds like a genocide.
Okay. But the thing is, I don't think it was a genocide.
I'm going to Google the definition of a genocide. Do you know what the definition is?
It's when you try to kill off a whole people.
Oh, okay. But so you're saying it's not a genocide because they weren't trying to kill off a whole people?
Yeah, I don't think that there was ever a decision made like we're going to try and kill every Jewish person in Europe. I don't think that was.
So then why'd they take?
So that's his assumption. That's an assumption, and I don't know where he's rooting that in, right? And this is where people are saying he makes anti-Semitic statements, because what he's saying is basically what he's saying in a nutshell, from what I've listened to from the entirety, but I just want to give you guys context into where his mentality is. He believes that Jewish people have embellished the Holocaust, and they have basically added some additional things or into the story. They embellished pieces of the story to make it sound a lot harsher than it was. So that's his position on it. He's saying that the things that he did based on his basic low-level research, right? Because at the end of the day, he said he's not an expert on it. He's saying, I don't understand how they came up with these numbers. I don't understand how he came up with these torture methods. And I don't believe that was their intent to commit genocide. Regardless of what he believes or what he thinks is true, the actions of what took place in the Holocaust are exactly what happened, right? And they were being killed in mass numbers in very barbaric and sick ways, period. That's just what it is. His personal opinion is just his personal opinion. His personal opinion is not backed and supported by accurate historical events, right? So again, you as a person can have an opinion, right? But then if you're challenging it, then come with the facts. Come with the facts. And so that's really all it is at the end of the day. So let's see so that's kind of the context of how they got into this conversation, because she is asking questions about his belief system or not belief, but why they are calling him a Holocaust denier. He's saying, I don't deny it happened. I believe that there's certain things that happened that didn't take place.
Like the Jews.
Well, they took Jews, gypsies, homosexuals, the disabled. They took some Catholics. They took a lot of Polish people, because Jews were considered to be enemies of the Nazi regime.
Oh, okay.
So, and a lot of them were put in concentration camps and treated horribly. And I think they did towards the end of the war, specifically not authorized by Hitler, but there were fanatics that I'm sure were just executing Jews, and they were executing a lot of people. And it's not whataboutism or to minimize it, but what goes on is like this, ceaseless Holocaust Remembrance Day stuff. Mm-hmm. Remember the 6 million. Mm-hmm. And it's like, I'm not saying, you could even, I don't really even have a problem with calling it a genocide, actually. Mm-hmm. You can call it that, but it's not the first and won't be the last genocide in the history of planet Earth. Mm-hmm. And again, it's not to say it's not wrong or bad or horrible, but it's elevated to this level where we're kind of like basing our society around it in a way.
Okay, so it's kind of, you know what this reminds me of?
What?
The way they put American slavery as above all different types of slavery,
Yeah.
almost. Where, because I read Sowell, so he talks about, oh God, this is gonna be.
All right, that's the first. That's the first one. That's the first one, right? She says that this reminds her of, again, she is about to make statements, and the statements she's about to make are coming from someone who is ignorant in the understanding, right, of the historical context of slavery. But what she is saying is, which, again, I believe, my understanding, she's making a statement from the perspective of, or her perception is, from what she's heard, is that people are saying that, okay, slavery is here in America, and then the people are acting like slavery didn't happen other places, right? And where she's missing because of her ignorance in the subject matter is that what people are saying is chattel slavery is unique in America, and it was horrific, it was barbaric, it was sick, it was evil, right? This is not the same slavery that has been existing in other places over time. This is chattel slavery. There's a difference. And again, she's speaking from a place of lack of severe knowledge on the subject matter. But that ignorance does not make her a racist, you guys. It just doesn't. It means she's not knowledgeable. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's operating outside of her wheelhouse. You guys, it's just that simple. It's just that simple. Someone said, you're showing her grace. What grace am I showing? I just said she's ignorant to the subject matter. There's no grace, you guys. But at the same time, I understand what she was saying. See, the difference is I can listen. I can listen to understand. I understand what she was saying. And this is where, when you're having a conversation with someone, then you correct them during the conversation. Hey, well, technically, you're correct, but you're not accurate, right? She's right. Slavery existed everywhere, you guys. That's a fact. But chattel slavery is what she's missing, right? That's the piece that she's not incorporating into this statement. So this lack of understanding, this lack of knowledge is showing in the conversation. Again, I listen to understand. I want to understand what she's trying to say. And then you correct the person, you guys. It's not that serious. She got it confused. She got it wrong, and she's operating with a flawed understanding. That's not showing her grace. That's just the truth. Right? That's just the truth. She's getting ready to quote Thomas Sowell. People think just because you read a book about someone else's research makes you knowledgeable on the topic, right? You guys, this is not her wheelhouse. I'm not giving her any grace, but she's a young white woman who doesn't know about the true, I guess you would say, intricacies of slavery, right? She just doesn't. So she's about to quote someone from a book. And again, you guys, that's just because you read a book doesn't mean you're knowledgeable in the subject matter. If you don't understand what you're reading, then what you're reading doesn't really matter. So I understand what she was saying, but again,
genocide in the history of planet
how slavery was a global institution, and the word slave actually
level where we're kind of like basing our society around it in a way.
Okay, so it's kind of, you know what this reminds me
and
of?
Before I get into that, obviously Nick's perception of the Holocaust is rooted in entitlement ignorance within itself. He's saying that basically in so many ways, we're constantly talking about the Holocaust as if it's impeding on his personal life and how he lives his life, right? In so many ways, that's kind of what I got from it. He's like, oh, they keep talking about it, and it's like all of a sudden now it's interfering with, unfortunately, people who have a very Eurocentric mindset. They believe that anything outside of what they want to learn or what they want to pay attention to is kind of like inconvenience. In so many ways, he's saying the fact that I have to keep hearing about the Holocaust and how bad it was, it's an inconvenience on my life, personal, treading on my personal time and whatever. I don't want to hear about it. What I've gotten from him in this interview is that he's racially insensitive as hell. He doesn't care. But unfortunately, a lot of people who are very right, extreme right thinking people are very selfish people. They're very about self, right? A lot of things they talk about is borderline selfish, and they're not really considerate about how other people feel. That's just how they are. Some people are just like that, you guys. I personally don't care as long as it doesn't interfere with my day-to-day life and what I'm doing. You can't control how people feel about other people, right? What are you going to do? Go beat them up, right? So again, that I thought that was a very interesting statement that he made. But again, if he's sitting in front of me, I'm having this conversation with him, I'm going to ask him. I'm like, well, that's a very selfish and ignorant thing to say. You don't think that this, and this, and we'll have a whole conversation about it. But here's Pearly Things saying this again, and then she's going to cite Thomas Sowell and where she read and what she's referring to, and she's going to give her statement.
The way they put American slavery as above all different types of slavery, almost, where, because I read Sowell, so he talks about, oh God, this is going to get me in trouble, how slavery was a global institution, and the word slave actually came from Slavic, which is white, and they don't talk about that slavery wasn't about race. So you're saying it wasn't, that the Jewish genocide wasn't about race, it was just about...
Well, it was a little bit about race.
Okay, then
what I'm saying is that
then how is it not a genocide?
Well, that's not my contention. My contention is,
I asked you if you thought it was a genocide.
I thought you said, do you believe it happened, or if it was a genocide?
Okay.
Well, I said I don't know, because I don't know if it was really. I'm not like a Holocaust expert. I don't know that it was like.
I thought you were a Holocaust denier.
I'm a revisionist. Okay, we prefer the term revisionist, but no. But the thing is about it is, and this is what Ye was getting at too. Why is it that this is the fundamental point? Okay, because it's not even really about the history. It's about, why is this trauma elevated above everything else? Why is it that we all have to care about the Holocaust that happened 80 years ago in Poland? You know, why does that matter for me? Why do we have to have a Holocaust history museum on every block? You know, and when Ye said, look, the Jewish media is bullying me, what did they say? The Holocaust. This is just like the Holocaust. It's like, no, it isn't. You know, we're criticizing a very standard thing that goes on in powerful industries.
And they use the word anti-Semitic so they don't have to argue with it.
Yeah.
Well, what are your thoughts? You guys, there's truth to that last statement, right? His personal view on, oh, I feel like they elevate this trauma over all trauma. That's an opinion, right? That's an opinion. That's his personal opinion. I don't feel like that at all, right? But to each his own. One thing that he did say, and what they are talking about that is a problem, is when you are not allowed to criticize people without suffering some type of censorship, backlash, or being canceled. That is a fact. That is a big problem that's taken place in this country. And that just is what it is. And if you do try to criticize, they will put a label on you. Right? They'll put a label. They will call you anti-Semitic if you try to challenge someone else's views, challenge someone else's political stance or whatever. If you challenge a group, Jewish people on certain things, they don't like what you're saying. They call you anti-Semitic. Like, hold on, I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm just asking a question, right? It's the same thing black people do when you say something that they don't like. You're racist. Be like, hold on, I'm just saying, why do you all do this? Or why is this? Or this is my observation. Oh, you're a racist. No, I'm not. I'm pointing something out. I'm making an educated statement, and you're calling me a racist because I said that. You guys, it's shaming language. It is a tactic used to shut people up. It's the same tactic that Black Lives Matter was doing. If you had an issue with the organization, right? They said, oh, that means you don't like black people. Like, what? No, I'm saying you guys are stealing money. Oh, you're just a racist. What? What? I'm confused. You guys, it's called control, right? It's called gaslighting, manipulating. They do it all the time. They do it all the time. During here in Georgia, there was an incident that was taking place with the governor, and it was in reference to voting. And he made some changes to the law. And you know what some people were coming out saying? Oh, this is Jim Crow 2.0. What? What? Oh, this is slavery. Oh, you know what the NAACP was saying? Oh, they want to do this. They want to listen. When the governor of Florida was addressing AP African Studies and said, hey, there's a gay agenda that they seem to be pushing into this curriculum. We think it's inappropriate. Oh, the governor of Florida wants to erase African history. They don't want the people of Florida to learn about Black history. They're like, what? What are you talking about? Everybody goes to these extreme statements in order to invoke an emotional response out of people in order to control the narrative. They do it all the time, you guys. It's a sick technique. It's a sick technique. Because you start ignoring what a person is saying, and then you start believing what another person is telling you. Hey, no, I'm just saying that I found some things in the curriculum that is, in my opinion, indoctrinating kids on homosexuality and blah. What does this have to do with Black history? Right? That's what I'm trying to tell you. And you know what you say? Now you label me as a racist. He doesn't want you to learn anything. This reminds me of back in slavery times where they didn't want us to learn about, right? They didn't want us to be educated. These are the statements. These are the statements that are being made. Again, you don't have to like the person. I'm just telling you what the facts are. How people can use a narrative to control another one. People were speaking out against Black Lives Matter, right? Before people say, hey, you guys, listen, they're stealing money. They're doing this. They're not who they say they are. Oh, you're a racist. You don't like Black people. You guys, what? Oh, white lives matter. Oh, you're a racist and a white supremacist. You're a sellout. You guys, this is how easily manipulated a lot of us are. How easy we are to be influenced through our emotions. We don't think. This is what they're talking about. This is what they are talking about in this conversation. And it went over a lot of people's heads. Why? Because people are so quick to just listen to things that triggered them. and listen, and BLM took off with the money. The biggest Ponzi scheme, the biggest finesse in the Black community. Right? Come on, you guys. Listen to what's being said. Listen to what's being said. And I think what's happening is you don't have to agree with the person. I'm not saying that. I'm saying listen. Listen to what's being said. I'm not saying you have to like anybody on this panel. We're not here to like anybody. I'm saying listen to what they're saying. Listen to the conversation. Pull out what's being said. Understand the context of what's being discussed. Stop being so easily offended because you got triggered on something and you misunderstood the context of the conversation. That's all I'm saying. Right? What he's talking about, the same thing Kanye talked about. He says, you cannot criticize a certain group of people. I try to call them out and criticize, and they blackballed me. They cut my finances off. They did this, they did that. You guys, listen. You heard what happened. You saw what happened with Nick Cannon. Then who else was it? Whoopi Goldberg, right? So again, can you not speak you can't have an opinion about certain people, certain groups? Right? I would like someone to tell me, okay, that person said that, and you're saying that it's anti-Semitic. How? What did they say? Explain it to me. I want to know because I want to understand. I don't want to make that same mistake, but I want to understand what it means. Or are you saying that? Or are you calling me a racist? Right? Kyrie Irving's another one. Is there any real basis into you calling me a racist or anti-Semite? Is there any real basis to it? Or are you just saying that because you want to shut me up? Are you saying this because you're trying to push me in a corner to where I'm afraid to speak? I'm afraid to speak up. You guys, so that is the context of the conversation, right? That's the context of the conversation.
And why is anti-Semitism so unspeakably, if you're considered an anti-Semite, why is that so bad? Because the last time that happened, the Holocaust occurred. And it's like, so the Holocaust is when I say it's a myth, I mean it in the sense of it's a story. It's the foundational myth of the entire anti-racist infrastructure, because it all goes back to that. Why was Trump bad? Because he's like Hitler. What did Hitler do? The Holocaust.
And you think this is pushed by the Jew group, all the people in power that are Jewish? That
is how they evade any degree of scrutiny.
Oh, so it kind of reminds me, because I think in systems, and I've noticed that there's certain systems that are the same.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, I don't know much about the environment, and this is going to sound like it's off base, but let me finish. Okay. I don't know much about environmental stuff, but I know they're full of shit, because the same rhetoric and system they use is really similar to other industries that are full of shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, women's empowerment and women's what's it called? Violence against women.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing where this just sounds really similar. I don't know if I'm making sense, but it's like the same system where if you attack the argument in any way, they'll say you hate women.
Yeah.
And so it's the same thing where you say, oh, if they attack the Jewish people at all, they'll say you hate Jewish. But the difference is that Jewish people have more power, and it seems like they can make your life hell.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
But it sounds like the same system that the environmental people use, where you don't care about the environment, and then they'll use some horrible thing that's going to happen. They would use the Holocaust, but the environmental people will say global warming. The women people will say, I don't know, grape, whatever it is. But yeah, that sounds really similar.
Yeah, and that's really because the thing is, when people call me a Holocaust denier, they make it out like that's my job.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I go to weddings and parties,
Mm-hmm.
hey, I'm here to deny the Holocaust or something. I don't even know anything really.
But you don't deny it.
Not really, no.
I mean, you agree that it happened. You just think it wasn't just Jewish people.
I just think they're I don't believe in the 6 million number. I don't believe in the gas chambers thing. I don't think that happened.
You don't believe in the gas chambers?
No, that's fake.
What?
So that's a thing that he said. And again, he's saying he's not an expert in it. Regardless, I think that is a ignorant statement for him to make, right? You're not an expert in it. You're making statements you have no idea. You weren't around when it happened. You don't know anything about the entire story or whatever. It's just, so again, that is a very disrespectful thing to say. And because again, what are you basing it off of? right? That's you're making an assumption, but you really don't have a clue. And you've already admitted that you don't have a clue because you said you're not an expert in the Holocaust. So when you make statements like that, and of course people who are Jewish people, and they hear that, they're like, oh yeah, ban him from everything, cancel him everything. Right now, you guys, he's banned from all social media. He's on a no-fly list. He can't fly, can't get on a plane. So they trapped him here in the US, right? Like, you better off sending people out if you don't want them here. Send them out somewhere else. But anyways, so again, so he makes these statements based on his own personal assumptions. They're not rooted in anything. He just said, oh, I don't believe that 6 million. I think that 6 million number is exaggerated. I don't think it's true. I think they just made that up to make people be more emotionally, I guess you say, engulfed into the event. You guys, that's ignorant. Right? And it's like it's ignorant. It's a stupid logic to have. His logic is flawed, right? So again, nonetheless, that's his opinion, right? Challenge his opinion and go about your business, right? Like, that's what having a debate is about. So nonetheless, they're having this conversation, and then Pearly Things starts to talk about roots. She starts then talking about slavery, and we're gonna fast.
Okay.
That's totally fake.
Okay.
All these people are stuck together, and the numbers we hear today, no, that's one. And two, I think that with a lot of them, they embellish the story.
Here we go.
Because if you look, there was a survey that was done in Israel of Holocaust survivors, and there was like an absurd number of them that said that they were operated on by Joseph Mengele, the Nazi scientist.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, did like millions of people get operated on by this guy, or did they just like come up with that? Is that just something that happened in their imagination? And I think that with a lot of it, that's what's going on, because there is no like hard evidence that there were gas chambers.
Why would they make
no hard evidence? And that is ignorance talking, right? Because everybody knows the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence, right? So again, you're talking about one. He's a young man talking to a young lady. I think they're both in their early 20s. Come on, right? Have they really done any research? And again, on top of that, he has his own particular view and or warped view of society and his place in society. So when he's making these comments about historical things, he has nothing. He doesn't have any real research. These are all opinions. And so his logic is, well, there's no evidence. I haven't seen evidence that this existed. So then that is his confirmation that it didn't happen. So again, when you're talking to people who are ignorant in subject matter, this is how they speak, right? This is how they speak. So again, he's not qualified to talk about an in-depth conversation on something that's so sensitive, even with slavery. Same thing with Pearly, right? Even with Pearly Things. So again, it goes both ways. You have two people uneducated in the subject matter, basically swapping views, right? So this is the final point
make
that
that
you make.
up?
Like I said, that's an industrial,
Mm-hmm.
and as a consequence, things like having a strong, charismatic leader.
I just don't know why that would be controversial.
That thing like
Holocaust special.
Yeah, basically.
Oh,
I think this is it.
okay. What do you mean, basically?
Well, yeah, I mean, because of course, we're getting into the details of it, but yeah, that's the gist.
Yeah, I mean, but you kind of deny it happened.
I denied some of the parts of it.
You deny parts of it don't seem realistic to you. You think they were embellished upon.
I think they're embellished, yeah.
The same way. This sounds, oh gosh.
This is what's about to get her in trouble right here.
it.
This statement right here. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link for David because he said, I think he got to go to bed soon. So we don't want to miss David. So David, that link is for you. When you're ready, you can jump on. You can jump on, cam up. This is the last part that I want to touch on, but I will take David up, and this link is for everybody. So you guys, if you want to start hitting the link, if you want to come up, give your 2 cents. If you want to come up and you want to debate something that I said, you disagree with what I said, you are more than welcome. I'm gonna bring David up. Pause this. This is the last part. No, David, I'm bringing you up. this is the last part though that she made a statement in reference to that got her in a lot of trouble, but we'll play that after David comes on. David, what's good?
Oh, okay, so I'm on. All right. So I want to, someone was chastising me as if I'm running the show. So let me shut my mouth and let you run the show. But I want to go ahead and, in my humble opinion, kind of clear things up.
All right.
Yeah. So yeah, let's not play with the word supremacist.
Okay.
When you're telling someone else that something is good, okay, you're saying, hey, this is good. What's happening here is good, and it's harming someone else. You're essentially making your point of view or your what's good for you supreme over the other person. Supremacy doesn't have to do with
an assumption.
No, it's not an assumption. See, this is why I get frustrated with people. You just said that's an assumption. You didn't put the logical thought into what I just said. If slavery is good, then it would be good for the slave. It wouldn't be just good for me, who's owning the slave. So when persons like this Fuentes guy says this is good and that's good, he's saying it's good for the people who are benefiting from harming other people. That's supremacy.
No, that's not supremacy, sir.
See, this is America, man. You guys can make either word mean whatever you want. Supreme, above something else.
Okay, but it's really, man. Listen, wait 1 second. Why are you getting frustrated? I just like all you use. You gotta do this stuff. Listen, I don't have it. White supremacy good. You make hate good. No one's making it.
Wrong is right. It never stops.
No one is making it good. But I'm saying if we're gonna have a conversation,
you don't understand. He said it. He said it.
What did he say?
He said, if you play back some of his comments, even on what you placed, he was speaking about how this is good for America. That's not good for America. This is good. This isn't good. He's speaking of how things turned out for him and his race at the detriment of others. He didn't say, well, it was good for me, but it did harm others. That would be reasonable.
What is your definition of white supremacy? Let's start.
I just gave it to you, and I got to give it to you again. The idea that you proclaim something is good or better than something else. So if I'm telling you that slavery is good, because we're benefiting from it, I am espousing supremacy.
But that's not, David. That's not the definition of white supremacy.
Yes, look at the definition. Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do it the hard way.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it the hard way.
Supremacy definition: the state or condition of being superior to all others in authority, power, or status. So let's look at status, right? What would make statistically?
What you just said, is that what he said was that what he wanted is better for him and not everybody else. And
no. What he said was that it was simply good. The stuff that was going on in this society that harms Black people, that harms other people of color.
That's not what he said.
Play back to tape. I had to do this with the manosphere stuff, with the people with the I got roasted by these guys because they would take a word and they would omit something. I don't know what it is about YouTube, guys.
What we're saying is you're talking about a definition and you're coming up with your own.
No, you keep omitting good. You keep saying that he didn't say that this is good. You added a part where he says, oh, he said it was good from him, for his people. No, he spoke about America and the state and the quality of our country.
No, listen, you're missing the point. I'll play it back. Again, this is what I'm saying. He's talking about immigration. So let me ask you this.
He's saying it's good or it's bad.
No, he's saying a mass influx of immigration is not good for the country.
But see, now you're omitting something.
What am I omitting?
You're omitting the part where he is also stating that immigration in general by non-whites is not good for the country.
That's not what he said.
Play back the tape.
All right, let's play it back.
Play back the tape. And I've got all these quotes from him. Don't just play back the part where he says that mass immigration is a problem. Play back the part where he's speaking against immigration in general, where he's speaking about how immigration of
You remember the timestamp? Huh? You remember the timestamp exactly?
Nope.
All right, let's play it back. I got it. I'm about to play it back from when he starts talking about immigration. So let's look at that. Are you okay, brother?
Dude,
Why
this
are
is
you
why
listen?
people. This is why whites. This is the stuff that Hitler did. This is the kind of stuff
You're the
Hitler did
only.
in the
You're
30s,
the only. But
and
hold
this
on,
stuff
hold on.
gets like, oh, it's
But
not
you
so bad.
can't.
It's not so bad
But
until
you.
it's too late.
No, sir. But the problem is
I'm sorry.
you gotta exercise some self-control.
I can't, man. You guys do this.
But you're not. But you. This is your first time. But listen, this is the first time you're talking to me. I'm relaxed.
You're defending this guy.
No, I'm not.
There's nothing to defend.
What am I saying that I'm defending? I'm about to pull it up.
Let's get it really clear.
Okay.
The guy hates black people.
What did he say in this conversation?
No. See, that's
okay. But again, no. Listen. To be fair, right? I don't know who he is, right? Up until listen.
Really?
Listen.
Wow, this is fascinating.
What's fascinating?
You're doing a whole thing, a whole expose about another YouTuber.
Not doing an expose.
Okay.
But listen,
sure.
let me explain to you, and I'm gonna play the video. I said in the beginning that I first learned about him because of this conversation that they had, right? And I looked him up, and I'm reading about what they are saying, who he is, and what he's about. I first learned about him from this interview that she did. I'm telling you, and I said in the beginning of the stream, that he is being labeled as a white supremacist, right? He's being labeled as a racist. He's being labeled as an anti-Semite, right? And then a Holocaust denier. That's what I read.
Yeah, so was Hitler. What's the problem?
The point that I'm making is that's the understanding that I have about who he is going into this.
Did you Google quotes? Like, it's easy to say Nick space.
I'm not nitpicking. Listen, calm down, David. Right? David, calm down. Listen. No. We're two adults trying to have a conversation. And you're all over the place.
This is an adult conversation. You just said I just heard about him today, and I looked up.
You're not listening.
Yeah, I am.
You're not listening. All right. Well, listen what I'm saying.
Okay.
Hold on. Pause. Listen what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that I did
mute myself so I can listen to you.
No, you don't. Just you can discipline your mouth. You don't have to mute the button. So the whole point is, after doing the research on him, here we are playing the video. I said I'm making an assessment based on this conversation because a lot of people don't know who he is. And a lot of people are saying that based on this conversation, that she's a racist and he's a racist. I'm judging the conversation that they're having. It's just that simple, David. We're taking an objective view about what was said. Now, David, you can unmute yourself and you can
objectivity. Okay, objectivity requires context, and since you're taking this particular, whatever you want to call it, in isolation, you're lacking the context. Therefore, you're lacking objectivity.
The whole point of the conversation is that everybody's calling Pearly Things a racist based on 2 or 3 things that was stated in this 3-hour conversation. This interview.
You're assuming that, and I'm going to assess that you're assuming incorrectly that that's the basis.
I'm doing it based on the research that I did in reference to people's response to the video.
You're assuming that those people that made those comments don't have a prior knowledge of Nick Fuentes' comments.
Actually, a lot of them did not, based on the research that I did.
You're going to have to, in one day, I know it's amazing.
Yeah, I'm not denying. But again, from the very beginning, I'm not denying that I didn't know who he was. So again, you're trying to point out something that I've already.
No, I'm pointing out that you're saying that in less than a day of research, you have concluded that people's outrage towards him is strictly based upon their only having 1 day of research of hearing him today.
No, from what I understand, what I understand from what I looked and what I've seen other content creators and the comments that people were making, people are not upset about him. People are upset about what she said about slavery and about Black people. People weren't even making any statements about Nick Fuentes. I'm just saying based on for what I said. Right. I'm not saying that people don't know who he is.
But you're not spending this entire look. Okay. I'm gonna try to speak and not interrupt you, and I'm getting excited, blah, blah, blah. But look, I'm hearing you, and it's like you're changing it. So now you're telling me this whole dialogue is going to be based upon people making comments about what she said about Nick Fuentes only today. Is that what this is all about? This whole hour and a half of you talking is about people who made comments against her because for just today, that's all they know about Nick Fuentes. Is this her interviewing him?
No, I think you misunderstood why I'm doing.
It's hard to follow this. I mean, you don't understand how racist. You don't know how extraordinary. It's like it's not harmful until it's too late. It's not destructive until the damage is so bad that it's too late. That's how we treat white supremacists in this country. Oh, it's like when you were kids and the guy puts his finger at your face, but he doesn't actually touch you. And then it's like, I didn't touch you. You can't do anything. And then you turn around and he hits you in the mouth and the damage is done. And you're like, but he didn't touch me.
Are you an American?
I was born and raised in Detroit, Michigan.
That's what's up.
Okay. This kind of stupidity, man.
What's your religious belief?
Christian. I read the Bible cover to cover.
All right. And then what's your ethnic makeup?
Black, African American, both sides, all four grandparents. You want to go there?
I'll just ask the question.
I'm just making sure we don't waste time.
No. But I just want to get a better understanding of who I'm talking to.
That's fine. But I've dealt with enough white supremacists and enough racist people that if I were not black, it would be white guilt. If I am black, it's because I have an agenda. If I'm mixed, it's because of this. So it doesn't matter with my ethnicity. What is wrong? It does. Ethical doesn't matter about me. You know what I'm saying? Like you even said Dr. Umar is a racist.
No, I'm saying if you believe that, what I said was if you were using that same logic on him, you'd have to say that Dr. Umar Johnson is also a black supremacist.
So does Umar Johnson, does he reject the idea of dating black women who are of mixed race descent or black women who are light-skinned and look somewhat European? I don't know. I don't think you've ever heard anything about that. See, here's a fundamental flaw in this kind of logic. Being white in America requires you to look very specific. You have to look like you're not even mixed. Black people, we can even take me out of the equation. Black people can look mixed all up and down the line. It doesn't matter. That is a fundamental. You have to go to the root of that before you can have any of these comparisons between black and white. Okay? Black people didn't go around hunting down mixed people trying to lynch them. That was like a black version of lynching.
You know the purpose.
It never happened.
Do you know why? Do you know why I'm doing this stream tonight? Do you even know the purpose of the context of the stream?
Not anymore.
What do you think it was?
That you were trying to deal with people who make comments towards
that's not
Pearly and all this other, but that's not it.
No. What did you think the purpose of my stream was before you got on?
I went by the title.
What's the title
Nick
say?
Fuentes racist? Interview with Nick Fuentes review.
Is who racist?
Is racist ? Interview with Nick Fuentes review. Am I looking at the wrong name?
Yeah, you are.
Let me take a screenshot.
Is just Pearly Things racist? What are you reading?
It says is racist. Interview with Nick Fuentes review. Now you do have on your right here where we're sitting. If you take a screenshot at the top, it has a little duck with a little S next to the duck.
No. I'm talking about on YouTube.
Oh, I mean, is Pearly racist? Sure.
So what are you reading?
I'm reading the top of this thing right now.
But
I don't have the title.
You can only read that when you get on StreamYard.
Right.
What did you read before you got on YouTube?
I can't remember what it said now.
So you don't know why? You don't know what the context of the conversation was.
You're asking me to tell you.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking before you got here. You didn't know why you were. You don't know what the conversation was.
I saw is Pearly racist. I may have seen is Pearly racist, but the interview with Nick Fuentes is the basis of determining that.
So no, you're wrong.
What's the wrong part?
What is the title of the stream?
You told me what the title. We can do this all day, bro.
No, I'm just saying. But
we can do this all day. We're talking about the title of the stream. We're talking about
it matters.
This and that. It does matter.
Well, I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up. I'm gonna pull this up.
Watch how you dictating or you declaring what the title is not going to change anything. It's not going to make me go like this. I'm going to go like this. Oh my God, that's the name of the title. You know what? Nick Fuentes isn't a racist. He's not a white supremacist. I was wrong. That's not going to happen. We're not going to go, well, gee, that was the title. I guess she's not justifying racism. I guess she's not perpetuating racism by ha-ha-haing with Nick Fuentes, palling around with white supremacists.
So based on what you know So based on what you know, and you know a lot more about Nick Fuentes than I do, I actually plan on doing more research on him. But based on what you know so far, and based on what you've already seen in reference
I don't
to
know the
Pearly
title.
Things, is she a racist?
I don't know. Look. No, because I don't know what the title of your video is. So
All right.
no.
So
I'm wrong.
again, if you know, I could tell you're an intellectual guy. I could tell
No.
that you
Don't
could be mature.
no. Let's not do that. Let's
What?
do the listen. White supremacy harms people. White supremacy hurts people. White supremacy has caused more damage in world society than anything else in the history of humanity. You can add up the bodies, you can add up the wars, you can add up the destruction. There is not even like second. What's the second most?
David,
Come
are
on,
you here?
Every 40 years.
David.
What?
Come on back, David. I'm here. Come on.
Every 40 years.
Bring it in, David.
Years,
David,
you got Trump doing his thing.
David, listen, David.
Come on,
David, listen. Let me ask you this.
Don't pander.
Based on what you know already, because you have a more understanding of who Nick Fuentes is. Based on what you know, based on this conversation, do you believe that Pearly Things is a racist?
I think she is. I think she might be. She was
is she a racist?
And I get where you're coming from.
You're either a racist or you're not a racist.
No, you're not either a racist or you're not a racist. It depends.
You think she might be?
She might be. I have to look further into it. But what I don't get is how you're going this far into this, and you didn't do Google quote Nick Fuentes. Like, get the top 10 quotes. Watch the top 10 videos. It's not like it took days, weeks, and months. It took like an hour. This is not that hard.
Again, I'm gonna play this clip in reference to immigration, and then let's hear. So based on what you said earlier, we'll break down what your thoughts are. Are you ready?
No. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play audio clips of when I find them of him saying the other stuff that you don't know about.
Do you want to discuss the immigration piece that you're claiming he said?
No, I want to discuss his views on immigration, not just that piece.
Well, right now, tonight, and what we're talking about is about immigration and the comments that he made.
We're talking about just what he said in that one piece about immigration.
Yeah, that's what we're going to talk about.
Right.
So, are you ready? Are you ready to discuss it?
No. Let me tell you why I'm not ready.
Okay.
Because he says one thing about immigration that is very different than all the other stuff that he says about immigration.
Again, what I said, I made very clear when we started the stream is that we are going to be assessing the interview that he had with Pearly Things. Yeah. So we're going to be talking about the things that he stated in this interview.
Right.
What he said outside of that, that's not what we're talking about tonight.
So even though Pearly's familiar with him outside of it, even though many of us are familiar with him outside of it,
that's not what we're talking about.
Right. We're going to give, hey, everyone, because Nick Fuentes only made comments in this particular interview, he's not a racist. So guys, let him slide.
David, I'll bring you up when you want to act like an adult. Wave your hand to the screen when you're ready to act like an adult. And I'll bring you up and we'll have the conversation about immigration and about the conversation that he had with her. We are judging and assessing the interview. If you're not mature enough to have the conversation, then you're more than welcome to leave. But I'm not going to entertain any clown behavior on my channel. All right. We're having an actual mature conversation. If you have a valid point that you want to make, I'm more than happy to have you come up here and discuss it. I'm not going to let you banter about foolishness. You sound like an imbecile. All right. So if you want to have the talk, put 2 fingers up to the screen so I know that you're ready. 2 fingers. And that's 3. So I'll keep you right there since you want to be a clown. Thumbs up. You want to come up? 2 fingers. I want to see that you can follow instructions. You can't. All right. Well, stay right there. When you change your mind, you let me know. Brandon, you ready to come up? Brandon, put 2 fingers up, Brandon, if you're ready. Thank you. Someone can follow instructions. We'll come back to David. I like David. He just seems like he might be a slight mental problem.
What are you gonna do?
Can't do nothing, man. All right, so I think you got YouTube in the background. You got the mute.
What about now?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Nope. You hear the echo?
I do, but I don't have YouTube up.
You don't got YouTube up?
No. Let me try one more. This is StreamYard.
Someone say you
What,
have
what about now? You hear it now?
testing. Nah, I can still hear it. Let me probably because you're playing it from the phone. Let me hold on. All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put myself on mute while you talk.
What about if can you hear it if I mute my mic?
All right, can you probably when you're using a cell phone, you got to use headphones. You got headphones? If not, go ahead. You can talk or you. All right.
I think it's dead. Give it a
All right,
second.
testing. No, you still got your joint. Test.
What about now?
Testing.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I hear you. What about now? Okay.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. Man, this goes out to David, man. David, there's a couple of things that you stated. It's incomprehensibly flawed. You can't find fault with someone's position. Let's say someone wrote a paper and you're criticizing their paper, so you haven't read it. You know, it doesn't make sense, sir. You're finding fault with Nathan for watching a video and assessing the evidence in one video. And you say, man, this guy's a racist. Then Nathan asks you, in so many words, how? And you're like, oh, he said many things that are racist on many different videos. You can't even quote. You can't even give us one quote of one racist thing he said on the videos that you watch. You know, you have to see yourself, sir. You have to see at least the flaw in that. I mean, I would hope that you can see that it appears from an objective standpoint that your hatred for Nick Fuentes supersedes your reasonableness and your ability to be objective on the subject, or your ability to even recognize when your position is weak and maybe you should ease back and say, you know what, I'll be willing to listen at this point because I don't have substantial enough information to back my position. You know, you have to be able to make adjustments. Otherwise, you end up being not too far different from the racist people that you have a right, if they're even racist, you have a right to dislike. Because you know they dig their heels in the sand about, you know, we'll just say black people, for example, just for the sake of argument, and the positions they can't even justify having a hatred for us, but they dig their heels in the sand about it. You know, well, they're just monkey people. So you know, like so you don't want to repeat that, you know, and we've heard it enough times. It's to the point where I don't even like hearing people say this space, oh, black space. You know, I was talking to my wife how ironic it is that people say that you can't infiltrate black spaces. As a white person, you're infiltrating black space. And I asked my wife, I said, if you think like that, doesn't it make, what it reminds me of? I can't remember what question I asked her, but I said basically, isn't there a group of people who thought the same thing?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't there a space that they didn't want black people to infiltrate?
Yep.
Like the public buses.
Start sounding like the people you complain about. Say
and
it
the
all
restaurants.
The time. Yep.
And the diners and the dance halls. So the mentality can be very flawed if you don't watch it. No, now I'm not saying this guy isn't racist, but I'm saying that Nathan made it clear as day that I haven't done enough research to defend this guy and say he's not racist. So I'm basing it strictly off of what I see in this video.
Correct.
So you can't really argue. You can't argue that away. If you, sir, if you have evidence, I hate to put you on the spot, but you're talking like you're sure. So your evidence should be readily available. I mean, what's the guy's name? Coney?
Hold on, Brandon. David
Sure.
put up 2 fingers. I think he's signaling that he's ready to act like an adult and have a mature conversation with adults. I will say this, that we can pull up quotes, we can go over quotes, but we're not going to go over them tonight. I'll tell you what we are going to go over: the video.
This video.
Right? And I think, Brandon, I think you said it perfectly, is that no one is condoning things that he said in the past or what his lifestyle is like or any of that. No one is. The title of this show, the topic is Pearly Things a racist? Because black people are calling her a racist based on this conversation that she had. That's the focus of the conversation. When I asked him, do you know what we're talking about? He didn't know, right? He came up here in an emotional rant and he could not calm down. Bless his heart. I don't mind bringing him back up and we're going to have a conversation. He put his 2 fingers up. He's showing me, Brandon, that he can follow instructions, all right?
Wow. Well, that's good for him. Bring him on up.
So I'm going to bring him up and then I'll bring back up, Brandon, I'll keep you up. And then I'll bring up the video. And we're going to go back over the conversation because he pointed out immigration, right? And the conversation was about immigration and the statement that he made about mass immigration to the country and how that does not help the country, which is true. Now, the thing is,
and so, obviously in some respects you have to clarify because some people might try to clip up what you said. Yeah.
Well, and that's fine.
You already clarified, but
yeah. And so to clarify again, what he said was he's not against immigration, and I'm not. I love immigration. I think immigration is great. I know that there's an agenda for why the country is doing immigration the way that they're doing it, and those who study and understand, they see the problem with it. But nonetheless, he said, I don't have an issue with immigration. He has an issue specifically with this, and we're going based off of this particular conversation. I don't see him as the type of person that's going to switch his language up because he's talking to Pearly Things. He seems very willing to stay consistent with his rhetoric. That's who he's been. So let me pull up the video. I'm bringing David back.
I don't know anything about him.
This man talking to himself the whole time.
Go ahead. You said you just found out about him today, and you know he's a consistent type of a guy after one day.
Let me see. Wow. How do I do this thing? All right. Okay, so let's go over the conversation about immigrants again. Hold on. Make sure it's the right timestamp. All right.
Years ago, someone on like lower income wouldn't have air conditioning or a TV, but now they're included in lower income.
Yeah.
So when they have those stats, I thought they kind of misconstrue those.
There are many ways
I
to
know they're gonna
manipulate.
say I'm so out of touch. I am. I'm sorry.
No. You're actually, you're pretty smart. Because you said when we were talking, you're like, oh, I'm not really that political, but you're pretty with it.
No, I mean I am. I'm talking about the foreign policy stuff and the Jewish stuff. I'm more like the internal stuff.
Sure.
Like like I just look at how things, go in my day-to-day life. And even my dad would talk about like his parents lived off of one salary.
Mm-hmm.
His dad was a fire.
True that the education.
Mm-hmm. You couldn't even get an Android?
Yeah, right. Or Cricket Wireless or whatever.
Yeah.
And Solo's very good on that. But it is true that the education has gotten more expensive in
career. Because
credit.
Would you give up the right to vote? And they all said, yeah, they would give it up.
Yeah.
All right.
They'd
I think
learn
it's the
so
right
many
spot.
recipes.
Yeah. Having a good time at home, hanging out.
Okay, so pro-gay, pro-feminism, and what else was the third one?
So those are like one thing, because that's just like social issues. Like they're very liberal on social issues. The other thing is they were in favor of legal immigration. Charlie Kirk was going around, and this was his line. He said that we should staple green cards to diplomas. In other words, every foreign student that comes to America, he said he wanted to bring them in as an immigrant.
Okay.
And he said we could bring in 50 million immigrants in 10 years.
And you're not pro-immigration?
No. And that's not a conservative position, especially not 50 million people in 10 years.
Right.
Because America's got 300 million. So, what is that? 1/6 of the population in 10 years. And
so why is that?
Why does he support that?
No, why are you against pro? Because in my head, see, I hire people from Africa, right?
Right.
Shout out Blessing.
Yeah.
And I just see like the work ethic of people that are like not from America, and they often work harder than the people that are from America. So in my head, it's like, wouldn't it help us economically if we had more, like if they had a certain like mindset in order to come here?
There is a lot of truth to that. And I'll agree with you there. Particularly like Hispanics in America, very hard. The Africans too. I mean, because
Nigerian Americans I'm pretty sure they out earn white Americans.
They do. Their median income, this is old statistics,
Indian,
but it's like $80,000 a year.
Yeah.
They're, Iranians, all those immigrant groups, they're very productive.
And it would make my job easier too. Like, because I'm thinking of me, so I'm a woman, a selfish perspective.
Yes.
Like if immigration would be easier, it'd be easier to get some of my employees from England to the US.
Yeah. Yeah. And, and there's economic arguments, and we could go there for a minute. I agree with you. They're very hardworking. The thing is about immigration, though, the only way to view it is that it benefits two groups economically, and that is the immigrants themselves, because it's of course, they're ascendant. They're, moving from Nicaragua to America,
right.
Like you're moving up in the world. It's also the firm owners, the capitalists, the people that own the businesses. Of course, what is the business's biggest cost? It's labor.
Correct.
And so a Nicaraguan or a Honduran or whatever will take less money, cheaper wages than an American, because a cheap wage in America is a higher wage than whatever they're earning in Central America or Asia. So the immigrant benefits because they make more money, and the firm owner benefits because they get to lower their labor cost. The loser in that equation is the American worker, because there's a competition for jobs. There's a labor market, and in the same way that a consumer makes a decision about where to buy something from, employers have to compete for labor.
What do you say when you do that? There's less innovation overall as a country, because
I mean, it takes an enormous amount of patience to put up with that. We're just listening to him talk.
Well, we're waiting to get to the point, because I don't know exactly where he said it at. So you're gonna have to bear with it just a little bit.
Well, hold on. You wanted me to give you quotes, and when I was ready to give them, you said, "Well, hold on, we're not gonna really do quotes." You want me to find video clips of him saying statements that prove.
No, I'm saying,
David. He already said it's gonna be on another show, right? Okay. So it's gonna be on another show. So
okay, but you may have also said that,
David. But David, though, the basis for your accusation that this guy's a racist has to be based on this video.
Why?
Because this is the only video that Nathan's seen of the guy.
Okay. That's not my problem. I could say that he's racist.
It's going to be your problem today because you have to prove that he's a racist based off this video.
No, I don't. You guys can,
Yeah,
you
you
can
do.
just shut me out of the show, and that would probably make some of your audience believe that that's sufficient. But people who are more powerful know better.
David, it's not about misleading the audience.
Okay, so
It's
then
just
we're not.
about, so hear what it is about, though, David. Listen to what it's about. It's about Nathan. This is his first view of the guy. So this is his impression. It was made clear that it's only based on this video.
Got it.
So he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to take away.
Got it.
So maybe racist comments the guy's made in the past.
Got it.
But so he's just going off of this video. That's all.
So earlier you said to me, Nate, you said that you think that he's a consistent guy with the kind of quotes that he's made. He hasn't been inconsistent with how he quotes. It was as if you were speaking of other.
No, I said based on the conversation that I had, because I watched 2.5 hours of this interview, and based on how bold a lot of his statements were, I don't see him not repeating that other places, right? He's very confident in a lot of the things that he said, some of those things being very ignorant. Why would he switch it up? He's not trying to pretend to, I guess you would say. What's your thoughts?
No, just I've been so immature. I don't want to interrupt you. Please continue.
Brandon, let me drop you down 1 second.
This is unbelievable. There's a guy named Joseph Smith who founded a racist religion, and the logic that was used to justify that racism was, why would he lie? Donald Trump, when he
wait 1 second, but again, what did I say anything about him lying? What are you talking about, David?
I think that Fuentes lies. I think that Fuentes tries to, before you interrupt, I think Fuentes tries to make his stuff sound appealing in certain audiences, in certain segments. And then if that's how you're going to, like, you came to me about being like, almost like you're trying to be logical. And my reaction, my emotional reaction is so detrimental to the quality of this conversation.
No,
right?
It wasn't that. It's just that you're very unraveled, and I'm trying to have a conversation with you, so it doesn't work, right? If you're unraveled and I'm trying to get an if you don't have any self-control and we're trying to have a conversation, it doesn't work.
Put the insults to the side for a moment. Put the insults to the side. I know it's
not an insult. It's not an insult. It's an observation.
Put the observations to a side for a moment.
Okay.
You're unaware that you are giving credence to a white supremacist, and your excuse for that is, well, this is the only video that I saw of him, and you must only discuss this matter with what you would consider integrity strictly based upon this video. Why? What in the world are we supposed to accomplish with this? The guy, I mean, I've got a quote right here, but I can't use it because it wasn't in that video.
No, what I was saying was,
I'm looking the other way, but I'm still listening to you.
What I'm saying is, I wanted to get through the video before we start introducing anything additional.
That's an hour and a half of this. Plus, it's been 2 hours of the video.
David,
how much more video do we have to watch of this guy?
David, first of all, I'm not forcing you to be here, right?
I'm not saying a force. I'm talking about how much more analysis of
wait 1 second. There's another segment, the last segment, where she's
David,
how old
let me have my reaction. I can react. Just because
it's weird. It's weird seeing a grown man act like that. It's odd.
It's weird to see a white supremacist get this kind of support from a black person.
What do you think I'm supporting about him?
That he may not be as racist as we evolve. Wait. Let me get the narrative right. Hold on.
Please do.
The left-leaning, liberal, woke, all that stuff, whatever. I know you didn't say it. I know you didn't say it. But all that has made him seem more racist than he really is. He's actually kind of a reasonable guy.
Did I say that?
No, and I just said you didn't say that.
I know, but I want to be clear. I didn't
say that you said it.
So what are you? Why are you even saying that if I didn't say that?
Because I'm trying to get across.
You're saying that I'm trying to make him out to be a saint.
Nope. I didn't say that. I certainly didn't say that.
I'm saying, is that what you're trying to imply?
No, I'm implying.
What is your issue with how I'm breaking?
I am stating directly that you are trying to make a white supremacist seem more palatable to your audience.
But and how am I doing that? Is I'm asking you.
Please speak more about him, and we will all see. Because
No,
if I try to quote you, I'll misquote you. If I try to paraphrase, I'll have it
because you're making stuff up. How am I trying to make? This is what I'm saying. Unfortunately, it doesn't work when a person tries to filter logic through their emotional lenses.
There's nothing about the filtering of logic that's affected by any emotions. The guy's a white supremacist. If it's illogical, he's not a white supremacist.
All right, pause. So let's talk about this. How am I trying to make a white supremacist palatable to my audience? Please explain to me. You made that statement. No. You've already made it, so you've already acknowledged
then answer my question. Then answer your own question. If I can't talk, answer it for me. May I answer your question?
Please.
Okay. Do you believe that Nick Fuentes is a white supremacist?
Based on what I saw right now and what I've heard, no.
Okay. All right. Hey, what do you want me to do next? What would you like for me to do?
I want you to tell me how am I trying to make him as a white supremacist more palatable to my audience?
Okay, let me try again. You spoke about logic and processing logic.
Mm-hmm.
Does it seem logical to base your impression of a very well-known controversial figure on one video? Does that seem logical?
No, it's not logical.
No.
Here's the thing though. I made that statement in the beginning that we are analyzing a video and a conversation on the interview based on these two people talking, right? He made a statement. I want to know why people think that she is a racist now because of the things that she said. That is the purpose of the conversation.
Right. So
what I'm saying to you is based on what he is saying in this conversation, I have not heard him say anything that was white supremacist.
Right. So there's a logical, you made a logical break. There was a break of logic. So your previous statement, if you play back the tape like 30 seconds ago, you said you want to know why people think or say that he, not she, he is a white supremacist. Did I get that right or did I get it wrong?
The purpose of the interview, right? The purpose of breaking down this interview was to determine why people are saying that just Pearly Things is a racist because she's having a conversation with this gentleman. And what did she say that people are pointing out to say that makes her a racist? That's what we're breaking down. What I'm saying is I didn't know who he was prior to this video coming out. I did a Google search on him and found out what he's being labeled as. I said, based on what I've heard him say so far, is not a white supremacist. So I'm asking you, what is it about that statement he made about immigrants? Because that's what we're talking about. See, the problem is this.
You made 3 logical breaks so far.
The problem is this. When me and you were having a conversation, you told me that his views on immigration is why you believe that he's a white supremacist. He made statements, right? That suggests that he's a white supremacist.
You have cherry-picked part of my position.
Okay, I apologize. Can you re-explain?
I'm not like that.
Well, no. Well, I want to make sure I get it right. Well, listen, I'm not trying to misquote you. Can you explain to me why? Right? Can you explain to me why?
Right.
You think his comments on immigration based on this video makes him a white supremacist? Because we're going to play
based merely on the comments of the white of this video. That would be impossible. I would have to forget the other stuff and the other positions that he has, and I'd have to pretend that the comments that he's making in this video are from a different purpose and perspective.
So I can respect that. No, I can respect that. I agree with that. I agree.
I want to give a good example.
Okay,
if I were to tell you, I know how you feel, right? I could say it in 2 ways. I know how you feel versus I know how you feel. I'm making the same statement, but the way that I'm stating it has polar opposite meanings. That's a logical, presentation I just gave to you about how you can make a statement and it can have 2 different meanings based on the intonation of my voice. You have for an hour with me and my ways and whatnot, you keep making this kind of logical leap. Why are people calling her a racist for interviewing this gentleman? And based upon that interview alone, you are seeking an answer. As if the people who are calling her racist aren't aware of his prior history of hate and racism. Like they have to forget. And that's a logical break. So I understandably am frustrated because you're being a logical person with your calm demeanor. Even you had the other guests that just came in very calm, are making these so-called logical statements with logical breaks in them. And it affects this racism affects our livelihood. I mean, there was a woman just 2 days ago who had her livelihood destroyed because the person did not actually touch her, but he terrorized her so bad that she had to move out of some city.
Okay, hold on 1 second, David.
Just 2 days ago.
David, no one is saying that racism is not an issue in this country.
I never said that someone was saying that.
I know, but listen. You brought up a point that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So it
does. You don't see the connection. And it's like, how do you not see that? Because you don't see him as a racist based upon
that's not what we're saying. Again, David, what I'm asking you to do, and I think you bring a unique perspective. And I'm gonna tell you why, right? Because you have a lot more knowledge about Nick Fuentes than I do. There are some people on the channel who don't know who he is, right? So listen, I apologize, and I apologize to the channel. I didn't have a chance to do a thorough breakdown of who Nick Fuentes is, okay? And I made that statement very, very clear before we started the video. But I want us to come back to the purpose of the conversation, right? The purpose of the conversation is to determine whether or not, based on this conversation, is Just Pearly Things a racist? I asked you earlier, do you think that she's a racist? And you said you do not know. Do you know? Are you familiar? Are you familiar with Just Pearly Things?
I'm familiar. I was familiar with her prior videos. So I
saw how many videos have you seen of her?
About a dozen. I didn't subscribe.
So you didn't subscribe to her channel?
No, I did not. So,
but you did. But you've seen her videos though,
right? So let me just try to clarify. So the idea of her being racist has to do with her attitude and reactions towards this person who is a well-known white supremacist. So my ability to answer that question and the ability of anyone to answer that question would be in part based upon what they know about Nick Fuentes, but also based upon how she's responding. Again, if she says, well, Nick, I know how you feel, that would probably make me think she's more of a racist than Nick. We know how you feel. Like, you're an idiot.
So you're saying her association with him and wanting to interview him makes her a racist?
I didn't even imply that. See, this is why I get animated. I
get animated because you have a lack of self-control.
No, I get animated because I say something clear, and then the YouTube person takes what I say and makes it into something else and says,
"No, I just asked you a question."
No,
she's interviewing. Have you not seen racist people being interviewed by non-racist people? Have you ever seen that happen before?
I have, and the different types of interviewers give me a different impression of the interviewer's intention, and it gives me an insight into the interviewer's views. Like,
so have you seen this whole interview with her and Nick Fuentes?
I saw a significant chunk of it before I got bored.
How many hours of this interview have you seen?
About 40 minutes.
All right.
How many hours of the interview? How many hours would you interview a person?
So you haven't seen the entire interview to be able to make a statement that you think she's also a racist.
False.
All right. But you just said to yourself, you've seen over a dozen videos of Pearly Things, and you're saying you don't know if she's a racist still.
Right. I said I don't know. And I said
so you don't know. But then you're also saying that she might be a racist because she's interviewing a racist.
No,
that's your logic.
No, see, that's what you guys do. It. See, you just did it. You did it again.
You a question.
No, okay, let me know when I can speak freely.
You can speak freely.
Okay, so please don't interrupt. You have asked a question which is called a loaded question. If we're going to be logical here, let's be logical.
What was the loaded question?
I can't speak freely.
No, I'm asking you. You're making a statement.
What did I say? I know. And the thing is that I can't quote exactly what you just said, but what you said was not what I said. You took what I said again, and this I've gone to other YouTube channels where we're discussing other matters, and it's the same. It's like there's this thing that goes on where I say A and B, and you say, oh, so what you're saying is C and D. It's like, no. I said that based upon how she conducts the interview, that influences whether or not I would perceive her as racist or not.
Okay.
That's a logical, calm, and rational statement.
Yes, and then
can we only base on that?
Okay. So okay, I will accept that. So I'm asking
I'm talking to your audience. Like, whenever I'm talking to people in these kind of things, I'm talking to the audience. If she's showing a lot of empathy for his aggressive views on race and stuff, she's familiar with them. She didn't just have this interview with this guy and she has no knowledge and history of who he is. That makes no sense. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene's stupidity. If she were to say, well, I never really did much. I don't know much about the guy. I just had this interview with him. That wouldn't make sense. That's not logical.
So as a journalist, you're not supposed to interview people you have a different opinion with?
Why are you okay? I'm catching on to the trick here. Why are you asking me that question? See, now we back up.
What are you talking about?
You just asked me a question, and I
asked you a question.
Right. Why are you asking me that question? Like, what does that have to do with our conversation?
Because it's a legitimate question in reference to your assumption that you're making.
What was the assumption? What was the assumption that I made? That she would have done some sufficient research, or she has sufficient knowledge of the subject that she's interviewing?
So even all the research that she does, should she not be allowed to interview him because he's an alleged racist?
Of course she should be allowed to interview him. I'm not understanding where that question.
But you're saying you're judging, but listen to what you're saying though, David.
I'm listening to what I'm saying.
All right, here we go. Okay, so let me run this back. Because tell me if I'm getting this wrong.
I'll put up 2 fingers if you misrepresent what I say. Okay, so I'm gonna put the 2 fingers out here.
Put up 5. Put up this right here. How many fingers?
We'll do 2. Let me have my 2 fingers.
All right. Let's do that. All right.
It's not a power grab. Just go ahead.
You stated that you've only seen 45 minutes
of this interview. Now, interviews don't take 10 hours, so there's that.
Do you know how many hours this interview was?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Okay. And now you're making a statement and you're passing judgment with only 45 minutes of the interview. You're saying she might be a racist.
That's not passing judgment.
You've watched 12 videos of her content, and you watched 45 minutes of an interview,
right?
And you are making the assumption that she might be a racist because she's interviewing somebody.
No, this is not a logical comment you're making.
But that's exactly what you said, David.
But it's not logical no, it's not what I said.
That's not what you said? Okay, wait, pause, let's break it down. Right, how many minutes of the interview did you watch, David?
45. And what is
wait, David. You watched 45 minutes. David, how many videos of Pearly Things have you seen?
12.
You said 12. Now, David, and you know who Nick Fuentes is, correct?
Yeah.
Did you not say out of your own mouth that you think Pearly Things might be racist?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and how are you making that assumption when you only watched 45 minutes of the interview and you've only seen 12 videos of her content? That's what I'm asking you. How did you come up with that intellectual logic, sir?
May I speak freely?
Oh yeah, please.
Because speaking freely means I get to finish the sentence.
No. Go ahead. I want to hear. I want to hear you respond to what I just asked you. Go ahead.
Just 20 seconds. I'll try not to overdo. So might doesn't have assumption. Might means that you're open to possibilities that can be one or the other. I haven't drawn a conclusion when I say might. So where's the assumption in saying might? That's the logical break that you made.
So you're saying she might be, so you don't know.
I said I don't know earlier.
I'm just asking you. Okay.
You're asking me again?
Okay. I'm just asking. All right.
Yeah.
That's your response?
Yes, I am no longer convinced that she's not a racist.
Okay.
I am no longer convinced. Before the interview and the way she conducted herself, I'm like, oh, she's not a racist. Hey, she's okay. Now I'm thinking, hey, she might be a racist.
Is that not an assumption?
No, because might doesn't have a conclusion. An assumption has to do with making a conclusion of some kind. That's why it's an assumption. I assume something is true. I'm saying it might, in it's possible, and I can't have an assumption about possibility.
Is that not a conclusive statement, though?
I like ice cream. That's a conclusive statement. What does a conclusive statement have to do with me concluding what I think her views are when I haven't concluded that when I haven't drawn a conclusion on what her views are? I said might instead of saying she is or she isn't. So I've made a conclusive statement that I might think that she is, but I have not made a conclusive statement about what I think her views are because that's not logical yet.
Correct. Well, I'm glad we
Most
can.
correct. I think you knew that the whole time. And that's the depth of where I'm at with this. See, me and you guys, I've discussed the racism, the misogyny, the anti-Semitism.
Let's talk about. I want to talk about the immigration statement that was made.
Particular statement in isolation.
On this one. I want to hear your thoughts on this.
In isolation.
What's that?
In isolation. That means I pretend that he doesn't have other views on immigration that I've.
No. Honestly, I think you made a valid point.
I appreciate that.
You can't unsee what you already know. What I'm saying is, I'm asking you to when someone is asking you to be impartial, right? Are you capable of being impartial? Are you capable of being objective?
I have proven to you that I am more impartial and objective than you are.
David, just answer the question.
But I've already proven that. Be honest.
It's not about. It's sometimes when someone asks you a question, it's just yes or no. All right.
Yeah, I don't.
David, are you able to be impartial?
I don't feel respected when you're asking me that question.
What?
It doesn't seem respectful. It's as if you're talking to a child.
Holy shit!
Yeah. Are you capable of being impartial and objective? Imagine Nick Fuentes asking you that. After I just broke down the logic of you giving it, like if I make a statement and then you change it around, and I'm like noticing that, like, wait a minute, the other YouTubers did that too. I'm like, yo,
let's listen.
I'm like, I thought the first guy did. I'm like, okay.
I didn't mean for it to come off like I was talking to.
How
old are you, by the way, David? You look very youthful. How old are you? I like your hair.
45 with all of my animated energy.
You're 45
with all my immature animated energy.
Dude, you look good for your age, brother. You look good for your age.
Black people tend to. Yes.
How you get the hair so wavy like that? What's that?
From my Greek great grandfather.
Oh, what he got in him?
Well, in Alabama, apparently Greeks were racially classified as black, which explains why he wasn't lynched when he and my great grandmother, who was, I presume, from the Caribbean, or maybe she was just a black woman, they were together. And then the immigration, it showed that he wasn't there, as if she was a single mom with 8 kids. Makes no sense. Then he pops up again 30 years later in the immigration, right? Because white people in America who ruled the country couldn't figure out whether or not to lynch him or not, probably.
Kids? You got kids? Married?
Yeah, divorced.
All right. Sorry to hear that.
No, it's my fault. 100%.
All right, I respect that.
Yeah.
So, any children? You got any kids?
Yeah.
All right, that's what's up. So let's David, I will say this though. I said it in the stream. You may have missed it, but I said I want to do more research on him and really understand his views. I really want to see what led him to where he's at. He talks about it a lot on here about his experiences going to January 6th and doing all this kind of stuff. Again, he talked about being banned from the airlines, being some other stuff he experienced, whatever, because of his views. Because he has very radical and extremist views. Go ahead.
Do you think that people's views, no matter how extreme, should be given a platform for private companies to allow? Like if the views are, is there any limit to how extreme? Like let's do something ridiculous. Let's say abusing children. People can have views about abusing children. We don't want to give them a platform, do we? No, of course not. And in my view,
wait, are you answering for me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Please answer. I apologize. I presumed. I assumed.
You assumed. It's okay.
Yeah. And I know my time here is limited. I'm
actually enjoying the conversation. I think it was a rough start, but we got to this place. I think it's good.
I almost want to apologize, but the rough start is.
Why do you almost? Why is everything with you almost and halfway, brother?
This is the first time I said that. I haven't said the word almost since just
you said
now.
Mike earlier. You said Mike.
Mike has to do because that makes sense there. I didn't say that she's a racist.
All right, but she might be though.
Yes. Yes, she might be. That's kind of how that works. When you
All right,
when you're
all
like,
right.
oh,
Don't you think it would've been hold
Nick,
on,
you're such a funny guy.
Wouldn't it make more sense to finish the video so you can have a full understanding of whether or not she is?
It would to some
But
degree,
that wouldn't make sense.
but here's the thing about this. The guy has an extensive history, and
Right.
couple parts of the video that made me laugh was when she seemed to be unfamiliar with stuff, and she kind of was like, she was talking as if she had no clue as to where he's coming from. But then elsewhere in the video, it seems as if she was familiar with some of his views because she was going back over it from like his point of view. It's like, wait a minute, how did you not know that before? And now you know it. And so I get alarmed by that. And I'm telling you, as YouTubers, you guys, I wanted to do the YouTubing thing, but man, you guys have your own ecosystem. And the ecosystem tends to be, it's a pigeonholing thing. And now it's like with stuff like that, because my understanding was that she was getting a lot of support from black viewers and whatnot.
That was my understanding. Well, that's why, but to your point though, that's the reason why I made the stream, because I said just yesterday she was being supported a lot. Like people were very supportive of her channel, and then now here we go 24 hours later, now she's labeled as a racist and this. So I was confused, and I wanted to understand what was it about this interview that people are saying she was a racist. So then when I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, Nick Fuentes, I don't know who that is. And then I look it up and it's like, oh, he's a white supremacist. He's this. I'm like, oh, okay. I said, let me hear this.
Can I read you one of his quotes?
You said what?
Can I just read one of his quotes from like back in the day, like not too long ago?
No, because then we're gonna have to talk about it. We can talk about it after the video.
Can we at least acknowledge that the backlash that she's getting is because other people have probably read and heard those quotes?
I don't disagree with that. But what I was saying to you earlier is that the people that I was listening to did not know who he was. People were making these statements based on the comments that she made, not that she was interviewing him. Right?
Are you sure? I mean, like, can you show me an example of someone just doing that? Because what you're saying is, out of the millions of people that watch the video, there's some people that
I'm not speaking for millions. I'm not speaking.
I said out of millions.
No. I'm telling you based on what I read and what I've been seeing today, because this came across me today.
Okay.
I'm looking at people's reactions. People are complaining about what she said. They're not concerned about what he said. They're concerned about what came out her mouth. Right?
I think you're missing something. They're doing exactly what you just described because they're already familiar with where he stands on these issues.
But that
reaction is like I said earlier, it's like.
But that's not relevant. Listen, but that's not relevant if they assume that she's not a racist, because she's interviewing him. So what based on your logic, you're saying that people shouldn't interview people they have a difference of opinion with?
That's not why they reacted.
Why you're saying they're mad because
you can see her body. I was going to ask this question earlier. I'm going to use the fact that you chastise my bad behavior, my immature behavior, as a sign that you're good at seeing subtle body language, intonations in the voice, reactions, and timing.
Yes, that's
those
correct.
Things from her in the interview show too much empathy for him on a more fundamental level than what is appropriate. And how much others that are arguing see that they're like, oh my God, what?
All right, so
challenge his racist views too hard.
Okay, but then you watched how much of the video?
40 minutes.
Okay, are you an expert in identifying those things, body behavior through conversation?
I don't know. I've been 45 years old.
Have you had any training in that?
Nope.
What do you do for a living?
I'm not going to discuss my
I respect that. So what I'm saying is you've only watched 40 minutes of the video, and now you're claiming that you can read her body language and tell that based on her body language and her response that she is okay in accepting with his views that you were saying are racial or white supremacist in nature.
No.
That's not what you're saying.
There's a couple things there's a couple mistakes you're making. So first of all, being an expert is not necessary. Being known or labeled as an expert with some sort of training is not where we need to be here. Okay.
Okay, but okay. I apologize.
The reason why is as adults, we all have a good proficient level of this. We have a proficient way of catching on. We may make errors and mistakes, but when you watch someone for 40 minutes interact with someone, that's a good amount of time to say, oh yeah, this person's being awfully sympathetic, or they're being confrontational, or they're being ambivalent, and so forth. So
how many, let me pause you there. Then how much of her body language have you seen in her own content? You yourself said you've only watched 12 videos. So
she seems to be okay. So this is interesting. You know what? You just helped me out here. Thank you. I didn't think about this part. Okay. In the videos that I've seen, she tends to be aloof, ambivalent, and she presses people's points of view in ways that can be almost uncomfortable. There was a lack of that. That I didn't see that with her in this
level of assertiveness, right? In the conversation, right? There was a lack of assertiveness and aggressiveness in the conversation, correct?
I don't think assertiveness, aggressiveness is really what.
That's not how you would describe it?
I said, well, no, because we're taking it in a different direction. So I'm going to be very clear.
You're saying she wasn't really combating his points. She wasn't arguing and challenging him. Right?
There was more laughter there was more empathetic laughter towards some of his views. Like, okay, for instance, when he said 90, I might have.
I watched more of it than you did. You don't have to, but I want
to emphasize something. I'm not trying to. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Okay. So he told a lie. He said that at America's founding, or in the early stages of America, it was 90% white. Well, that's a lie. I didn't see her challenge him on that.
Why do you think that is?
She might be racist. I don't know.
That's the only conclusion that you come up with?
I mean, there are other possibilities.
Why can't you explore those possibilities?
I haven't explored any of them.
Well, that's the whole point.
No, it's not the whole point. The whole point isn't that I didn't explore the other possibilities. Like she didn't learn history, or she doesn't know the population stats.
What I'm saying is,
well, hold on, let's look this up.
What I'm saying is your bias. And because of that bias, you're unable to properly really look at it objectively.
No, you're leaping. That's a big leap. No, what it is that you're allowing someone's ignorance to justify someone else's kindness towards someone else's ignorance. He said something that is false. He had to make it up. Keep this in mind. That 90%, he had to make it up, which means he lied. The best he could have said was, I don't know what the numbers are. Okay. In America, Black people were 1 out of 5. Okay. In the South, it was 50%. Southern culture.
Let me ask you this.
America wasn't even white. It was 50% Black.
Who came to this? Technically, who came to this country first?
Native Americans.
No, I said who came to this country first?
12 to 18,000 years ago, Native Americans came to this country first.
They were already here. They didn't come to this country. They're already here. I said, who came to this country first? Let me.
You mean after the Native Americans came here over the
Native Americans were natives. So
right. They're the
who came first? Was it white European settlers or was it Africans?
Well, that's a good question. Because Mansa Musa from Senegal allegedly came here. And he and his people may be related to the Olmec civilizations that you see the stone heads that look like Black people. When Christopher Columbus came here, apparently there were a couple of Mauritanian sea captains and other Mauritanian people that were on the ships that he had brought with him because they had to help him navigate. They were Black, and then Japanese people settled in parts of Chile in like the 9th century.
So let me say this.
I know we're trying to get there, aren't we?
No, what I'm saying is not discussing who was already here. I'm saying as it relates to Europe, the Europeans coming here, 13 colonies came here, and then bringing African slaves over here. Right.
When did they found those 13 colonies?
You said when did they find them?
Yeah. When were those colonies founded? 1492, 1776? Is there a range of time?
It was before. Was it 1720?
No, 16. 16 something.
I think it was 1611 or 1610.
1611, 1610. Now,
Yeah.
when did Africans start arriving?
It was only like it was like, if I'm not mistaken, it had to be about 5 or maybe 10 years after.
So we're gonna debate a 5 or 10 year gap.
No, that's not
Okay.
that wasn't the point I was making. No, that's not the point I was making.
Because black people were here just as early as white people were.
No, yeah, but that wasn't the point I was making. But
okay.
but to your point, no, that's true. That's what I'm saying. There was only a 10-year gap. That's why people say when the 1619 project, black people were basically here. They were here. Black Africans developed this country. That's a fact. And so it wasn't like Americans established this massive 100-year gap and then they brought Africans over. No, Africans were here building up the American, I guess you would say. Yeah. So no, that wasn't the point I was trying to make. But the thing is, that's why this whole conversation is okay. Someone says 1612. Yeah, the numbers.
Yeah, 5, 6 years. It doesn't matter.
It wasn't that. No, it wasn't no massive gap to where they could say, yeah, it's just.
So black people have been here just as long as white people in this country, and
correct.
And let's because I'm trying to be cognizant of the time here. So you've got people who have been here from the beginning. They were at least 50% of the Southern culture. They were half of the Southern culture, right? And they were forced to labor. And they had no freedom.
We know
that established its ideals on freedom. Like,
we know the contradiction. I think no one is in disagreement of the contradiction.
This gentleman who was on this video for 3 hours or however many hours didn't seem to understand that 20% of the people in this country were here, but he spoke confident. You even said so yourself earlier. You said he speaks so confidently. Why would he lie? And I'm like,
no, that was the point I was trying to make. See, that's what I'm saying. Okay, but see, the thing is though, when we were having the conversation, you were bouncing off the wall.
Yes.
And you weren't allowed, but you weren't listening though. That was it.
White confidence. What I said was white lies. Like what? When you have a person like that.
But listen, no one is saying, first of all, let me be very clear. No one was saying that his rhetoric was true and everything that he was saying. I said he made some good points. He was speaking to things that are accurate. His ideology on certain things is wrong, but there are certain things he said that was true, right? And so again, when I ask you, can you be objective? Can you be impartial when we're having a conversation and look at what's being said? What I'm saying is based on your understanding, your knowledge of him already, you're allowing that to interfere with what we're having a conversation about. And so that's why I keep bringing up the conversation about immigration.
So what you're doing is you're having what's called an academic conversation. Hear me out. Okay. You're saying I'm not being objective because I'm incorporating the greater knowledge of his viewpoint into my assessment of his viewpoint in that video. That's not logical. You can't talk. You have been bringing up logic, and you're asking people to make a logical leap. I have to ignore stuff that he said, and then say, "Oh, well, I guess he's not racist because he didn't say I hate Jews or I hate black people."
But that wasn't the conversation we were having.
You're asking if she a racist because she had him on the interview.
We're trying to identify if she's a racist based on the statements that she made.
And might is my stand right now.
What?
Might is my stand. We've already covered that.
No. You're missing the point.
I'm still
right?
Missing the point.
Identifying whether or not her statements make her a racist. We're not talking about whether or not he's a racist or not. What I said was based on the statement he made is not something you can judge someone and say that's a white supremacist based on what he said about immigration.
Well, he said a lot more than just about immigration.
Well, sir, but again, we're talking about one point at a time, right? And so again, I say, can you have?
That's not logical.
That is
a very illogical thing to do. To say, I'm going to take this one point Is this a racist?
You
And then
can't
next
do
point,
it. Say you
next
can't.
point.
You say you can't do it, but don't say it's not logical, right?
I am affirming that this is not logical.
All right. Well,
There's
bless
more.
your heart. That's something you can't do. You're not
Bless your
capable.
soul.
All right. So I want to play this clip about immigration. Then I'm gonna get back into the end clip, the last position that she made, and then that's it. Because you got to do this one point at a time. And I think that you're
That's what people
failing
do with
to.
the Bible. When people try to like manipulate the Bible, they say take one verse at a time. It's amazing, bro. Go ahead.
So for I'm just thinking of it as like a business point of view, right? So my content team, like one of the ways we've grown so fast is because my content team can push out so much content because I hire people from Nigeria. And with the extra money we have to do that, I can invest in like a second part of the business. Like we're looking at managing YouTube channels for like big marketing companies. So then it's like a whole sector of the business is coming from the profit we made from one. Does that make sense? So then overall, it's like we have a bigger media company, and like in the end, I probably will hire more Americans because there are different types of jobs that people from Nigeria would do versus an American.
Yeah, there's an argument there about economic growth.
I'm not like I don't know all the stats and stuff when it comes to. I'm just thinking like in my life as an American, that would make my life easier.
No, and that's actually a very cogent point.
And then it's like because then it's like the countries that do allow immigration, wouldn't they have an advantage over us where they could outcompete us in the long run?
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is there's no question that bringing in immigrants grows the economy. Like that's not even a question. It grows the GDP. Of course it does. The question is, though, for the people that are graduating college now in America, they're having to compete with, and it's impossible, having to compete with people that are brought over on an H-1B visa. And that's why I don't consider myself like a libertarian or like a capitalist, because while I do recognize just on a mechanical basis, like that is how things work. You're right. It grows the economy. What's happening now is that so many immigrants are pouring over, both low skill and high skill immigrants, that American workers are struggling to get jobs and are actually the college educated Americans are underemployed. And so from the perspective
but it's also because it's mostly women graduating and they're getting these bullshit ass degrees.
I agree with that.
Like it's you want me to feel bad because you can't get a job after you got a gender studies degree.
Well, but even STEM majors, are underemployed. People with like, I know a guy from UCLA who has an engineering degree. That's a great school. That's a great degree. He's struggling to find a job. And there's a lot of people like this. And so we're putting young people in this situation where, you can't support a family on a single income with a high school diploma as an American. So you have to go to college to get an advanced degree. Well, college is super, super expensive. So you have to go into debt. Graduate from college, even with a good degree. Then
couldn't you go to a community college and would you still say?
Again, there's ways that you can do it that's more economical. But the reality is for a lot of students, they are going into debt. It's not everybody, but they do it. And then they come out of college with an advanced degree, and they're competing with people from India. And Charlie Kirk is saying, we're going to staple a green card to your diploma and let you live here. And, and that's just not really fair to all and I agree with you. There's a lot of inefficiencies in the economy. But sometimes you have to do right by your people. Like with Social Security, it's the same thing.
I can understand.
You know what I mean? Because 10 years ago, when I was like a big libertarian when I was in high school, I'm saying all the same thing you are, like bring in as many immigrants, and that is the turning point.
I didn't say as many as possible.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But yeah,
I didn't say let's staple it to the college diploma.
yeah, that's just turning point.
I've heard though that sometimes what happens to country, because I used to read Sowell, Thomas Sowell a bit, and he would talk about how oftentimes like they'll take out an immigrant population in a country and that industry will just fall apart. Like there aren't really the replacement in those countries for those jobs.
Yeah, I think he talks about Southeast Africa, the Indians that were brought in by the English.
I thought he talked about a Jewish population when the book, but I read this a couple of years ago, so I don't really remember.
Yeah.
But I remember that concept and it made sense to me because, and it's kind of like nowadays everything's going digital. There's so many jobs where 10 years ago you'd have to have an American editor, where now I can get one from Nigeria.
Right.
Like, how would you combat that?
Well, I mean, to some extent you can't,
Right.
because it is a global economy.
Mhm.
You know, the communication and transportation technology is creating this integration that has just never happened before. So that is a big part of it. But there are still a lot of jobs that just have to be in America. And you'd be a little bit surprised. Like when you're a content creator, that's one thing, because it's like it's a media business, which, you know, and I'm in a media business too, but it is like a fake business in the sense. I don't mean to downplay
That's okay.
you know, your business acumen, but I mean, it's like, it's not like you're actually making a product that someone's going to consume. You know what I'm saying?
Correct, yeah.
And when you look at businesses, people would be surprised. There's a great book about this by Ian Fletcher. He talks about how people would be surprised how little the economy is globalized, like how many businesses exclusively do business in their own country because of how prohibitively complex and expensive it is to truly do business in another country, to truly outsource. And so the point is, we want to protect American jobs. We want to protect American workers. There's a real problem in America where the cost of living is exploding and wages are stagnating. And, you know, I used to be one of these guys that was like, you know, well, I want to debunk that, or I don't care about that. But it is true. You know, when you look at how much people could make with a high school diploma back 50 years ago relative to the cost of living.
Go down in lifestyle for a family.
Job.
Really? I didn't learn shit in college.
The fact of the matter is a lot of people just do not have that capability. I mean, that's just necessarily true by the laws of supply and demand.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know, because if you and this is what happened during COVID, you know, is that they are bad for the economy. Millions of people pouring in, and it would be, oh, we're not.
Can we
businesses had to compete for them, and how do they compete? They offer a higher wage, more benefits, that kind of thing. And so when there's a glut of labor, which is, you know, and there are millions of people pouring in across the border, millions of people pouring in legally, then it's the other way around. And employees have to say, I'll take less benefits. I'll have to take less money. The more people you have, the lower the wages are going to be. And there's disputes about, the reason I said we could go into this is because, and I'm not trying to cop out here, I really do believe that they are bad for the economy, like lots of immigration. I don't think we should have no immigration. We should have net zero.
Right. Well, it's pretty extreme to say it with a college degree.
So what are your thoughts in reference to that statement that he just made?
Okay, so
sorry you guys that not having the exact timestamp. Yeah.
So firstly, because he's not good at, I don't think that he's a reliable, I'm trying to say this the right way. I don't care what he says. I'm going to check his numbers because I'm not going to take him at face value. So he couldn't even get he couldn't even get the starting population correct.
Absolutely.
So I'm looking at the statistics of all these, you know, H-1B stuff, and it's 4 point, what's it here? Professional and related occupations unemployment rate, 4.5%. That's the unemployment rate for people according to the American Immigration Council. When it comes to unemployment rate of people in the United States from 2004 to 2021, it fluctuates. It's about 4 to 5%. And I don't see that as being earth-shattering. He speaks of the millions, and what he doesn't understand is that the millions that come in are doing the menial labor, especially like in the farms and whatnot.
That a lot of Americans don't want to do.
No, it's not that they don't want to do it. It's that they don't want to do it for the pay rate.
Well, that's true.
It's the pay rate.
More accurate. That's
Right.
more accurate. That's more accurate.
Right, but now I'm going to ask you a question. Before now, when did you ever hear someone say that?
When did you
say that they don't want to do it for those pay rates, the pay rate part? When did you ever hear anyone say it before now? I never.
I don't think I've actually heard people explicitly just say that. No.
Right.
But I mean, but it's true that you have a lot of immigrants that do a lot of work that Americans aren't, like he said, are going to do it because of the pay and no benefits, right? So they don't take those jobs. But here's one thing about this conversation that they had, right? This is not a conversation about fact checking necessarily what Nick Fuentes is saying, I think that deserves a video stream all to itself. Saying, let's fact check what he's saying, and let's bring some accuracy into the conversation, right? He made some statements that I don't agree with, right? He also made some statements that I do agree with. The other thing is, again, I want to make sure we stay on top of what the purpose of analyzing this video was about why people are calling Just Pearly Things a racist, right? What you were saying is that you don't care for him, you don't like him, he's a racist, he's a white supremacist. I don't believe or support the things that come out of his mouth. And so I'm not disagreeing with you on how you feel based on what you know and your knowledge about him and what he stands for and what he represents. You were bringing up statements in reference to, hey, he's inaccurate. We need to fact check him. I agree with that, right? And this isn't a conversation of us saying we agree with him. This is a conversation focused on Pearly Things, right?
Right.
So that's why I'm always redirecting your attention back to what the sole focus of this conversation is. It's less about him, honestly, and it's more about Just Pearly Things.
Right. So this is not that complicated. So she didn't press him enough on his on his inaccuracies.
But yes, I got to cut you off because I know that too. I think everybody knows that. The reason why that is, and I asked you earlier, why do you think that is, right? And you said because she might be racist. No, she's ignorant to the conversation. This conversation is way beyond her capability. Like that's what I observed from watching this entire interview, is that she was out of her wheelhouse. Even things that he talked about, she couldn't even correct them because she doesn't know them to be true or false. She doesn't know what she's talking about. So okay,
just let me have a little bit of freedom to speak here.
Go ahead.
I find it very hard to believe that this person who has such a grasp on the topics that she's done before, well, she'll jump in and she'll say, hey, well, wait a minute. Isn't the statistics on this such and such and such and such? She's really, and I found that to be very compelling.
Okay.
That was kind of like her thing. That was part of her unique tactic when it comes to interviewing, when it comes to doing her videos. Notice I'm keeping the focus on her so we can check that off the list now. And so I'm not seeing that person. I'm seeing a different, like she has a twin sister.
Right.
That doesn't do a good job all of a sudden.
Correct.
That she couldn't distinguish millions of low-income workers from 368,440 STEM workers with H-1B visas that are affecting 4% of the population.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is?
Well, when I said I think because she's a racist, because she might be a racist rather, that was my looking at it from a sense of she's not being responsible. She's being so irresponsible, so inconsistent and irresponsible that I feel like I don't trust her anymore. I don't trust, well, not that I trusted her, but I don't trust what I saw prior to that anymore. See, racism isn't.
Pause. One second. I got to because I want to make sure we stay. I got to make sure we stay on the thing. So what you said, you're correct, right? Like you're saying that you used to and you're accustomed to seeing her one particular way, right? When she's talking about what is her content about? What is her content normally about?
I mean, we can say it's about gender dating issues.
Okay.
Whatever.
Have you ever seen her talk about anything outside of that?
No.
All right.
No, that's not. I haven't seen it, but I've seen in her videos she has other topics.
Have you? But have you? I'm asking. Have you seen her videos talking about anything outside of what you just stated?
No, but I'm going to assert. I'm going to make an assumption. I'm going to bet money on it that she is pretty good at handling those.
You don't know that, but that's.
I'll gamble.
You don't know that.
I'll gamble. Right? I'm a gambling man.
You see how you like to gamble when it's more so leaning towards you versus
no. Here's the reason why. The reason why. Because it's not about it leaning towards me. It's leaning towards what is reasonable. It's hard to accept. It's hard to. Let me finish. It's hard to accept that someone is very good at presenting and responding and handling one topic.
Right.
Now, this is where it gets weird to me. This person has a history. And then how did she get Nick Fuentes into an interview and be so out of her element that she can't even do basic, like, back and forth with him? She can't even say, oh, wait a minute, 90%? Really? How do you know that, Nick? You know, like, there's no challenge to the basics. Like,
Why do people not challenge a person's argument?
I think that when it comes to this whole white supremacy stuff, I think the levels of racial bias that people have can be so pervasive.
Okay.
That it can go from not wanting to, disturb the status quo. See, white supremacists like Nick Fuentes, I think that they have a lot of emotional leverage with a lot of other people. Like there, it's almost, I don't know what it is. I've noticed it with Black people. Like, for instance, what's the guy that allegedly abuses Black boys or Black teenagers or Black young men? He sexually exploits them. The guy, he's the one that says alpha male and all that other crap. That guy, Peterson or whatever his name is. So
hold on. So you're saying Jordan Peterson exploits?
Is it Jordan Peterson? I don't know. It's one of those Peterson guys. He's Black. I think
Black?
Jordan Peterson. Yeah, Jordan Peterson is white.
Okay.
The other Peterson is a Black guy.
Not sure.
He allegedly has been busted exploiting young Black men who are gay, and there's like these gay interludes that go on behind the scene allegedly. So for me, I see like people when they engage with him, they're following like the polite rules, like unlike me, where I have no self-control. See, my lack of self-control is my way of pushing against not only a narrative, but a way of presenting a narrative. I have to disrupt as soon as it comes out the gate, because I have participated in conversations where I'm trying to speak at the right time. I'm trying to be polite. I'm trying to be this. I'm trying to be that. And it goes nowhere. You guys don't, not you personally, but just in general. People don't listen and they let the thing go. You can be as polite as you want to be, but you have to show someone that you're starting off, you are not accepting the bullshit. Like, I have to find a way to get it out there, because you've got people who exploit Black men under the cover of Black male like strength and alpha maleness, and that's a con. You've got a person here who's been getting along, or I'm sorry, how do you explain it? Gaining the trust of Black men to promote content, to promote her brand. And now she's, hey, Nick, ha, ha, ha. Hey, I never thought of it like that, Nick. Ha, 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 ha.
So I hear what you're saying. You're upset, or you're frustrated with the idea that she hasn't provided any type of.
Put my frustration to the side. Put the emotion to the side. That is meant to shape the narrative. We have been logical and consistent and all that stuff. You could not ignore the outrage. So now that I'm here, I am bringing you like insight that I assume that you had it the whole time. And I'm not trying to disrespect you, but we're going to get that insight out in the open. A person who has such a good, sharp laser focus. Black people in America,
I get what you're saying,
can sense bullshit a mile away. She apparently has fooled Black people. She what's it called? Hoodwinked. She hoodwinked. And you're trying to tell me that racism didn't play a role in that? I'm having a hard time believing that. I haven't drawn a conclusion though. Drawn a conclusion. But I'm not going to sit there and go, well, geez, maybe she just didn't do her research. Bad day at the office. Michael Jordan, when he lost that one game, bad day at the office.
I mean, I think that's a.
I'm not going to suspend my intelligence for her.
No, that's fine. I mean, I don't think you're wrong for making that assessment, right? Like that's not a flawed assessment, right? What you're saying is based on what you've seen from her. You've seen about 12 videos, right? You've watched 45 minutes of the video of this interview, and you're making your assessment saying that based on what I'm used to seeing from her, I thought that she would have handled that interview a little bit more intellectually, and that she would have challenged the things that she heard when she heard them, and the fact that she didn't challenge them makes me believe that she might be racist.
I'm going to make a prediction. I predict by
Is
next
that
Wednesday,
a proper
I'm going to
assessment?
submit an apology video. Say to my YouTube subscribers, I want to apologize. I didn't do enough good research on Nick Fuentes before interviewing him, and I have to admit, I got blindsided. I was totally caught off guard.
No, I don't think that's what she's gonna say. I think she will apologize, but it's gonna be in reference. It's gonna be in reference to the comments that she made. It's not gonna be in reference to her bringing Nick Fuentes on. But I mean, we'll see.
Is this guy that has gotten like there's the ecosystem there. He's this guy.
You're saying, but hold on. Earlier, you said that you believe that no one should give him a platform. He should not be allowed to speak.
Oh God, it's like Hitler. He's a Hitler.
He's a Hitler.
It's like, dude, Hitler didn't start off.
So you don't believe in the First Amendment?
I believe in the First Amendment, but private companies excuse me. If he wants to go and start his own corporation and have the Nick Fuentes YouTube corporation, that's on him. But YouTube's a private company, and you knew that. Twitter's a private company, and you know that. So what does the First Amendment have to do with that? I wish I had those bout it glasses.
You kind of lost me there.
I lost you, yeah.
You kind of confused
I didn't lose
me.
your audience. I didn't lose your audience.
I'm just saying I'm confused as to what you were saying. I don't understand what connection you're making. What does the First Amendment have to do with this? Because you're saying that he shouldn't be allowed to speak his opinion.
I didn't say that.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. I said, should he not have a platform to speak?
Platform in this day and age.
I meant that generally. Like, should he not be allowed to have a platform to speak?
He can go on 20th and Broadway and speak and do all his BS. He can go to Trump. What's it called? Trope Essentials. The Trump ripoff of Twitter. Trope Essential.
I don't know.
Trump has his own version of Twitter. Looks like Twitter, but he calls it Trope Essential. He can go there and say, "Hey, Trump, and he has a platform." But the CEO of Google and Alphabet and the president of YouTube, in their private capacity as the people that run this stuff, should.
Do you know why he's banned off of YouTube?
No, I would imagine it's because of some of the stuff that he said that the people.
Do you know what speech is not protected under the First Amendment?
Speech that is there's a few answers to that. So in this context, speech that is made on another company's platform is not protected. Like I can, as the owner of YouTube, pull your information and ban you. There's nothing you can do about it.
Correct, because it's private, but it's hate speech, right? So hate speech is not protected. So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, right? I think that you're saying she should have never given him a platform to speak, or people should never give him a platform. I actually would love to interview a white supremacist or a KKK person on my channel and ask them questions. People have interviewed white supremacists all the time and asked them questions. People have interviewed serial killers all the time and asked them questions. Yeah. Again, if you're a journalist and you're interviewing people, that's one thing. Sometimes some people are able to be impartial, to get, to ask and to learn and to understand their perspective. She was asking him questions to get his perspective on things that he's been alleging or the people have accused him of doing. And he explained his side. Whether you don't have to agree with it, you don't have to like him, but there are some people who want to know his side of the story. That doesn't make a person a racist or make a person whatever. I think
you keep trying to make it sound like I'm saying that she's a racist for merely having him on. Why?
But that's what you've been implying this entire time.
No, I haven't. I made
you're implying because of her body language
and her approach and her lack of effort to challenge.
You're saying that is the only reason. That's the only reason you can come up with. Well,
that's not an only. That's a lot. There's like multiple things there.
All right. Well, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I plan on reaching out to Nick Fuentes myself. I actually want to have him on here to have a conversation. I think it'd be great if you come up here and debate with them. I think that'd be a great conversation.
I'm sure that he would probably demolish me on certain facts and figures that I'm going to be blindsided by. But I know this. I know that Black people aren't the cause of the racial struggles in this country. I know that. And when he says that,
So do you believe black people are oppressed today in 2023?
to some degree, yeah, I see it
What
every
degree?
day.
What degree is that?
Well, it depends on what
Degree?
state.
What degree is black people oppressed today?
It depends on what state and county that you're in, how much effort the police department appropriately responds to, I guess, crime that is perpetuated against black people.
As a black person today, as an
I
older
can't. What am I
gentleman,
supposed to give you a number?
are you oppressed as a black man today in America?
I would say
2023?
not as much as most other black people.
So some black people are more oppressed than others.
I definitely see a difference in certain situations. Yeah.
So if you were to give yourself a percentage of how much you are oppressed, like what would you say?
I don't know. Between 10 and 25%. It's hard to measure because there's certain things that have happened that I can't adequately determine exactly how much racism may or may not have played a role. But I know that like that wasn't supposed to happen. Why is that happening? Why is it happening this way?
I see what you're saying. So with that being said,
lack of accountability for it is a big factor.
So you believe that you are oppressed at a certain amount, and there are other black people who are oppressed differently.
Yeah, let's define, if you don't mind. Let me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been very kind of aggressive myself. I'm just so into the conversation. I'm not trying to disrespect the way that you flow.
No, you good.
Let's define oppression, and I look at the oppression as there's two elements to this. There's the environment of not feeling welcome or not feeling like I can freely move about without confrontation or without some type of aggressive reactions from the people in my environment. Then there's how the people that are responsible for enforcing the laws to protect me from that. That's what I see. Those are two. There may be more. I mean, there's the media and how the media.
No, I get it.
So let's just focus on those two. So I know that, for instance, I don't believe I'm oppressed at my job. I think that my job, I think the people there are, very reasonable and very fair people. I do see a little bit in my area that kind of catches my attention from time to time. There's been some public events that has affected in my community where we had to stand up to oppressive tactics to influence our government. So there's that kind of stuff. Now I've got relatives and friends. I've got stories I could tell you about how the police, they almost shot me and my.
Who does the oppression? Who are the oppressors in this country?
It depends on the circumstances. You can have.
How would you if you were, because think of it as someone's on the outside and someone asks you who doesn't know, they don't live in this country, and you're saying, well, black people are oppressed in this country. Some black people are more oppressed than others. Who would you, if they ask you who are the oppressors, what would you say?
I would say people who commit crimes and aggressive actions that are not quite criminal, but create a culture of fear of me losing my livelihood, my quality of life, my well-being, and my safety. And then the police who are supposed to enforce or to mitigate that are unwilling to do so. That would be a good starting point.
Okay, I think that's fair. Is it fair to say, based on your understanding of who the oppressor is, can black people be oppressors of black people?
I don't know. I don't know how would that be coordinated? Is there like, do black police officers are
police officers your definition of being an oppressor?
Is an example. If you want to choose others, let's look at some others. Choose one.
Well, but you keep bringing up police officers. So are police officers?
Because there's enforcement. So you've got the event, then you've got how the event is, enforced or not enforced. Then you got how it's judged, right? Consequences, right? Okay. If there's more to it, like I say, there might be the media and there might be, job discrimination or something. But that goes. We wouldn't have enough time here today to go through all that. So you're asking about oppression.
So I'm asking you, based on your explanation of what an oppressor is or who an oppressor is, can black people be oppressors to black people based on your explanation?
It's possible, but I haven't I can't conceptualize an example that makes any sense.
Well, you just said someone that makes you afraid, oppresses you, make you uncomfortable from going place to place. I mean, you described it pretty well. So I'm asking you,
on a
is
racial
there
level,
fear?
or you mean just as an individual? Because we're speaking of racial context.
I asked you to explain to me, who are the oppressors? Describe what makes that oppressor an oppressor. You described something that can be labeled as white, black, Asian, or Hispanic.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm asking you, can black people be oppressors of black people?
May I answer?
Mm-hmm.
May I speak freely?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as an individual, anyone can be an oppressor for 5 minutes. Okay. Bullying would be a form of oppression, right? So let's start there. I don't know what it's like to be in an environment where black people are engaging in some type of oppression, like over a period of time. The police are not.
You're from Detroit, Michigan, right?
Huh?
You're from Detroit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you staying in a predominantly black community or a predominantly white community?
Mixed. A very
Are you
mixed
staying in a
community.
mixed community?
Huh.
Okay. So are you in fear of receiving any type of violence against yourself?
Certainly not from black people, and I'm not at this time. I mean,
what about from white
maybe
people?
this video might create something. I don't know.
What about from white people? Do you fear being a victim of violence from white people?
Not lately, but it has come up occasionally.
Okay, but not from black people.
Not lately.
Not lately.
Not
lately.
You're looking at violence and you're equating violence to oppression, and that's strange to me because they're not.
But that was the definition, the explanation that you gave.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it was.
No, it's not. I did not.
Fear.
My definition. Play back to the. I had to do this to the other YouTubers, man. You guys got to play back the tape. I'm speaking of oppression in general. I'm not speaking of violence. Violence.
So who are the oppressors?
You keep saying who are the oppressor. Now, for some reason, and I might be being emotional and immature here, but I feel like there's a pigeonholing going on. I'm not sure why. I could be wrong.
What's pigeonholing?
Who is the oppressor? Who are the oppressor? The oppressor is almost like a title. It's as if, are you wanting me to say the man or the white man? Is that where we're going here?
No, I'm asking you. You're saying black people are oppressed. I'm asking
to varying degrees, certain, yes.
Right, and you're saying each black person in this country and each black person experiences different levels of oppression.
And they cope with it in different ways.
I'm asking you, then if they're experiencing oppression, where is the oppression coming from? Who are the oppressors?
I understand. You're being very logical at this point.
I'm not being logical. I'm asking you a direct question.
But I'm still trying to get you to understand is that in each circumstance, if I were to say white people, that wouldn't make sense at this point, would it? Because I'd have to give examples of individuals and all that. And then I'm sitting up here blanket blaming all white people and stuff, which is going to lead to a whole bunch of arguments about wokeness and all that other stuff. So
then where's oppression? Where's oppression? So where's the oppression that you are experiencing?
I'm trying to give an example of how people's lives, their livelihoods is where you look at it. So you got banking policies and how those are handled. You've got employment policies and how those are handled. You've got everyday situations where let's say oppression is and they got away with it.
So according to you, oppression is psychological.
That's the effect, but that's not what it is.
So oppression is what you believe it to be.
That sounds too subjective to be good. That's not going to work.
No. But based on your logic, you said that you experience a small level of oppression, but other black people can experience a different level of oppression. So you're saying that all black people don't experience the same levels of oppression. Well, then that's I'm confused. Then so
why? What's the confusing part about that? There's
confusing part is I'm asking you
here.
Yeah. So oppression doesn't affect all black people the same.
It can. There's 60 million different people. Like, how is that even humanly possible?
So is oppression? So the fact that
black people talking about systematic oppression, which may in some way have like certain ways the policies are made across the board.
So let me ask you this. So the fact that black people are being oppressed, is the oppression rooted in racism?
I'd say people say it's economic, and I say no. The racism tends to fuel the economics. It seems to me that, like, when you go to parts of Detroit, okay, I'll give you a good example. Oh, here's a great example. There are slumlords that took advantage of a really good Detroit opportunity to buy housing, buy your own property, And there was supposed to be safeguards in place to prevent people from gobbling up the property, and then slumlording it like they did in the 70s and 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Those safeguards were ignored by the people who were, some of which were Black. I'm not going to name any names, but the slumlords are
the Black
biggest
people
offenders are not Black.
Right. So but Black people. So to your point, there were Black people present and oppressing other Black people in that moment.
There is, in fact, that the responsible parties are not doing what they're supposed to do to enforce the law so that we can buy property and fix up the houses. And
does that only affect Black people?
I've heard a lot of complaints from Black people who can't buy the houses. I wanted to buy a house, and I ended up finding out that there's one person who has 6 shell companies that he owns, like, it's got to be over 100 properties in Detroit, all abandoned, derelict properties. He won't fix them up. So
let me ask you. So based on what you're saying, do white people not go through that same thing?
Well, it's hard to say, because the guy that bought the property is a white guy, and white people are buying the property in Detroit. Like there's a lot more.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, do white people not go through the same things, similar things?
I don't know.
All right, so you don't know. Can a white person say that they're being oppressed?
I'm sure they could say that.
Will there be any truth to it?
I don't know. We have to look at the situation. They could be being oppressed by other white people.
Okay, but is that not oppression?
I mean, you could have like a white guy marries a Black woman.
Is that not oppression?
Let me finish.
No. I want you to. No.
I gotta work it through, because I don't know. Since I can't work it through, I don't know.
Well, what do you have to work through? It's a simple question.
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
Okay, let's work it through. Let's see if I get an answer.
So you have a white guy marrying a Black woman, and he's a good, loving husband. Mm-hmm. And they have kids, and he has to make sure that their kids are taken care of. And he's, being a good father. And he has to watch his kids be mistreated, and he can see the racial elements in their mistreatment, the bias. He can see it. He couldn't see it before, but now he can see it. I would say he's being oppressed by feeling helpless or being uncertain as to how to handle this.
Okay.
There's an oppressive element there.
And that's a white man.
He's a white guy.
So let me ask you, so oppression affects white and Black people. Is that what you're saying?
I think oppression can affect anyone. I could go to Myanmar right now, and the Muslims there are being oppressed.
Right. So Black people aren't unique to just receiving or being oppressed, right? This is a everybody problem. Is that correct?
It's an everybody problem, but wait a minute. How do we get to this part of the conversation? That's strange.
You brought us here, sir.
I didn't bring us to, is everyone oppressed? Can everyone be oppressed? I mean, that's like, we're just basic. This is like basic human stuff here. See, I think the problem
is it possible? You said Black people are oppressed.
I think the problem here is that in the West.
You said Black people are oppressed.
Listen.
Can white people be oppressed too? By the same?
Sure they could. I'm sure they could be by other white people.
So
but
okay.
I have yet to see. I have yet to
other white people, but again, hold on, because you're.
Yeah, I'm going to get us there. You're going to come kicking and screaming, but I'm going to get us there.
No, we're not. I'm not kicking and screaming anywhere, right?
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is this, right?
I'll go slow.
Don't go at all, right? All I'm saying is the conversation is, are Black people oppressed? You said yes, in different forms,
in America,
different levels,
in the Western.
And then I asked you to explain oppression. I asked you to describe. I asked you who are the oppressors.
And I asked you to define.
You did not do it.
We didn't define it.
What you did was you explained what oppression is and what it looks like, right? And I said to you, based on your explanation, can white people be oppressed under those same circumstances? And then I asked you.
You didn't
under
say
that
same circumstances. There was no same circumstances. Same circumstances.
The way you did.
In there.
So let me ask you.
Kicking and screaming, bro.
It's not kicking and screaming. I'm just repeating what you said.
I made it clear to you.
Okay.
There's 60 million black people in this country, and there are different experiences, and there's that can vary. So certainly white people, being another group of people and the other population, can have different experiences. The issue isn't whether or not oppression exists. The issue is whether or not there's a particular angle of oppression that is particular against black people in this country. Mm-hmm. Now, we can pretend that it stopped in 1968 when President Lyndon B. Johnson signed some bill and Martin Luther King stood over it and smiled. We can say, oh, oppression is over. It's over. Everyone, it's over. We did it. We can play that game. But 2 days ago, a black woman just wanted to start a hair salon. She was trying to start a mobile hair salon in some part of North Carolina or South Carolina, whatever. And she moved next door to a guy that was a racist guy. And the police justified it by saying, well, he's been a racist all the time. He's got swastika flags. He always had those swastika flags. That particular kind of oppression, I'm not familiar with seeing white people go through that or some other race go through that. And the police go, what can you do? I've seen it happen to Asians a couple times or I've heard about it in the 70s, where it happened to Asians a few times. But this is perpetual with what goes on in America.
All right, so I'm gonna let you have that last
kicking
statement.
And screaming.
All right, kicking and screaming. Chaotic.
Can you get this liberal hippie Obama 2.0? Don't know what race he is, Negro, off the panel? I'm so sick of hearing these wealthy Americans who live better than most Africans, most Southeast Asians, most island blacks. You already know you blacks live better than most South Americans. There is no oppression in this country, my good sir. Sir, this country houses 2 million black people that are millionaires. The average Nigerian, sir, makes $800 a year, my good sir, in Nigeria. The average Liberian makes $400 USD a year, my good sir. Most of those Africans, yes, those are emerging markets, my good sir, but the abject poverty, sir, that is over there is nothing compared to over here. This is the wealthiest country on the planet. If you are a loser here, if you have to rely on having a landlord, a shit land, come curse over here, Nathan, I'm sorry. If you have to rely on having a scumbag of a landlord, you didn't work hard enough. There's nothing stopping you, sir, from going into the chemistry building on college campuses, the mathematics building, sir. You know why you don't see a lot of people there, and particularly blacks? It's because they're lazy and shiftless. That's the reason. There's nothing stopping you, sir, from being wealthy in this country, sir. I'll do you a favor, my good sir. My fraternity brother, sir, his name is Robert F. Smith. You know who that is, sir? He's a billionaire, my good sir, on his own accord because he worked hard. Let me tell you something, sir. Carver Federal Bank, Urban Trust Bank, One United Bank, Broadway Federal Bank. Do you want me to keep on naming black banks, sir? How about this, sir? Sir, you can joke all you want, my sir, but I'm so tired of you Negroes. Here goes Asset Managers, American Beacon Advisors, Rumland Advisors, Ariel Investments, sir. John Rogers owns it. He's actually the guy who beat Michael Jordan in one-on-one, by the way. Billionaires, my good sir. Everything that these Africans, that these foreigners say that they're doing, African Americans have done it 200 years ago, sir. Black people have a source of wealth in this country, a popularity globally, sir, that no other African people in the diaspora have. Ain't no black people over here oppressed, sir. Stop smoking weed and resisting arrest when you get pulled over by the cops, sir. Stop with this oppression. You know what, my good sir? I was a teacher in school for years, sir. And you know what happened? The black kids in the inner city had some of the best schools, the up-to-date books, and the little nigglets came to school and acted a fool. It wasn't nobody there stopping them and preventing them, sir. What are you talking about oppression while you're sitting in your luxury apartment apartment in your safe American city, sir, in your cushy household, while you got people in other parts of the world, sir, Ukrainians getting bombed into the Stone Age. How dare you say that black people in here are oppressed? How dare you say any American is oppressed in this country?
Can I respond? You repeated yourself like 10 times.
Hold on for a second, sir. I'm about to be done.
Oh, you got to do your presentation.
Hold on for a second.
No, do your
I'm not about to let some half.
You are going to let.
I don't
when you're done talking, I'm going to speak.
I don't want to be insulted.
And that's all there is to it.
I was about to call you a half breed. I'm sorry.
You can call me whatever you want. That shows how ignorant you are.
I don't want to call
You're not making a good case for yourself by calling me a half breed, are you?
I'm almost
done. Are
Let
you Mississippi? You doing Mississippi?
Let me land the plane.
I'm gonna call you Mississippi.
Let me land the plane, Nathan. Give me like one more minute.
Let him land the plane. Let him land the plane.
Let me land the plane.
And then I don't want David.
Let me land
Go
the
ahead,
plane.
55.
Let me land the plane, sir.
Land the plane, 55.
Thank you. Thank you.
55.
I'm not gonna let you.
You're going to
say that black people are oppressed, sir, in this country, sir. I just named you black banks. I could name you black law firms. Sir, I'm a part of the greatest fraternity on the planet, sir. Over 200,000 members, sir. And I can tell you, sir, that my fraternity houses some of the greatest human beings that ever lived in human history, sir. What are you talking about?
When you're done talking, I'll clarify.
What stopped Thurgood Marshall, sir, from becoming a Supreme Court judge? What stopped Ben Carson from becoming one of the most famous neurosurgeons on the planet, sir? What are you talking about? Blacks are oppressed. How dare you? Go ahead.
All right. So
thank you so much, sir.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome, sir. All right, 55. Listen. So what ends up happening is you've confused oppression with economics. You have made it seem as if because we make money, we generate income, that we're not dealing with oppression. I didn't focus, and I hardly even mentioned the economics and how that affects things. I was also a teacher. I was raised in the hood of Detroit. Okay. I went to a Detroit school. I went to a Detroit high school. Okay. I saw what I saw. You can't take what I saw away from me because you've got your toilet works. My toilet works now. Their toilet should have worked because our toilet worked. Not everyone's going to start a business. Not everyone's going to join a fraternity. Even the white median income is what, 50,000? Economics doesn't define whether or not someone is oppressed or not. Jews in Germany were earning millions of dollars back in the 30s, and they ended up getting oppressed. Black people in the 1920s and 30s were doing better than we are now. That got stolen away from us through the pogroms.
Are Jews still oppressed?
Our middle class. Right?
Are Jews still oppressed?
I feel sometimes that there are certain things that occur that affect my ability to even get further along. Whether or not it's extreme or menial is not the issue. Like, okay, let's look at Sandra Bland. She was doing really well economically. Why is she dead? Because she mouthed off. Are you going to say 55? Are you going to say that she should have kept her mouth shut? That she was just talking and she flicked her cigarette at the police, at the cop, and she had it coming. No, you wouldn't say that. That's absurd. But yes, she's dead. The woman who was trying to start a business 2 days ago in North Carolina, ran out of town.
Wait.
Because the cops didn't do nothing.
David, how did Sandra Bland?
He wasn't oppressed though.
David,
oh yeah, the narrative.
Oh,
she had a mental breakdown. She had some type of medical issue that caused her to die in the prison.
No, how did she die? How did she die? I'm asking you a question.
Oh, I'm trying to give you the answer. So the narrative is that somehow, some way, the police weren't keeping an eye on her, and she just kind of had a medical episode of some kind, and she died.
What was the medical episode?
Don't know, but I know this. She wasn't supposed to go to prison in the first place. There's no just cause for her to be put into chains and put into a prison cell.
Can I give a rebuttal now?
Oh, sure, 55. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome, 55.
Nathan, thank you so much, sir, for allowing me.
You're welcome, 55.
No,
you want to start me? I'm going to 55 you. We can be immature. 55.
I let you talk, sir. So
that's
are
okay.
you going to let me answer your question or not? Okay. Nathan, Fairview Capital Partners, Vista Equity Partners, Mayfield Gentry, Farrow's Capital Group, Smith Wiley and Co., Opportunity Capital Partners. Okay, those are just equity firms that are owned by blacks, sir, in the billions. Let me ask you something, sir. You said the 20s and the 30s. Well, not let me ask you something real quick, but you mentioned the 20s and the 30s, sir. So obviously you were talking about possibly the Harlem Renaissance, right, during that era. How come whites didn't go into Harlem and destroy that, sir? Blacks had all types of neighborhoods and cities, sir, in the 1920s and 30s, sir, that went untouched. You also said that blacks were making more back then. That is a total falsehood, sir, considering the fact that the buying power was not on the same scale as the buying power is today, my good man. Sir, there were not 2 million millionaires that were black in the 1920s, sir. And there certainly weren't that many millionaires who were Jewish either, sir. Yes, what happened with the with the Jews in Germany was absolutely horrible, sir. But that has nothing to do with the American black, sir. The American black, my good man, is the wealthiest black in the African diaspora. The American black, sir, is wealthier than most, if not all, Eastern Europeans. There is no white person, there is no black person that will want to trade place with any Ukrainian, any Bosnian, any Croatian, my good sir. Sir, you're not going to get up here and spew your Gen X nonsense. And this is why I demolish millennials, Gen Xers, and boomers. Because sir, you are you're cosplaying as Harriet Tubman now, sir. You're cosplaying now. Sir. You're never been oppressed. Sir, I didn't cut you off, sir. Sir, I did not, sir, I did not cut you off. You're cosplaying as Martin Luther King, sir. You're not oppressed. Quit pretending, sir. And truth be told, sir, you probably got more lighter complected privilege, sir, by black people. So, sir,
I certainly did.
I certainly did. So stop. You weren't oppressed, my good sir. Especially in the 80s, sir, when lighter skinned men ruled until you got stabbed in the hand in New Jack City, though.
I don't think you know what oppression means, and I think you're going.
Of course, I don't know what oppression means because I've never been oppressed, and you haven't been oppressed, sir.
Okay, you don't know what it means,
sir. What has stopped you from becoming a neurosurgeon?
Why do you keep saying sir?
Sir, because I have respect for you. What do you want me to call you?
You absolutely do not respect,
sir. I absolutely do respect.
Absolutely do not.
Yes, I do.
And I think this is again. I'm learning more and more about YouTube. You're a content creator, aren't you?
Oh my God! What does being a content creator? Yeah. What does being a content creator have to do with the fact that you are telling people
you're doing a shtick instead of making a point?
Sir,
your point was pretty clear.
Okay, how about this? I got a point. I got a point for you. I got a point for you. I got a point. I got a point.
Because of the high economic development of the black community in America, that means we're not.
Can I ask you a question?
My argument never had to do with economics.
Okay, I have a point for you. I have a point for you.
High economic worth and still go through.
I have a point, sir.
I know, and I have a point too. You're making your same point.
If black people such as yourself are so oppressed,
I didn't say oppressed. He even asked me, and I gave. I
heard what you said, sir.
Come on. So
okay, if there is an inkling, if there's an inkling of oppression, there are over 60 countries on the planet, sir, that are dominated by blacks.
So what?
What is stopping you from going to those countries where the police are all black, the military is all black, the president, the Congress, both sides of it? What is stopping you since you're so oppressed?
Can you,
sir, 60 countries.
Can you make a point without 6 to 10 examples?
Sir, how can I make a point without bringing facts? There are 60 plus countries on the planet where people look like
you gave an example which was sufficient.
Why aren't you moving to Liberia, sir? Why aren't you moving to Liberia, sir? If you're
90% of your dialogue is repetitive and redundant.
Why aren't you moving to Liberia if you're oppressed?
Don't want to. Not now.
Let me interject real quick.
Go ahead, Nathan.
Okay.
Let me interject between you guys real quick. And I think this always turns out to be a very intense discussion in reference to oppression, and again, the question always becomes, are black people oppressed in this country? And when you ask people, they are explaining life. They're explaining the realities of life circumstances that everybody is subject to, right? So I think there is a feeling of oppression in this country, and everybody experiences it. What people tend to do is try to look and say white people are doing this, white people are doing that, and they have a different lifestyle as Black people. The reality is this: Black people are responsible for creating their own environment within this country. The reason why we're having issues is because we don't work together, right? We don't own the things we need to own and have control over the things we need to control in order to create our own narrative. Therefore, we are living in the house of someone else and then trying to dictate the rules. If we want to control the narrative, you have to control and own the story. And as it stands right now in this country, we do not own the story, and therefore we can't write what we want to write and do what we want to do. That's just the facts. So everything at the end of the day feels like oppression because we're not in charge of our narrative. The reality is we can very much well be in charge, and no one is stopping us from being in charge. We are stopping ourselves from being in charge. And that is the confusion that a lot of Black people are having about the realities of this country. And so again, I say it all the time on this channel, right? Whether you believe in white supremacy or you believe in white privilege, right? I don't believe that a white man is supreme over me. White people are not the supreme over anybody, right? Again, white supremacy is a belief, right? It's a belief. And at the end of the day, a collected group of Black people is where the true power is, and everything else falls at the feet of a united group of Black people. White supremacy doesn't have any power over a collected group of Black people. White privilege has no power, right? All these things are because we have allowed it to happen, right? So again, this brings it back to the conversation. And I want to ask you, Chaotic, since you're new, you just came up on the channel. And I know you've seen this, and I know you plan on doing something on this as well. Yeah. Based on what you understand with Pearly Things, and if you've seen the clips or the comments that people are making, is she racist? Is she racist?
Okay. I'm not quite sure what she said. I know O'Shea did a video on her. Could you just give me briefly what she said exactly about slavery?
So she said something very unique. I think people have been taking a lot of stuff people are taking what she said out of context. Okay. And so I would have to play it so that that's actually the last part of this whole thing. So I'm going to play it, and I want us all to listen to it. And then let's break down
and Nathan,
what your thoughts are. Mm-hmm.
And Nathan, I would like to break it down first without any interruption. Is that okay with the young man up here in the panel? Is that okay with you, sir? Can I break it down without any interruption?
You stop saying sir, that'd be great. That'll make it easy for me to.
Okay.
David's down.
David's
down. David's down. All right, let's. Video's unavailable. Don't say that. Did they take it down? Wow.
Well, can I just kind of
dang?
Can I respond to something that you were saying? There's some agreement that I have. I feel like you got 50% of what I've come to understand. I didn't say 50% right or wrong or any of that. But you do speak of how we live in a house that is not our own, metaphorically speaking.
Correct.
Did I get that right? Now, the economics of Black empowerment in this country requires integration to some degree. You're not going to get a Black society in this country that's completely segregated economically. It's not going to happen. So let's just quit playing that game.
What do you mean by that? I'm sorry.
Well, our environment in this country, you said there's a difference between control and, well, no, I'm saying there's a difference between control and segregation. Segregation is not a solution. It's not an option. Okay. So in fact, this person who just joined, who's so familiar with all of these economic initiatives and policies and opportunities and all this, you know, for good and well that the way that supply chains work and distribution and all that, you're going to have to deal with, as a Black business owner, you're going to have to deal with some non-Black elements suppliers and all the other stuff. That's going to happen at some point, right? So one thing that catches my attention is, why it took 40 to 50 years for Black farmers as a collective to be justly compensated with government farm loans, which the average independent farmer needs to survive, white or otherwise. And yet Black farmers were systematically withheld from getting those funds. And a lot of Black farms collapsed in the 50s and 60s and 70s, and I think even the 80s.
So what are you saying that I said that you disagree with?
Well, I'm getting to the part where in order for us to have what you're asking for,
which is what?
We have to have leverage in our own government to make it happen. How am I going to protect myself from some person trying to break into my business and destroy it if the police won't do anything when it happens?
So that's a false statement, right?
No, it's a true statement.
No, because every time we keep talking about this subject matter, you keep angling it back around to the police. So it sounds like you have a unique
So let me rephrase it.
You have an issue with law enforcement.
Yeah, let me rephrase it. So I own a business.
Before you do that, what is your how do you feel about law enforcement? Because I
feel that they're unreliable and they're a major factor in why a lot of our progress is interfered with.
All right, now that makes sense, and I think the reason why I asked that because I've noticed that when we talked about oppression, we talked about a couple key things. You narrowed it. You went back around to police, like you kept really focusing on police. So now I understand what your views on police are, which is nothing wrong with your view.
I don't think that you think there's anything wrong with it, but we got to get to the point of the matter. If I own a business, and my business is being interfered with by a criminal, right? And this criminal is able to continuously abuse my business, I have to then divest I invested all this money and effort into
you're saying that happens
extra that a lot of other people do not have to do simply based upon racial bias, because there's no protection from my government from that.
So wait. So you're saying that you don't feel like you'll get proper protection from the police when it comes to your business?
Me personally, I don't know. I mean, I'm not.
But you're making a statement as if you do know.
No, I'm making a statement based upon what I've learned other Black people have gone through.
All right. So you're saying but this is funny. This is interesting though, because essentially what you're saying is, who is the person that you're going to be? What does the person look like that is going to be a threat to your business?
Well, I could see as a Black person, a lot of people that don't want to see Black business owners thrive. So are they Black? I don't know. I don't think so. The fact the police would be. Listen, let me give you this. Her name is Angel Pittman. Okay. She wanted to create a mobile hair salon in North Carolina. He invested some thousands of dollars into it, her life savings and all that good stuff. And she happened to buy land that was adjacent to another person who was a white supremacist.
Okay.
Her business, she lost so much that she had to pack up. She still owns the land apparently, but she had to pack up her business. Now she's got to start all over again. And before someone says, well, that's the risk that you got to take when running a business, there's an extra risk that Black people have to take in this, because that's not an isolated example. That's not a 1 in a million example. There's certain areas that Black people can't do business in this country. You just can't do business.
And but that's what's confusing to me, because you're kind of all over the place as it relates to
Nathan. Nathan.
What's the all over the place part? I'm giving an example of a person.
Is that the exception, or is that
and we're trying to define oppression? Here's a definition, so I'm not all over the place.
So is that the exception, or is that the rule?
No, it's not. It's not an exception or it's a rule. It happens. It happens so often that it plays a role in how far. For instance,
so Black people can't successfully have businesses out of fear that white people are going to destroy their business.
There's an example right there.
But
that area is not going to be no Black people can thrive in that area. None.
So what should Black people do? What's your solution?
That's an interesting conversation I would love to have. I can't say that I know right now, but I know that ignoring that and pretending that doesn't happen, or is so rare that only Candace Owens can talk about it as a liberal, blah, 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 blah. I know I can't be that ignorant. Just like I can't be that ignorant about a person who's so intelligent and so good at catching people as being inconsistent can all of a sudden have a glaring, inconsistent white supremacist on her show and be totally flummoxed by his lies. You see what I'm saying? That's how my mind works. I'm like, well, there's an inconsistency here, and there's another one and another one. There's a consistency to the inconsistencies, and I'm sitting up here arguing with you about the definition of oppression. And then this guy over here, 55, is calling me a liberal. What did you call me a liberal? This, that, and the other. And I grew up with roaches and mice.
I never said that, sir. I never said you grew up with roaches and rice. I said you grew up wealthy. No,
whatever it was, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Nobody doesn't hurt my feelings because I know it's like.
Go ahead, Kay.
Nathan, I worked in the mental health. Nathan, I worked in the mental health field.
Mental health field. There you go.
And I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that this man is suffering. He's going through a schizophrenic episode right now. I'm telling you, this man is insane, man. And I know you guys thinking I'm trolling.
Because I grew up in poverty in Detroit.
Sir,
you
grew up in poverty because of your family's. You grew up in poverty because of your family's choices, sir. Huh? That's why you grew up in poverty because of your family's choices, sir.
What?
Sir, hold on for a second. You're telling us some sob story about some little blackety black girl. This one story, sir. But the first female.
Isolated.
I'll let Ryan from Different Real talk. Can I talk, please? Now here goes the thing. Now, Nathan. The first female millionaire in this country was a black woman by the name of Madam C.J. Walker, who sold hair products. Sir, you can go to any major city, sir, and there are black women who have hair salons and hair shops, sir. You're telling us
You're making the same argument again.
There are white people that can't open up shop in black neighborhoods, sir. And sir, you know damn well, sir, that you know if somebody were to rob your business, it ain't whitey, it's some nigga. Stop. Who you talking to?
No, I don't. Oh my God. You're talking about different environments, and you're trying to make. See, I don't know where you are on that whole political spectrum because you came in.
I'm a staunch Republican. I'm a conservative.
But what I'm saying is that black people worrying about robbery in a crime-ridden area of a city, that's one thing. But that same black person would have to be justifiably concerned about being inadequately protected from robbery and vandalism in an all-white, lower or middle-income rural part of this country. That's a real concern that I've heard a lot of black people tell me. Now, are you going to say that those are elitist liberals too? Those are liberals, Obama
Look at him. I'm telling you, man, this man is insane, Nathan.
He's insane now, right? But if black people don't say what you want, then they're insane.
First Amendment.
No, I'm insane.
Even First Amendment, chaotic. Hold on, David. Let me ask you this though. David, have you ever, and I asked you this before, have you been a victim of white violence?
Yeah.
And do you mind sharing an incident?
Well, I mind sharing, so I'll share some of it.
Well, a white person has committed a physical act of violence against you.
I mean, it depends on how. See, it gets to be this gray area where you know.
Great, David. Did a white person inappropriately touch you?
Yes, the white person definitely did touch me. You see what I'm saying? Should I tell you that if I had responded, I would have been fired and put in jail? Should I say to you that had I responded, like how we're having this little dialogue here, it would have looked very one-sided? Should I tell you about the time when the white guy tried to call? He called the police to falsely accuse me of trying to attack him, but I was smart enough to call the police as well and let the police know that he was going to call and do this because he wanted a parking space that I had.
So it was a road rage incident.
No, it wasn't a road rage. It was I was parking into the parking space and this guy didn't want to move, even though he was in the next lane over. He was making it so that I couldn't park. So I saw him pick up his phone and I thought, I think I know what he's about to do. So I called the police and I said, hey, this guy, blah, 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 such and such. And so here's the funny part. There happened to be a black parking attendant. He's a big guy nearby. And I get out the car and I'm talking to the guy and I'm like, have you ever heard of a guy trying to park it's like Seinfeld trying to park front first, and you can see I'm already parked in. And he was like, no, I never heard of that. He probably thought I was talking about some stuff. I said, well, come in, if you could, sir, when you get down here, just take a look. And so I had to convince the guy. You can see the black guy. He was like, I don't really want to do it, but Mr. White guy, could you please move your car? And because the white guy up to that point, he was like, yo, like you're going down and all this other stuff. He's like, sir, could you please move your car? And that guy's face, I don't care. Sir.
I'm telling you, this man is mental. He needs to be on Saturday Night Live, man. Like, this dude is a comedian. This is a road rage incident. It's not a racist incident.
Your brand is fascinating. So what happened? The guy, after he kind of sped off, he spit at me on the way.
Oh, now he's lying. Come on, man. He's making sure that go long. Come on, this lying. He spit on you too?
Yeah. Who would be the lying part? Why would I be lying about this,
sir?
Why would he be lying?
Because Nathan,
I can prove to you he's telling the truth. Chaotic. Hold on, Kay. I can prove to you he's telling the truth. All right,
David, not come in here and be lying, making up stories.
David's not a liar. He's an exaggerator of the truth, but he's not a liar.
Where have I exaggerated the truth? One time.
Shit.
Give me. Then you can easily give an example.
All right, David. Did you make a police report?
No.
I rest my case.
A police report. The guy drove off. Wait a minute. Hold on. What am I going to report? Did the guy spit at me?
I rest my case.
I don't have a license plate.
Can I talk, man?
Chaotic. Chaotic. Let me let you get your
sir.
I'm gonna let you guys get your final thoughts, and I'm hitting 5 hours. And then the video got taken down. Unfortunately, somebody reported it, so we can't even finish the last clip.
But what exactly did she say about
slavery? You can find that video anywhere on the internet.
Well, I got a copy of it, so I'm gonna pull it up. But I want to get you guys' final thoughts. But
like, if that was fake, I'd be like, oh, I guess that's the end. We can't find it.
David, after talking to you for 15 minutes, I'm pretty sure, sir, you attacked that white man. I'm almost willing to bet, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet, sir.
Good.
You're in.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, now that we've got that settled, so what the final thoughts on this is that when you allow a white supremacist to have such a wide berth to communicate, I know, I'm so sorry. But when you have white supremacists have such a wide berth, their influence becomes more mainstream amongst far too many white people in this country, and it gives more license for people to engage in racist acts, violent acts towards Black people particularly. And that is why I find this to be reprehensible. She knows it.
I mean, I think that's okay.
She knows it. I can have $1 million if someone wants to shoot me in the head because they don't like Black people, or I guess I look Latino, whatever. What is the money gonna do? Like the couple. Oh, what really gets me is how when it's a Black person married to a non-white person that's not Black, like a Latino or someone, or an East Indian. And so there was this couple, I think it was in Texas, and it was a Latino guy and his wife, she's Black, and they wanted to move in the neighborhood. And then like 2 or 3 of these neighbors just freaked out and lost their minds because they wanted to buy the house. And they're like, and they got the videos and the whole thing. They're like, what the hell is wrong with these people? They was like, they were even more angry because it's like, oh my God, it's like now all of the races are doing this with the Black people, and we're just ridiculous. But I got to hear this guy talk about money. Money's gonna buy. What
you go to college for?
U of M. I mean, University of Michigan. Sorry, you're not in Michigan. Sorry.
No, I mean, what you major in?
Fine art, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. Fine art.
Damn, chaotic. I can't keep a straight face with you.
Because Nathan, Nathan, I went to school, even though he's older than me, he's probably a Gen Xer. I went to school with Negroes like this, man.
With Negroes like this. You got me all figured out.
Can I talk? I didn't even get a chance to talk yet.
You got me all figured out, bro.
Like Nathan, like him, I too majored in underwater basket weaving. I didn't apply myself at a high level. I didn't go into the mathematics building, even though I was good at math. I didn't go into the science building. And I know what you're doing, sir. You're a fine arts degree. I have an underwater basket weaving degree too, like you. And what we used to do, sir, is sit around and we used to have these conversations about being oppressed. And I know, but you never grew out of it, unfortunately. And that's shameful for your men of your age. But I grew out of it after like sophomore year, sir, in college. Sir, you're not oppressed. You're lying or over exaggerating about your story. Okay, whatever. You're over exaggerating about your story, sir. And the fact of the matter is that I'm always going to be the Negro whisperer. I'm always going to expose.
I'm not the only black person who's been told that my story was made up or exaggerated. I'm not the person. I certainly won't be the
David.
Even my life, right? But doesn't get to
David
from it.
David, can I tell you a story? Can I tell you a story, David?
No.
When I was in college, like you, sir.
No, you can't tell me.
Okay, Nathan, can I tell you a story? Okay, Nathan, can I tell you a story?
You got a degree in acting.
Can I talk, please? I didn't get your talk, Nathan. When I was in college, like most college students, most men, you sleep around. I dated a girl from Rwanda. She literally saw her family hacked to death, sir, during the genocide in Rwanda. For 90 days, Hutu extremists murdered, sir, Tutsis. That's oppression, sir. That's tyranny, sir. That's racism, sir. What you're talking about is absolute nonsense. And now, sir, I kind of feel sorry for you because I think you're going through some sort of schizo episode. You probably need to take your pills. But I know you're a Gen Xer. And you guys are the worst generation. I always say it on my live streams. Your generation, sir, you're cosplaying as a slave, sir.
Okay, can I talk now? You done did
pretending to be Harriet Tubman, sir. You're never gonna be Harriet Tubman, my good man.
It's boring. It's boring.
No. You're never gonna be Frederick Douglass, my good man.
Okay, so
my good man. I
want to hear you. I want to.
Kayla,
let me get your closing statements, and I want to give David.
Get your closing statements because I'm getting the last word. I mean, he's practicing. I mean,
I like David.
He was probably one of the flat earthers. He was a flat earther, probably.
Sir, I'm not a flat earther. Read Barry's comment too. By the way, he said, "Please delete David's part of the stream."
I like David. David's coming to the cookout. Chaotic. What's your Oh man,
I thought we were gonna watch Just Jen real. I mean, not Just Jen. I'm sorry. The Pearly Things. I thought we were gonna watch
they done blocked the video. I might have to find.
I'm just trying to figure out what exactly did she say real quick because I could piggyback off of that and give you my opinion.
Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. And y'all are hilarious.
Up, guys, welcome to the Just.
They're good.
The problem is because it's not on YouTube. I don't know where the timestamp is, but I think this might work. Let me see. All right, this is going to be the
reputational risk to have you as a customer.
I want my bank to know that I'm not endorsing anything he says. I'm just talking to him. Please don't take my account.
For real, yeah.
Please. I don't know. I just met him today.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
I need to dissociate.
Yeah, that's welcome to my life.
Okay, freaking. So I'm going through these. So the no-fly list we covered. We covered the white supremacy. No, we didn't. You don't believe in race mixing.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to...
Yeah, I mean, well, what do you think? Are you pro race mixing? What's your feelings?
I don't have a problem with it.
You just don't really care?
Yeah, I mean... Like, I've dated people of other... like.
Oh, no, this isn't. This is one...
Yeah, let's skip that one.
No, I mean, he said he doesn't...
That one.
No, I think that's legit. He doesn't believe in race mixing. That's his personal belief. Like, I don't.
And there are a lot of black dudes.
There's a lot of black people
who believe the same thing. And I'm glad that Nick Fuentes said that. I'm
glad he said it too. He's what I've seen based off of this and what I've read about him so far. He sounds like a white nationalist. Like they're pro white.
Yeah, he is pro-white, and I know all about Nick Fuentes. Yeah, he's pro-white, and I believe in everything that he says. I believe that black people should have the same racial pride that they do, that some of these people do too as well.
I would say black people
have all of that. Like,
No,
it's
no,
rubbed into our
no, that's
faces
not
every
true.
day. What are you
That's
talking
not
about?
true. If black
Yes,
people
it
had
is.
that,
Why? Okay, it's not true. It is. It's not. It is. I mean, when are we going to talk about the facts on the ground on this?
the facts on the ground.
What do you want? You want more commercials of white people in them?
If black people had that level of pride, Michael Jordan wouldn't be selling or trying to sell that basketball.
You're talking about black people don't get to express their pride in their race, and white people do, or white people don't? Because he's making it. I'm confused.
You've been confused since you got on the stream.
No, that okay. Yep. This is starting to get predictable, bro. The jokes are getting predictable. So
it's
look,
not a joke. That's
it is a joke. The confusion. There's no confusion. Look, you have your own viewpoint and how you present it. You haven't been clear at times, and I've had to clarify. I haven't been clear at times. You haven't clarified. There's nothing extraordinary about how I've gotten confused about this particular thing. That's particularly American. I've called out before people doing this, where you have an opposing viewpoint, you have a person with as much passion, whatever, and you guys like go into this aggressive psychological breakdown of the person because, like, okay, I'm animated, the other person might be laid back too much, whatever, and you try to go into this forensic psychology. It's halfway joking, but then it kind of distracts away from the content. I mean, this guy, he repeated his point 3-4 times about economics is pretty much the evidence of oppression. If you're doing well economically, you're not oppressed. Even though that wasn't like how we were defining it. It wasn't even implied. And so it didn't matter to him. He bulldozed the whole thing. We never got that clarified. Now I'm sitting up here trying to just get a clarification on, hey, are we talking about white people being proud or black people being proud? I'm a little confused. Oh, you've been confused. It's like, come on, guys.
Hey, man, I'm supposed to get this nigga off the
maturity.
No, you're not listening. I think
it's hard to keep track sometimes. I'm listening, but it's hard to keep track sometimes.
Because you gotta slow down, David.
I'm not. No. Earlier, multiple times, I had to correct you for not listening. And I had to recite what I said. And I had to tell you, I said, that is not what I said. And you say, are you saying this then? It's like, I didn't even imply that. No. I didn't go on and on about you not listening.
No, the issue was you mistook. First of all, I asked you a question and you took that as me not understanding what you said. I asked you a question for clarity.
No, you didn't ask. No. You took what I said and extrapolated a loaded question, which made me think you either weren't listening or you're trying to pigeonhole me. No, and here I am asking you, are you saying that white people don't feel that they can express their pride, or that black people, and we're making a big deal about this, about me being confused? It's like the jokes become not jokes and then they're not jokes. And it's like, dude, it's not that deep. It's not that deep. Just could you just tell me, were you referring to white people or referring to black people? That's all. Good. So is it black people can't be proud, or white people can't be proud of the race?
I think everybody should be proud of their race.
Chaotic stated that black people need to share that same level of pride that he's referring to, that Nick is having for his pride being white. Chaotic said black people. All right, let me play the video.
I've got more pride in my race than he does in his.
Nigga, please.
Being like a cohesive society.
I don't need my race to be pure.
We're doing the video because we're doing the video because I try to explain it to you. You missed the point again. All right.
Society is over. And over the last 70 years, it's liberalization, it's globalization, immigrants are brought in.
What do you mean when you say globalization?
Globalization meaning like, number one, you have all this international trade. Immigration is a big part of globalization. You have all these people, because this has been going on in Europe since the 50s and 60s, actually.
Oh, so you're saying that was the end of Europe being one way, and America being one. That was when more immigration happened, and the culture, we sort of lost the culture.
Yeah, because the lesson of World War II, based on the horrors of the Holocaust, is like, this is what happens when nationalism goes awry. This is what happens when nationalism goes too far.
But your argument was the Holocaust was not special, and all countries have done that.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
so you're saying, why is the Holocaust special?
Yeah, basically.
Oh. What do you mean, basically?
Well, yeah, I mean, because of course, we're getting into the details of it, but yeah, that's the gist.
Yeah, I mean, but you kind of deny it happened.
I denied some of the parts of
You
it.
deny parts of it don't seem realistic to you. You
Right.
think they were embellished upon.
I think they're embellished. Yeah.
The same way. This sounds. Oh gosh.
Oh boy.
They're
You're
gonna
gonna
get in
get
trouble.
yourself
This sounds
canceled.
similar to the slavery stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do, is they embellish.
There it is.
And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible. It was.
Right.
But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people in a way.
Wow.
And that it sounds
Racist
really
bullshit
similar
right here.
because even with the
what was embellished?
I agree with everything. Okay, so that's what you said.
Let's pause. Can we pause right here?
I thought. Oh, wait a minute. I thought that I was going to be able to speak first.
What,
and then
we're both going to be able to say what in the world was embellished about slavery.
Everything was embellished about slavery.
Name one. Name one.
What? I can name you the entire.
Name one.
Sir.
Wait,
I'm trying to name one. Give me a second, sir.
Wait one
I'll
second.
tell you. Go ahead.
There's. I think the whole point of this is that that statement was taken out of context.
No, Nathan, I've done shows on this. I've done shows. I listen, when I was in school, I wrote papers on this, and I used to get chased out of class, by the way, for writing this kind of stuff and saying this. It is quite possible, sir, that the entire narrative of slavery might be some big embellishment to keep Black people enslaved mentally, sir. The greatest weapon is to conquer somebody's mind. If you have a people believe that they are oppressed, like this,
okay, we get all that.
Give me a second, man. Can I talk?
God,
give me a second, my good man.
Y'all be making up stuff.
First of all, I'm not saying that things did or did not happen, but we don't ask questions, and children are incapable of asking complex questions. One question is logistics. When I was a kid, I was taught that white people were running around the continent snatching up Black people. But then when you get older, you think about the complexity of something like that. First of all, sir, it would have been almost damn near impossible for whites to get into the interior to snatch up Blacks and walk them to the damn coastline. Second off, sir, slavery had already existed in Africa. Thirdly, think about logistics. What did the damn Africans eat? What did they drink on the boats? How did they survive on the boat, sir, shitting and pissing on themselves according to history? History says that hundreds of people were on this boat. How did they fit hundreds of people on these boats, sir, without most of your crew dying from disease? I'm talking about the crew, not the cargo, but the crew dying from disease, sir. People are shitting and pissing, sir, for weeks on this boat. What did they drink? They for sure as hell didn't drink the damn ocean water. What did they eat? See, and what I'm saying is when you start asking questions like that, you start saying, maybe everything else is a lie. I'll tell you something else that I've always wondered. They say that Black women were just raped left and right. Well, if that's the case, how come we never see in those slave photos any of these lighter complected kids? We always see pretty much African people up until they were let go, sir. Thirdly, they say, well, not 30, but another note is, give me a second, sir. They say that Blacks were working for free. Well, how could Blacks pay themselves to get out of slavery then? Another thing, sir. Sir. Can I finish, sir? Please.
You made 6 points.
Sir.
I mean, you either repeat yourself or you go on and on. I can answer your questions. You obviously got.
Can I finish, my good sir?
Okay, another 5 minutes.
Is it possible, sir, that a lot of these stories were embellished, just like how we embellish when we work at jobs? Man, they worked me like a damn slave today. They worked me like a dog. Imagine telling that story over and over and over. It becomes the game of telephone, sir. That's probably what really happened. I don't think that, dude, think about this. You mean to tell me 50 Negroes are on a plantation, sir, and they all getting the shit beat out of them, sir, when you got to produce a product? I just don't think that happened. I think that a lot of Africans willingly came over to the New World to work. That's what I really believe. So I believe everything Just Pearly said is correct.
Okay, can someone else talk now?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay,
go
great.
ahead.
Thanks.
Before you go, David, I want to read this real quick. First, let me
Black people for generations.
Let me shout out to me123. Thank you so much for the super chat, my dear. I really appreciate that. And we're gonna get to two comments. One, this statement that Gail said, which is important. And then also, this gentleman here said, Free Your Mind stated, I'm a so-called white nationalist and I have a lot of respect for you. I read Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X and I agree with them on many fronts. We all just want the best for our people. So I think this is an interesting comment that he posted. And I have another view, or more expanded view on this, which is why, David, before I brought you up, I wanted to finish the video.
Yeah.
But I didn't want you to feel like I was trying to avoid having a conversation with you. But
I appreciate it.
So I wanted to make sure I made that a priority. But I want to get to those comments.
Yeah. Perfectly timed.
I want you to, David, I want you to respond to what Chaotic said.
Oh, it's perfectly timed with that comment. That white national. This guy goes.
You want me to pull it back up?
This guy goes on and on denying slavery to varying degrees, and then we get followed up with a white nationalist agreeing with you on the quality of your perspective. The psychological gaslighting is amazing, but I'm going to break this down. We're going to do another kicking and streaming. And apologies to the people who are annoyed with me, my voice.
Nobody's annoyed with you. Go ahead.
So, you were probably taught that the whites went across the continent. That's irrelevant. White people certainly did go to certain coastal cities and went some miles within to raid African villages. It doesn't matter because they still bought the slaves. They still paid certain coastal societies to invade other societies to bring back the slaves for them. On the Eastern Front, a lot of Arabic slave traders did literally go in there with their, Mameluke or Moorish battalions to do slave raiding. Okay. Secondarily, you asked about, how did they get the water on the ships, or what did they drink? They certainly had enough provisions to get to make sure that they were fed so they wouldn't die, because what's the point? So they had to at least have enough food and water so they did die. But up to 25% of the people on those ships died on the way here. Okay. That was actually insured as an understandable loss on their investment. That was pretty almost standard. Okay. You had mentioned how some came willingly. Okay, so yeah, this is a good one. So 98%, 90-something% of all slaves in America were born into it. Okay. And the idea that you're going to try to justify or try to diminish the brutality of slavery because the initial transport of the slaves was somehow willing, they were in Ireland and elsewhere, they were agreed to work for 8 years. They say 8 years of indentured servitude. The indentured servitude was taken away from the Africans because of racial bias, period. The judge himself said so. It was a white judge. So he established that in Virginia, and then it perpetuated throughout the other colonies. But it was still being practiced independently of that in the Spanish colonies, in Brazil, and in the Caribbean. And then you got the Middle East. So for you to say, well, they came willingly, no one's going to willingly come to work for life. And that's not like, oh, well, he brought it upon himself. Okay. So you keep talking about exaggerations and embellishments, but your facts right here on these points are wrong, or at the very least insufficient. And I just corrected you. And I'll correct you on any others that you want to bring up that you think are controversial against whatever narrative you're trying to rally against. The fact of the matter is that most people were born into the slavery here in America. They didn't deserve it. It shouldn't have happened. And most importantly, with the signing of the Constitution, it went against the values that we were supposed to stand for. I can go on, but let me shut the F up.
That's true. No, let me say something in reference to that. David, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think you're absolutely correct in that assessment. I want you to respond to this this comment though, David. And what can you see it on your screen?
I can't wait. I was going to be patient, but okay.
Yeah.
Where is the white nation? Where's Whitealia at? I have. Does anyone know how I can get to the white nation? Where is it? He's a white nationalist. I mean, where's it on the map? Okay, that's the game. I'm a so-called white nationalist. Why? You're in America. You've got a great country. Like this guy right here, he was just saying, black people are doing so well. Blah, 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 blah. Is there any problems they're having? There's no oppression. Well, there's certainly not oppression for white people in this country. And you got white people complaining about the immigration and all these issues that are coming up. So let me get this straight. Black people aren't oppressed because we've got all this access to finance and we're dealing with the same immigration issues, the same complaints that these white nationalists are complaining. But the poor white nationalists, they've got concerns about immigration and how it's affecting their society. And boo-hoo, the culture is going to change. Oh, no. Such empathy for the white nationalist and the black person, apparently, you guys brought it upon yourselves. That's the game here. I see through those games instantly. The sarcasm, the rebuttals, him repeating himself 12 times, it's all right through it.
Is there an issue with white people making statements that they believe in white pride, that they want to maintain their the strength and the quality of their race? Is there an issue with that?
I have two issues, or I have an issue and a concern.
Okay.
So first of all, we got to stop pretending that words are interchangeable, like black and white. It's not an interchangeable thing. Okay, you've got black people in Australia that were native Australians. You got black people in the Philippines that are native Filipino. Apparently, genetically speaking, those black people in Australia are the most distantly related people to black Africans.
Look at his comment, though.
I'm getting there. I'm trying to get us to make sense here.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a white national, and the concept of whiteness excludes being mixed, or at least appearing to be mixed.
Right.
But being black, even though I am on, you would say, one extreme, being black includes mixture. So blackness includes mixture. Whiteness, by definition, at least in America, does not. So I can't say to you, white nationalists, and have a concept of what are they looking for? They've got the abundance, they've got the economic leverage, they've got all this.
But if they told you what they want.
What? So I didn't get it. Okay. They want more. They want more and more.
No,
it's absolute domination.
Of who?
Of everyone that's not white.
No, every time I've talked to them about this topic, they just want their own space and want to be left alone.
They have 80%. Dude, they own 80% of the acres in this country as private owners of land. Like 80%.
But what I'm asking you though is that's not what we're talking about. They want
to be left alone. What are you talking about when you say left alone? This is so frustrating. This is why I get animated, bro.
Well, but you get animated because you
lack self-control, right?
So I'm asking you this: we're talking about an ideology. We're talking about a group of people who group themselves as one and saying that we are our own race, right? Right. Whatever. For the lack of better words, we're saying we're our own group. We want to mix and mingle within our own group. We want our own area. We want to do our own little thing. We don't want interference. We don't want to mix with other races. This is what we consider our pride, our self-pride, and who we are. I'm asking you, what is there an issue with a white nationalist? What is your problem with them having that?
My problem is they're asking for something they have in abundance already. So it's more like rubbing it in our faces. And the fact of the matter is that they have made something called hypergamy. I think it's called hypergamy. I'm not sure.
Hypergamy.
Yes. Well, there's two definitions for it apparently, but the way I understand it is when you make your group so like exclusive, you're literally killing your own group. If being white requires that you can only have white relatives and descendants and ancestors, it's like you have to force the woman to never, like the woman amongst the group to not, you have to, emotionally hurt them, for instance.
but what's the difference between a white nationalist and a black nationalist?
So black nationalists, my understanding of black nationalists really have to do with certain organizations like the Black Hebrew Israelites. I have an actual relative that's a member, and organizations that really has like this structured ideology based upon either biblical or Quranic or ancient Egyptian or whatever it is. There's some type of mythology with it that goes into the history of it.
But what if
as a black person, you as a black person can go to Australia, marry an Aboriginal Australian woman, and are you going to try to tell me that those are different races? It would make sense.
We already know there's only one human race, right?
Yeah, no. I get that. But again, I want you to think. Just go with me.
No, I get what you're saying.
Your child would be black mixed with black.
Correct. What I'm saying is
the Filipinos, the original Filipinos.
That's not the point.
That is the point because a nationalist wants what? What does he want that he doesn't have? He had this little part of Eurasia called Europe. His people, the same little small group of people, went to America. They went to Canada. They went to parts of Latin America. They went to South Africa. They went to a whole bunch of islands. They went.
Do you know why they want to preserve their race?
I think that they're lying when they say they want to preserve their race. I think they want all the goodies and they want to afford them.
David, listen, I need you to just answer the question. Do you know why they want to preserve their race? What do you think their reason is?
They want to dominate.
So
I can't explain it.
Okay, I mean that's fine. But yeah, as long as you just have an answer, I mean that's fine.
They want to dominate other people, and
the thing is, they're genetically they're going extinct.
That's their fault.
It doesn't matter what the fault is. I'm talking about. Do you understand where the logic is coming from? Where they're saying we need to self-preserve ourselves because our numbers are dwindling.
I just got you. You said logic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember how you caught me for being emotional and all the other stuff? Mm-hmm. Do you see that happening here with them or no?
With what?
With white nationalists, that it's not logical. It's an emotionally driven obsession. Do you see that or no?
Yeah, it's emotionally driven, but it's driven by data, facts, and statistics.
What data, facts, and statistics are showing that the white race is dwindling? You can't find it because it don't exist.
That's false. It doesn't.
I wish I could bet you money.
The data
I might be breaking the law by doing it, but if I could, I would bet you money. The absolute numbers of white people in the planet are increasing. The percentage of white people in America is decreasing.
And that's a bad thing.
So
what do you see? What did you just do?
That's a bad thing.
That has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with our conversation.
Why is that a bad thing that the white race is increasing?
He just changed the subject. That's that pigeonhole.
You would have a plate in your lip if it wasn't for the white man, sir. Stop.
Hold on.
You'll be living in a mud hut, sir. You wouldn't have a toilet. You wouldn't have a toilet, sir.
The whole thing is that regardless of what you believe or what I believe to be is true, we're talking about what a group of people believe to be is true, and they're acting on that belief, right?
As long as we understand that they're being emotionally unhinged and illogical.
Well, let's say that's an assumption we're making, right?
But no, it's a fact. Their numbers are increasing. The statistics show that their numbers are increasing. They're not dwindling in number. They have made a choice to exclude mixture that reduces the amount of.
Do they have a right to decide that?
Individual does, but as a group, it's illogical.
So, do they have a right to decide that?
You keep saying they, and I'm answering you. I'll answer you the same exact way. As individuals, they have a right to do whatever they want, but as a group,
okay. So as individuals, if they get together and make a group, are they allowed to decide that?
Sure.
Okay.
But not everyone that they want to join is going to join.
No one is saying that.
Therein lies the problem.
But no, that's not where the problem is, because every white, David,
bro. If half the white people in this country don't want to have anything to do with them, that's their problem.
David, no, what you fail to realize is that all white people are not the same. We're not.
I'm telling you that. I'm telling you
You're
that.
not telling me anything that I already don't know.
You're
I've
trying
never
to
said
tell me
that.
as if that's something I'm trying to like. I didn't realize. I'm explaining it to you beforehand, which is that my point is that the white nationalists, they can't survive. It's not white race. See, that's why I asked you. I was very clear. I said they want domination. They have to dominate other white people. My mother made it clear to me. She says the Civil War wasn't fought against black and white. It was fought between a group of white people that got sick of another group of white people. And white nationalists, they have to gain a following. And unfortunately for them, it's not working anymore. It's like they're squeezing and they don't know whether to be the Nick Fuentes is like, let me delicately try to convince you. Let's try to ease it in. And that's still not working.
I'm saying,
one of the wait, I'm almost done. I swear to you, you'll like this. One of the unintended positive side effects of all of this, the feminist movement and all the ancillary after effects is that a lot of white women are fed up with that bullshit and they go and date men of other races for that very reason. The more that the white nationalists try to tighten their grip, the more women will slip through their fingers. There's nothing they can do. And on top of that, black people are becoming so numerous that in about 70, 80 years, 1 out of every 3 or 4 people on the planet are going to be black Africans. So it's over.
Can I talk now, Nathan?
Yeah, you got it. You win.
David, it's like it's weird. Like you try to disagree with me on purpose, and then you end up making the same point I just made from the very beginning.
Maybe it's you that's trying to disagree with me.
No, I'm not. You don't listen long enough for me to make the point that you already just made. What did you just say? What did you just say? And how many years is going to be one?
You asked for my opinion about what this white nationalist.
What was the last statement? What was the last statement you just made?
The last statement was that black people are going to be so numerous, it's going to just pretty much, outstrip everyone else, more than Chinese, more than Asians, and all that.
Hold on, chaotic. Hold on, chaotic. So basically, in the next few years, what? In how many years? You're saying
in about 100 years.
Okay.
The conservative estimates of all the population, PhDs and all that other stuff, they're saying that in about 100 years, 20 to 30% of all humans will be black. Okay. That's what Nick Fuentes and his little gang of misfits are freaking out about. Let's get real. So what you're just saying now is that you're agreeing with their fear. No, I'm not agreeing. It's not about it. Okay. Why did you say
wait, was what you just stated, was that is that a fact?
It is well, I can't say it's a fact, it's a future, it's a projection. But it's a projection.
Where did you get that information from, David?
There's the CIA population statistics.
You believe that statistic is legitimate?
It seems like it, yeah.
Okay, and now we're talking about white nationalist groups who said they're in fear of becoming extinct, so they want to prioritize them coming together and staying together. And you just said, bro. No. You just said no. David, you just said yourself, that they are reacting out of fear and no logic. Did you not say that?
Yes, I did.
And then you turned around and you just agreed with the same point that I made, that they are acting this way out of fear of being annihilated as a group.
It's still an illogical fear, not based upon reality.
It's a logical fear that you just acknowledged was true.
No, I didn't.
Jesus Christ, are you kidding me?
I tell you, YouTubers are consistent. You guys have a playbook. I know it.
No, David, listen, I'm stopping this right now.
Money. I'm going to bet you $100. I
don't want your money because it's rooted in no. David.
I did not say that. Play back the tape. I'm calling you out. Either you let me say what I'm going to say, or I'm going to call you out. And when you do publish this, people who are paying attention will say, "Oh shit, he didn't say that." Nathan, you were wrong. He didn't say that. I said that, and this goes into the severity of white supremacy in our own minds. I said that black people will become the most numerous. You're saying that white people's fear of becoming extinct is being validated by this? That's the problem. It's no different for a lot of racist people. When they see black people thriving, they feel threatened. You could thrive too. I can thrive too. That's why I said earlier to you. I said Black people are going to have to accept, if they want to thrive in this society, there's some level of integration. Integration is a two-way street. Integration is a two-way street. So yes, Black people are going to be 30%. White people may be 5%, but 5% is still like a billion out of what, 10 billion people or 20 billion people or whatever the number is. It's going to be some large number of white people that remain, but they don't get to dominate.
No one said anything about them dominating.
I know that. I'm not saying that so-and-so was saying it. I'm saying the concept of their fear is not based upon any sense of extinction. It's because they're not dominant. They're not the dominant. For them, not being number one is just as bad as being extinct.
They're not even dominating on a global scale.
Their irrational fear that you pointed out, you said is based upon something that I said about Black population. I didn't say anything about white population. I said Black population. That's all I said. You said,
right.
Hey,
so again, you're saying the Black population is gonna overwhelm and take over the world, correct?
I said it's gonna be 30%. If you want to call that overwhelming, taking over the world, whatever.
Is it gonna be more than white people?
Yep.
Is white people's number gonna decrease?
The percentage will decrease.
Okay.
But the absolute numbers, I don't think so. I don't know. But see, you caught yourself. You were like, well, wait, Black people are gonna thrive. They're gonna do so great. Well, are white people going to be such? White people could be 1% or 99%. It don't matter.
What's your closing statement for tonight?
Okay, my closing. Okay, this is perfect. How well Black people do should not instill fear in what white people want or don't want. That's my closing statement.
But
Black people could thrive, and white people don't need to be afraid of it.
But if white people are afraid of it, that's a
but.
Well, this is what I'm talking about from earlier. You can't relax long enough to hear what I have to say.
You said closing statement. You couldn't let me have
that. Yeah, so let me respond. Yeah, you made a closing statement. Let me respond.
You killed the power of it.
No, there was no power in it.
There was power. I said that Black people thriving should not instill fear of white people dying or becoming extinct.
Okay.
And that should have been it. If you're gonna respond, I mean, this is your show. You do whatever you want. When you say but, it's like what? Why is there a but to that?
You don't even know what I was about to say. What do you think I was going to say?
Oh my God. It's the way we use the English language. I'll just leave it at that. Go ahead. But what? But I'm sorry. But what?
But nothing. I thank you for coming up and I enjoyed the conversation.
Dude, you're awesome. That was awesome. That wasn't a good recovery, but you know
what? It's not a recovery. I'm going to say what I have to say after I drop you off. So,
hey, Black people's success shouldn't cause white people to be afraid. And we're done for the night. You guys have a great day.
David, listen, man, you are welcome to come up here anytime, man. I really enjoyed the conversation. I enjoy the pushback. I enjoy the challenge. I think it's important for I honor this channel not being a echo chamber, and I always welcome any opinion that's different than mine. I think it's important for people to see that dialogue back and forth. And you made valid points. I just think that the focus was just different for tonight, if that makes sense.
I'm going to keep my big mouth closed, my friend. It's your show.
Yeah. Well, you got self-control, man. I'm proud of you.
Oh, stop. If I come in here all nice and say, hey, can I just make a point? Y'all would have railroaded over me like there was no.
It was y'all. See, you're used to being on panels with thousands of people. It was just me and you having a conversation. You struggled with that.
Oh,
just man. Testing your endurance.
I tell you, man.
Hey, David, we're gonna do a part 2 of this because I want to harp on the last comment that she made, but and I want to get your thoughts on it. But we'll talk more and we'll do something on Nick Fuentes. I'm gonna do more research on him as well.
Will 55 be back?
55 is always on my side. He always on the side.
Let's read 55. We'll help him learn a little bit more about slavery and what really happened.
We'll talk about it. We'll have a good conversation.
What they don't tell you.
I appreciate it, David.
God bless you. Okay, thank you.
You too, brother. Have a good night, man.
You too, bro.
All right. Chaotic. I'm gonna bring you up. Give me 1 second. Pyro said part 2. No. David David came up on the wrong video stream, but he made some good points. What was I going to say? David made a statement and he said not to give a butt, but I'm going to give a butt after he's done. This is what I'll say. And then I'm going to bring you up, Chaotic. I just want to make this statement before I leave. He said that the success of Black people should not make white people uncomfortable or put them in fear. What my rebuttal was, it shouldn't matter, right? You shouldn't care. We shouldn't care. It doesn't matter what other people think about Black people's success. I think we worry too much about what other people are thinking instead of just handling our business. If someone is insecure about the success and the growth and elevation of another group, then that's a personal problem for them, right? That's not all white people, right? That's some white people. That's an ignorant group of white people. That's a racist group of, that's a white group of people over there off to themselves. There are plenty of white people who love to see the elevation and success of anybody, right? So again, we focus so much on people who don't matter, right? Based on their own opinions and their insecurities. And we're not here for that, right? So again, just to be very clear, that's where my butt was about to come from. We are worried about the wrong thing. Who cares? Focus on what we need to focus on. And that's the priority. That's the issue, that we're constantly worrying about other people's approval and how they feel. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Chaotic. What's your closing thoughts? Thank you,
Nathan,
Chaotic, for your patience as always. Chaotic, on my channel, I always try to give people one. Yeah. So
Nathan, you remind me so much of students or classmates I had in school. You're like a bully in a sense. You don't actually impose any physical physicality on anyone, but what you did tonight was absolutely a bully move. You had this mentally ill man on this panel. The man was going obviously through some sort of manic depressant episode, schizophrenia. He probably was off his meds. And instead of saying, hey man, maybe we shouldn't do this, you continue to let this guy talk. Now, I know it's my final statements. Now here goes a man cosplaying as being Black, cosplaying as being a slave, cosplaying as being Frederick Douglass. He lives in the greatest country on the planet. He has every opportunity to be anything that he wants to be. He could have been a medical doctor. He could have been an architect. He could have started his own law firm. He could have started his own auditing firm. He could have started his own accounting firm. But he chose to go to college like most people do. And I made a video about this and I put it in your link. He went to school and majored in underwater basket weaving like most people do. So when he graduates, he can't find a high level job. And I'm not trying to knock this guy, be personal, but I actually made a video about this to David. And you go to my channel and watch it yourself. Mm-hmm. What these people do is, my good sir, is that they start to sell racism. They start to sell oppression. They do it through books. They do it through the media. And they do a quite good job at it. For example, Patrice Cullors, who is the founder of Black Lives Matter, she graduated with an underwater basket weaving degree also. She couldn't be a neurosurgeon. She wasn't smart enough to work on a brain or build a skyscraper. She didn't position herself to be a part of any industry, any import-export industry, things that really move the planet along. So she decides to start victim blaming and becoming a victim and becoming oppressed. She'll tell you fairy tales about Black men being innocent, but we all know that George Floyd was a crackhead. This guy right here, he'll tell you all these stories about slavery, but for some reason, he won't relinquish the very same land that the Native Americans were stripped of, supposedly, right? And go back to his native land. See, we're all a part of the same hypocrisy. And David is too. Yes, he may appear to be this calm, collective guy, but let me tell you something, Nathan. That guy will smother somebody with a pillow. That guy is the next mass shooter, possibly. That guy is a dangerous guy, and I know people like that guy, and I hope that he comes on my show one day, too, because I would love to have him on there. His name is David LeVar. Now he's gonna sit up here and he's gonna say that, oh, being black is I'm black and everybody can be black. Why is it so convenient that everybody can be black all of a sudden? And I think that's shameful in itself too. Now there's some people in the chat who probably agree with him. That's totally fine. But ask yourself this though: if he's so oppressed, why won't he learn an African language? Why won't he do business in Africa? Why won't he start a company in Africa? Why won't he deal in resources in Africa? Why won't he set up a cobalt mine in Congo? Why won't he do any of these things? You know why he won't do it? Because he enjoys the luxuries of being in America, like we all do. He couldn't even tell you the intricacies or details of supposedly this racial incident where a white man spit on him. Let's be completely honest. That was nothing more than a road rage incident. The guy just happened to be white. And truth be told, I would even argue that David probably started it. Look at how crazy he acts. I would argue that David actually spit on the white man because he actually hates white people. So, David, you're not fooling me. You may fool these old people. You may fool people who didn't really go to college and who don't understand it, sir. But, David, you partied through college, you drank, and you didn't do the hard things like the Asians did and like what the Indians did. You didn't go to the mathematics building. You didn't go to the science building. You went to the African Studies building and you partied all day and you drank and you smoked weed on college campuses, sir. Trust me, sir. I know. I did it myself. I used to beat on the drums and I used to talk about the ancestors too, sir, but I grew out of it. You, sir, David, need to grow out of it. Sir, again, sir, you didn't live through slavery. You didn't live through Jim Crow. None of us really quite know what happened back then during slavery, sir. But I can tell you this, slavery doesn't affect you now, David. Jim Crow doesn't affect you now, David. So, David, you can come up on this panel all day long, man, and talk all that nonsense. But David, I know, David, that you were suffering from some sort of manic depression, schizoid episode. Nathan, thank you so much for allowing me on the panel, man. I salute to you, man. I know I'm babbling. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, but this has been a great live stream. And David, hopefully you come on my panel as well. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nathan. Sorry.
No. I was listening to you. I was about to say, put your channel at the bottom so people can follow and check you out.
I'm actually going to put the live stream of the episode where I talk about people like David on my show. Here we go. Boom. There we go. So, guys, if you want really details about people like David and other hippies, African pro-blackity blacks and hippies, you can watch that video. But I got something to close out on. David, I'm going to be honest with you, David. And I was trying to say this while you were on the panel, but you kept cutting me off. If it were not for the transatlantic slave trade, my good sir, you would be living in a mud hut with a plate in your lip, sir. The slavery may have been a good thing for the African. The African didn't build anything over than 2 stories, sir. He didn't build a complex society. He didn't have sewage systems. He didn't have universities, sir, at a high level. He didn't have anything he didn't have any fortifications that would have protected him or herself, sir. Maybe coming into the Western world brought us into a new age of thinking, sir. It got us out of the agricultural age. And so did it with other groups as well, too. It's not just black people, it's other white groups that were still living in the agricultural age, too. What slavery did and what the British did, in my opinion, was incredible, sir. They introduced an advanced way of living, sir. Nathan, salute to you, man. Positivity is going your way, man. Hope all is well with you and yours, my good sir. Thank you so much.
Hey, anytime, Chaotic. Thank you for dropping the knowledge, brother, on the channel. You know, I always appreciate it.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. You guys go and check out Chaotic Truth. Very, 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 very creative. Great channel. A lot of good content. I always, anytime I get a chance to come over there and catch a stream, I try to get up there and give my 2 cents. Very interesting stream tonight. Definitely wasn't expecting doing 6 hours, but we're here now, right? So no, going back. First and foremost, let me thank everybody who came up to talk. Special shout out to David. I always say it on the stream. A lot of people always have a lot to say, and a lot of times they do not come up here and have the conversation. I really, 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 really appreciate David taking the time and giving us his views and really just taking the time to share. He was actually very knowledgeable. I could definitely say that. We might disagree on things, but one, I can honestly say he's very passionate and that passion is rooted in his frustration with how things are and how things have been in this country. And so I don't disagree with that at all. And I'm looking forward to having another conversation with you, David. I think especially more on this topic as well. But I enjoyed it, man. And one, I appreciate everybody who's donated tonight. Thank you so much to my moderators for hanging in there tonight. You guys know I thought I was doing better about doing maybe 2 hours in, but I always have this plan and it'll never work out. But I always enjoy a good conversation and a good back and forth, and I definitely appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. Now I will say this in closing. We started off with talking about Pearly Things and the conversation that she had, and I do understand she was having the conversation with a very, very, very controversial person. And whose views are very that make people uncomfortable. His views are insensitive, I think. His views also can be considered to be racist. He's been labeled as a white supremacist. I don't know enough about him. And again, I was just doing my analysis based on the conversation they had and his explanation based on the questions that were asked of him. And hearing his explanation, I was like, okay, well, if that's how he feels about it, then that doesn't make him this or that doesn't make him that. I do understand why someone will be, I can understand why someone does look at him and make the assessment that he's a racist. I could see it 100%. I also know there's a difference between a person that is racially insensitive and a person that is actually a racist, and so, but I've had a lot of interactions with just people in general from all different ethnic backgrounds, religions, and things like that. And I have a very comfortable and strong understanding of people's disposition. And again, his viewpoints are shared by all ethnic groups, right? And I think that's what's so funny about it. To be honest, to be completely honest, we demonize white people for having similar views as Black, Asian, and Hispanics, and Arabs, people who are, Arabs. And so I think it's interesting. White people aren't given that latitude, right? I mean, and I think it's kind of due based on the historical setting that they have grown into over time, right? And so I get it. When a white person is pro-white and they're like, I'm pro-white on this, they're automatically deemed as a racist. When a Black person does it, they're deemed as being empowered. When an Asian person does it, they're deemed in being, they're pro-Asian. Hispanics do it, they're pro-Hispanic. When white people do it, they're racist. And so again, I do understand why people feel that way. And then but you also have to acknowledge that that's also a stereotype, right? So again, when we're having an honest conversation, you might not agree with it, but a stereotype is a stereotype for a reason. And sometimes you have white people who are being stereotyped, right? That's not to say that there are not racist people, white, Black, Asian, or Hispanic, because there are, right? And again, let's go back to what it means. Who said that they started it first? No, I think everybody was pro themselves, right? It's until they came to America where now we're experiencing this melting pot. But everybody, when Asians come here, they'll tell you, they're like, no, we want to keep it here. Indians will tell you, they come to this country, no, we want to keep it. We want to make it. We just want to blend with Indians. We don't want anybody else. They will tell you that. So are Indians racist? Are Indians Indian supremacists? That don't even sound right. So it's when white people do it, it has a very negative rap. And I'll tell you why it has a negative rap. Because you have some of them, especially those who are uneducated whites, who are really ignorant. they turn their pro-whiteness into a we're pro-white because we're better than this person, these people. And of course, when you start looking at it from that lens, then yeah, you have a whole different type of situation, right? So I don't know. One of the things that I wanted to play on that video is Nick admitting that he's attracted to black women, right? So he says, hey, I think black women are attractive. I think they're right. That's not to say that you can't be racist or whatever. I'm just saying that when you get a chance to let a person explain, when you get a chance to let a person explain their view, and their view can be the complete opposite of your view, but you hear them out. Oh, I want to hear what you. Again, it's a difference when you're interviewing someone and you're letting them share their truth. You're letting them speak. Your interview. That's why it's called an interview. That's why it's called an interview. You don't have to like or agree with what they say. You're simply just asking them a question and you're hearing what their response is. That's what Pearly did. Then she also added her 2 cents, and her 2 cents was wrong. It doesn't make her a racist. It makes her ignorant to the subject matter that she was speaking to. Yep, Gail makes a good point. They'll translate it to he fetishizes black women, and that's a problem. It's like white people can't say something and you just believe it to be true. So then now what? All white people lie? A white man who says that he's attracted to black women, now he's fetishizing her, right? So you start getting into these things, but then again, if we do it and we say it, we want everyone to respect our views, right? So and see, David brings up a point. But this is what we're talking about, David, because you're still talking about slavery, but I'm talking about modern white people today. Right? No one is saying that it didn't happen during slavery. Are we saying that you yourself, David, are a product of mixed race? Are you saying that your parents or grandparents or whoever was on the other side, are you saying that it wasn't legitimate love? It wasn't real? So so that's the thing, right? Like it's honestly it's the hypocrisy. It's the hypocrisy. Are you saying respond to another comment? No, I get it. Now we'll definitely have a conversation, David. If you got a way I can reach out to you, if you got like an Instagram or something like that, drop it in the chat for me, and I'll send you my email and stuff, and that way we can definitely jump and create a live stream and give you a chance to come up and we just have a good solid conversation that's absent of this particular. That way we can kind of really exercise different views. But I was trying to keep it as focused on the try to keep the focus on the current topic so that we stayed on topic. But I know we veered off a little bit or whatever, but I'm glad I gave you, I'm glad you had an opportunity to come up. I didn't want to miss your perspective. So again, I'm glad that you did. Someone said is Pearly racist? No, she's just dumb. I think, not saying that she's dumb, I think, but she wasn't as prepared to handle that conversation. But I think David made a good point. His analysis is like, well, she didn't push back on stuff. It seems like to me she didn't push back on things because she didn't know what to push back on. I don't think she was as prepared to have that type of conversation as she should have. But who knows, right? Who knows? Anyways, I think this is a great conversation just in general. What I'll probably do is another probably pre-recorded video on her last statement. And matter of fact, I'll just play it. What time is it? 6 hours. I'm not even gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. It's gonna take too long. And Yeah, that's too much. But dang, it was such a good. What did she say?
But even with like the slavery stuff, like that's what they'll do, and they won't talk about instances of like slaves traveling across states. Like when they initially freed the slaves, there were some slaves that felt so indebted to their owners that they would travel across states to pay them back, and they actually had a really good relationship with them. But they act like that wasn't possible, and it was still wrong. It wasn't a good institution.
Right.
But they don't talk about like the more nuanced things that happened in slavery, and like I forgot what founding father, but they were talking about how he really like he inherited slaves, and he actually had a really good relationship with them.
That's the problem. I'm not gonna go into, but I'm gonna make another video just kind of covering that last piece, just simply because we got 6 hours in. But honestly, she had the complete wrong outlook on the subject matter, but she was also speaking to a very specific situation as it relates to slavery. And I think people missed that. I think it went over people's head. I think they took what she said out of context as to what she was talking about. I hate I couldn't pull it up at the time because the video had crashed, but we will bring it. We'll run it back. We'll run that last piece back because I think it's key and it's important to really understand. From what I was able to get from it, is that she was making a point. She was making a point. She wasn't undermining slavery. She was touching on the fact that it's a nuanced conversation, and she was making points that she believes is being left out of the conversation. Not once did she undermine slavery, but we'll have to cover that again. We'll have to cover that again. Anyways, any thought, I want to say any final thoughts. I'm exhausted. Till next time. Yeah. It's not her point to make. Well, the truth of the matter is anybody can make a point, right? Anybody can make a point. That's almost like saying, that, that's like saying because she's white, she can't speak on the subject, right? That's not accurate. If that's the case, then, it's like, why should there only be black teachers and professors? Should black teachers and professors be the only ones to teach black history or African American studies? Right? So, oh yes, and shout out to you, Barry. Thank you so much. I did receive the Cash App, Barry. And I meant to say this earlier. Barry said, for your infinite patience for that Cash App, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I hit the reply. I forgot to mention it, and Gail shouted it out. Thank you so much. Barry said I got the patience of a monk. So special shout out to you, Barry. I really appreciate it. Barry's right. It's a lot of patience in this, but because I do understand people's frustration. I think it's a little too. I think it might address it. Should she apologize? Absolutely. I think that because of her platform is so large, it's so massive, she definitely needs to come in and bring context to what she said. For those who may not have felt it was appropriate or felt like she misinterpreted the situation, I think it's important that she takes the time out to come out and clarify what she said. Absolutely have to clarify. It's important, and that's the responsible thing to do when you're in a space and you command that presence. You do have to come and clarify, especially when there's a lot of contention behind the statement that was made. Everybody may not have caught that. Everybody wasn't offended about what she said. Some people understood what she said. Some people feel like it was inappropriate for her to say it in the first place. My thing is why? right? Because she's white. If a black person said it, would have been an issue, you know. And so that's where we start coming into these things start getting dicey, right? So I will say that I'm looking forward to seeing what she does. I believe she will apologize. I don't think this has anything to do with Nick. I do believe that people feel like David was bringing up that she was comfortable around someone who has particular views, that has the label of a white supremacist. She was too comfortable having that conversation with them, and so some people feel some kind of way about that as well. So, you know, we'll see. Will this hurt her brand? Absolutely not, you guys. She's going to turn around and she's probably going to gain like another 1 million subscribers by tomorrow, right? She built that brand based on what her content is around. This is not going to hurt her at all. But I do think as a professional, she definitely needs to address it. So that's it for tonight, you guys. Way longer than I thought. That's my fault. That is so my fault. But I enjoyed the conversation. Thank you for everybody who came up. Thank you so much for all those who supported the channel. Truly a blessing. I really appreciate it. Like, comment, share, and subscribe, you guys. With that, let these truths find you where the lies have left you. Good night, and God bless.